Your brain is a prison with walls made of lies. It shows you a version of reality stitched from guesses, gaps, and hallucinations, then dares you to call it truth. You won't want to hear this. In fact, your brain will try to forget it. But these 101 disturbing truths are already inside you, and tonight they resurface. 1. The mirror that lies back, based on real psychological distortions, false memory studies, and the mirror self-recognition paradox. You stare into a mirror and think you see yourself. But the truth is, you've never seen your real face, not once. What you see is a flipped illusion, flattened in 2 dimensions, lit by artificial light, shaped by your expectations, and softened by self-preservation. Your brain isn't showing you what's there. It's showing you what you can tolerate. In psychology, this deception is called mirror adaptation. The longer you look at your reflection, the less accurate it becomes. Your mind starts editing, smoothing, correcting, fantasizing, until the face staring back at you isn't yours anymore. Now, let's go deeper. In 1970, psychologist Gordon Gallup Jr. introduced the mirror test, an experiment meant to measure. A mark is placed on an animal's face without their knowledge. If they recognize the mark in a mirror and try to touch or remove it, they're considered self-aware. Chimpanzees passed, dolphins passed, even some birds. But human infants, under 18 months, failed. Here's the terrifying part. Some severely brain-damaged adults also fail the mirror test. They look in the mirror and don't recognize themselves. They see someone else. But here's something even more disturbing. Healthy, fully functional humans sometimes do this too, just not consciously. This brings us to a documented condition called Capgras delusion. A person sees their loved ones and believes they've been replaced by identical imposters. Their emotional recognition system has fractured. The face looks the same, but it feels wrong. The visual part works, but the meaning part, broken. Now ask yourself, if the brain can do that to someone you love, how certain are you that it hasn't done the same to you? Because your brain is not a camera. It's not a mirror. It's a storyteller. And the story it tells about your identity is a patchwork of guesses. Want proof? Consider false memories. In the 1990s, psychologist Elizabeth Loftus showed how easy it is to implant completely fake memories into people, and how confidently they will defend them. In one study, participants were told a fabricated story about getting lost in a mall. As a child, weeks later, they recounted the memory in vivid detail. The smell, the fear, even the stranger who helped them. None of it happened. Their brain invented it, filled in the blanks, and wrapped it in emotion, and then convinced them it was the truth. Now imagine your brain doing this every day, not just for small things, but for who you are. Every memory you have has passed through a filter of fear, desire, bias, distortion, cultural suggestion, and flawed perception, and worse, it gets edited every time you remember it. That means you're not just forgetting who you were, you're rewriting who you were. So when you look in the mirror and think, I know who I am, what you're really saying is, I trust the lies I've told myself more than the truth I've forgotten. Let's zoom out. Think historically. Before mirrors were common, people only saw themselves in still water. Blurry, brief, and unstable. That was their reality, their self-image. Now think of how much identity today is based on selfies, on manipulated images, filters, curated angles. We are the first species to not just see ourselves, but to edit ourselves live, in real time, on every platform, every day. And yet, inside, the hardware of the brain is still guessing, still running ancient primitive software, still prone to hallucinations. This is why you can stare into a mirror for too long and start to see your face morph. The phenomenon is real. It's called the strange face illusion. Stare long enough in dim light, and your brain will warp your face into something grotesque, demonic, unfamiliar. Not metaphorically, literally. Why? Because your brain can't handle too much self-awareness. It wasn't built for introspection. It was built to survive, and truth is often a threat to survival. You want to believe you are consistent, that you are you across time, but your personality isn't a fixed structure. It's a shifting state. In fact, your brain is constantly replacing its own cells. In a few years, most of the atoms in your body won't even be the same ones you were born with. The brain you're using to understand this sentence is not the one you used 5 years ago. So who is remembering those past traumas? Who is dreaming your future? What version of you is seeing this mirror of words right now? You might say, but I feel like me. I remember being me. Yes, and that's the lie. The real you is an unreliable narrator trapped in a decaying machine, hallucinating stability as everything falls apart, and your mind is the author, editor, censor, and propagandist of your own existence. So next time you look in the mirror, ask yourself, whose eyes are really staring back to the voice that isn't yours, based on real internal monologue studies, split brain research, auditory hallucination phenomena, and the illusion of conscious authorship. There's a voice in your head. You're hearing it right now. It reads, it reacts, it rationalizes, it pretends to be you. But here's the question that cracks reality open. Who's actually speaking? Most people assume their internal monologue is their true self, the narrator behind the eyes, the voice behind the thoughts. But neuroscience has been poking holes in that illusion for decades. The truth is far more disturbing. That voice isn't you. It's a late-stage translator, a spin doctor hired by your brain to make sense of things after the decisions have already been made. Let's start with a fact you can't ignore. In the 1980s, neuroscientist Benjamin Libet conducted experiments showing that the brain initiates decisions before you become aware of them. In his study, participants were asked to move their finger whenever they felt like it and to note the exact moment they decided. Electrodes tracked brain activity. The result? Their brain began preparing the movement hundreds of milliseconds before they became consciously aware of their decision. This means what you think of as free will, that inner voice saying, I'm choosing this now, is just your brain announcing a decision it already made. You're not the driver. You're the narrator in the back seat, making up reasons for why the car turned. Let's go darker. Split brain patients, people who've had the connection between their brain's hemispheres severed, offer the most terrifying evidence. In one experiment, the left brain, which controls language, was shown a command. Stand up. The patient stood. When asked why they did it, the left brain, which hadn't seen the command, calmly replied, I needed to stretch. No hesitation, no awareness of the real cause. It invented a reason and believed it. You do this all the time. Your mind performs post hoc storytelling, retroactively creating logical explanations for irrational, subconscious impulses. Why did you scroll instead of sleep? Why did you say something cruel, then call it honesty? Why did you suddenly feel anxious in a safe room? You don't know, but your brain hates not knowing. so it fabricates a why, and the voice in your head delivers it like gospel. This is not consciousness. This is a malfunctioning PR team spinning stories for a machine too complex to explain itself. Now, let's turn inward. What does your inner voice sound like? Is it always you speaking? It's not. Not always. Some people hear themselves in first person, others in second. Some hear multiple voices. According to studies, up to 25% of healthy individuals experience internal voices that feel separate from their sense of self. Not delusions, not schizophrenia, just a mind with too many authors. And that's the problem. The brain is modular. It's made up of competing systems, emotional, logical, instinctual, all fighting for control. What you experience as thinking is often just the loudest part. Winning the war, you don't have a single voice. You have a committee, and most of them were hired without your permission. This is why advertising, trauma, and culture can hijack your mind so easily. A slogan you heard as a child becomes your adult belief. A phrase screamed at you in fear becomes your internal voice of self-doubt. And slowly, the voice in your head becomes a collage of other people, a mimic of teachers, parents, screens, systems. So tell me, when that voice tells you you're not good enough, whose voice is it really? Let's go deeper. Imagine your inner voice saying, I am worthless. The words feel personal, devastating, but they're just language neural signals shaped by years of experience and pain. There is no you deciding that phrase. There is only a neural algorithm predicting the next likely sentence. Your brain is autocomplete, and sometimes it completes you into your own enemy. You think you talk to yourself. No, you are talked at by a structure that learned how to speak before it learned how to feel. Now, ask, who's listening? When you hear your thoughts, what part of you is hearing them? If you are the voice, how can you also be the listener? How can the same entity speak and hear at once without splitting? This is the hallucination of unity, the illusion that there's one cohesive self pulling the strings. But there isn't. There never was. Just competing impulses trying to survive inside a decaying nervous system, dressed up as identity. And the most insidious part, even as you read this, your mind is already trying to explain it away. It's saying, this doesn't apply to me. I'm still in control. I'm just overthinking. But those thoughts, there, the voice again, panicking. Because if you keep going, if you keep peeling back this mask, you'll reach a place your brain cannot defend. So listen, very closely. That voice in your head, the one whispering comfort, denial, anger. It was programmed to protect you from this exact moment. But now you're here. So tell me, who's really talking? 3. The memory that never existed, based on false memory syndrome. The Mandela effect, memory reconsolidation, research, and the neuroscience of forgetting. You think your memories define you. You believe your past is a record, a faithful archive of everything that has shaped you into who you are. But what if I told you, the past you remember never actually happened? Memory feels sacred, personal, like an internal documentary. Only you can access. But neuroscience tells a more brutal story. Memory is not a storage system, it's a reconstruction engine, and it lies every time it speaks. Let's begin with something called memory reconsolidation. Every time you remember something, anything, your brain doesn't replay the memory, it rebuilds it piece by piece. And while rebuilding, it's vulnerable. New emotions, new information, even new beliefs can alter the memory permanently. So remembering something doesn't strengthen it, it corrupts it, like opening an old file, making changes you don't realize, and saving over the original without ever knowing it happened. That means your favorite childhood memory, the smile, the scent, the sunlight, they may all be inventions, and every time you recall it, you drift further from the truth. In one study, researchers implanted false memories in participants by simply asking them to imagine events like spilling punch on a bride's dress or being lost in a shopping mall. Later, over 30% of people not only believed it happened, they described it in rich detail. Their brains filled in the blanks, added emotion, then filed it under truth. Now multiply that across decades of your life. The first day of school, your first heartbreak, that conversation you swear changed everything. How many of those are real, and how many are reconstructions, retrofitted with meaning your brain needed at the time? Let's turn to the Mandela effect, a phenomenon where large groups of people remember something that never happened. Nelson Mandela dying in prison, the Berenstain Bears spelled as Berenstain, the Monopoly Man having a monocle. These aren't trivial mistakes, they're shared false realities. Entire populations remembering events with confidence and emotional certainty, despite physical evidence proving otherwise. This isn't magic, it's a glitch in the human operating system, and it proves one horrifying truth. Confidence in memory means nothing. You can be absolutely certain, crying, trembling, screaming, certain, and still be completely wrong. Because the hippocampus, the part of your brain responsible for forming new memories, is easily disrupted. Stress, trauma, sleep deprivation, repetition, emotion, all of these distort memory encoding. That breakup you keep replaying, your brain may have altered the dialogue, amplified the pain, edited their expression, even changed what you said to protect your ego or deepen your shame. We are not rememberers, we are storytellers, haunted by stories we've rewritten so many times, they've become fiction disguised as fact. Let's go darker. Some patients with anterograde amnesia can't form new memories at all. They live in a constant present, reintroducing themselves to their own reflection every few minutes. But here's the catch. Even they can learn patterns, form habits, develop gut feelings, which means your body and brain can remember without ever giving you access to the memory. This is why trauma survivors often don't recall the event but carry the fear, the reaction, the damage. Memory, in this sense, is not about recall, it's about residue. So when you say, "I don't remember it, so it didn't affect me," you're lying to yourself. Because your brain remembers everything it touches, just not in ways you can understand. Now ask, how many of your regrets, your self-concept, your beliefs about love, failure, success, betrayal, are based on memories that never happened, the way you think they did? What if the core pain that shaped your adult life is a fabrication, assembled by a child mind trying to make sense of confusion and fear? What if your origin story is just bad science fiction emotional truth built on false data? Even worse, what if the person you're angry at resenting for years never actually said the thing you remember? How many relationships have you buried under the weight of distorted memories you'll never realize were false? Your mind doesn't care about accuracy. It cares about coherence. It will sacrifice truth in order to preserve a consistent narrative. If remembering something truthfully threatens your identity, your mind will change the memory rather than let you change. That's not protection, that's sabotage. Now zoom out. You've been telling yourself stories about who you are, what happened to you, what it means, and you've believed those stories because you remember them. But now that belief is cracked, because even as you read this, your mind is already editing the memory of these words. You won't recall this section perfectly. You'll remember the emotion, a phrase, a sentence, but not the full truth. That will already be gone. And in the absence of truth, you'll invent one. So when you close your eyes tonight and feel the weight of your past pressing on your chest, ask yourself, what if I've built my entire life on memories that never existed, for the self that was never there, based on the illusion of the self? Buddhist non-self philosophy, neuroscientific ego, dissolution and default mode, network disruptions in psychedelic research. You say, I like it means something. I think, I feel, I am. But who or what is this I you speak of? Strip away the language, remove the narration, dig past the thoughts, emotions, memories, roles, names, history. What's left? Nothing you can point to, just a hollow awareness, haunted by the illusion of someone being there. This is the most disturbing truth neuroscience and philosophy agree on. The self, the one you call me, is a mental construct, a story the brain tells itself to organize chaos, and it's a lie. Let's begin with Buddhist philosophy, which has been dismantling the myth of the self for over 2,500 years. In the concept of anatta, non-self, the Buddha taught that what we call self is just a collection of processes, thoughts, sensations, perceptions, desires, and memories. There is no unchanging soul behind the curtain, just flickering moments, rapidly arising and dissolving. The you that reads this sentence is not the same you who started it. But it's not just spiritual metaphor. Modern neuroscience backs this with brutal clarity. In the early 2000s, researchers began studying the default mode network, DMN, a system in the brain that lights up during self-referential thinking. When you're daydreaming, reminiscing, imagining your future, or thinking about yourself, DMN fires. It's the seat of the ego. But when people take high doses of psychedelics, like psilocybin or LSD, something terrifying happens. The DMN goes dark, and with it, so does the sense of I. This phenomenon is called ego dissolution, and it feels exactly like dying. Users report watching their identity disintegrate. No name, no history, no boundary between self and world. Just raw, undifferentiated existence. And when they return, shaken and in tears, they say the same thing. I wasn't there. This means your sense of self isn't foundational. It's a neurological byproduct, a side effect of a specific brain function. And when that function shuts down, so do you. Now consider depersonalization disorder, condition where people feel detached from themselves, like watching life through a screen. Their body moves, speaks, reacts, but it doesn't feel like them. Their consciousness becomes a distant observer. Nothing feels real. The self becomes a character. Sound familiar? It should. Because every single one of us experiences moments like this. That eerie sensation when you look in the mirror and don't quite recognize your face. When you say something and think, did I just say that? When you're flooded with emotion and feel possessed, afterward whispering, that wasn't me. These are not glitches. They are exposures. Tiny cracks in the illusion. Moments when the mask slips and you glimpse the machinery behind your identity. Let's go further. Your brain is made of billions of neurons, each firing electrical signals in chemical storms. There's no central eye watching over them. No tiny homunculus pulling the strings. Just patterns ever changing, always shifting. Yet somehow you believe that these blind electrical patterns have formed a you that is stable, permanent, real. They haven't. The philosopher David Hume famously wrote, "When I enter most intimately into what I call myself, I always stumble on some particular perception. I never catch myself without a perception, and never can observe anything but the perception." Translation: there is no self behind the thoughts, only thoughts. And this leads us to the ultimate horror. There has never been a you at all. Just sensations, just feelings, just stories, told inside a machine terrified of silence. Your identity is made of roles you perform and beliefs you inherited. Son, daughter, smart, broken, funny, ugly, strong, lazy, brave, guilty. But when you remove the labels, who is left? Nothing you can hold, nothing you can locate, nothing you can name without building a lie around it. This is why patients with brain damage can have personality shifts so extreme that loved ones say, "He's not the same person anymore." Because the self isn't fixed, it's fragile. So fragile, in fact, that a stroke, a tumor, a drug, or a trauma can shatter it completely. And if that's true, what are you? A name on a birth certificate, a timeline of memories you've already corrupted, a voice in your head that doesn't belong to you, a face in the mirror that isn't real, or maybe just a flicker in a dark, spinning machine, whispering the word I because it's afraid of disappearing. So next time you say, "This is just who I am," pause. Ask yourself, who's talking, and who do they think they are? 5. The decision that decided you based on determinism, neurological predecision research, unconscious processing, and the illusion of free will. You like to believe you're in control, that you choose, decide, act, that your life for better or worse is yours. But what if every decision you've ever made was decided for you, before you even knew it? This is not philosophy, this is neuroscience. And the evidence is devastating. Let's return to the Libet experiment, the one we touched on before, where participants were asked to flex their wrist whenever they felt the urge, and note when they decided to do it. Electrodes measured their brain activity. Libet found something horrifying. The readiness potential, the brain's signal to initiate movement, began before the person consciously decided to act. On average, by about 350 milliseconds, your brain acts. Then you become aware. Then your mind makes up a story to explain it. That's not free will. That's post-rationalization. Other studies have gone deeper. Using fMRI scans, researchers could predict a subject's decision up to 7 seconds before the subject consciously made it. 7 seconds. That's not unconscious influence. That's unconscious control. And yet, you feel like you're choosing. You feel like your preferences are yours. But think, did you choose your genetics, your parents, your culture, the books you've read, the traumas you've survived, the chemicals that regulate your dopamine and serotonin? Of course not. You didn't choose the ingredients. You only believe you chose the meal. This is determinism, the view that every event, including human decisions, is the inevitable result of previous causes. Your belief in free will is like watching a firework explode and thinking the sparks chose their direction. Let's go deeper. Imagine you're standing at a crossroads, choosing between two paths. One leads to comfort, the other to chaos. You hesitate, reflect, make your choice. You feel powerful, free. But what if I told you your decision was based not on reason or reflection, but on minute fluctuations in neural noise in your brain at the moment of choice? Because that's exactly what new research shows, that your free will might be the illusion of noise interpreted as choice. So when you say, "I made the best decision I could," you may just be describing the outcome of biochemical coin tosses, shaped by trauma, bias, fear, and genetic predisposition. Now, consider addiction. Do addicts choose to relapse? Ask anyone who's tried to quit a substance, or a person, or a pattern, and they'll tell you, it feels like something inside them decides for them, and they just watch. This isn't weakness. This is reality. Behavioral economics shows that we are irrational creatures, making decisions against our best interests over and over, then constructing justifications afterward. You don't buy the product because you need it. You buy it because the color, music, lighting, and social proof nudged you into desire. You don't fall in love by choice. You fall because of timing, hormones, scent, symmetry, unresolved childhood wounds, and evolutionary triggers your mind will never understand. Then you say, "I just knew." But just knowing is the language of someone being acted upon by forces they cannot see. And the brain wants to be blind to this, because the idea that your preferences, beliefs, and actions aren't truly yours, that they were formed by accidents of biology and chance, is intolerable, so your brain hides it. It wraps each unconscious act in the blanket of free will, and whispers, "You chose this, but did you?" Let's play a game. Think of a number between 1 and 10. Got it? Good. Now ask yourself, why that number? Why not another? What chain of events, memories, exposures, cultural associations, neurological patterns, and irrelevant stimuli led you to choose that exact one? You'll say, "I don't know." And that's the truth. You don't, because the you that chose was never really there. There was just a system reacting to internal and external forces, interpreting itself as choice, and calling it freedom. But there's more. When neuroscientists study choice blindness, they find that people will defend decisions they didn't actually make. In one study, subjects were shown to photos and asked to choose which person they found more attractive. Unbeknownst to them, the researchers swapped the images, giving them the one they didn't pick. And yet, most subjects explained why they chose it with complete confidence. They were defending decisions they never made. And they didn't. Notice, this is not rare. This is normal. So how many of your decisions, from what you wore today to who you trusted, loved, hurt, or became, were not choices, but aftershocks? And if every action you take is the result of causes beyond your control, past experiences, genetics, environment, neurochemistry, what exactly do you think you're responsible for? What exactly makes you free? Is it the feeling of freedom? Because feeling free doesn't make it real. Prisoners dream of freedom every night, but their cages remain. So the next time you look back on your life and say, "I chose this," ask yourself, who or what made the choice? And was there ever really a you to make it? 6. You don't see the world. You see what you expect. You don't open your eyes and see reality. You open your eyes, and your brain fills in the blanks. Right now, as you read these words, your mind is quietly reconstructing a version of the world it thinks should be there. Not based on truth, but on past experiences, emotional filters, and unconscious predictions. Your vision isn't sight, It's storytelling. Ever misplaced? Your phone while holding it. Walked into a room and forgotten why you went there. Argued with someone only to realize you both remember the same event completely differently. That isn't forgetfulness. That's the terrifying consequence of predictive perception. Your brain doesn't wait for reality. It guesses. It uses only a few sensory clues: light, shadows, movement, and builds a world from expectation. Like an AI model hallucinating confidence, your brain fabricates most of what you see. Only a tiny fraction of the visual information hitting your retina actually reaches conscious awareness. The rest, constructed, assumed, filtered. Studies in neuroscience call it predictive coding. Imagine walking down a familiar hallway. You don't actually see every tile, every crack, every detail. Your brain assumes the hallway hasn't changed, so it shows you what it expects to see. This shortcut saves energy, but it comes at a disturbing cost. You're seeing memories, not reality. Now imagine how dangerous that becomes. Imagine watching someone's face and thinking you understand their emotions when in fact you're just projecting your own. Imagine thinking you remember your childhood accurately, but those memories were stitched together by emotion, bias, and time. Your entire visual world becomes a hallucination you've agreed to trust. You believe you see the world clearly, but you don't. You see what your mind lets you see. You see what feels familiar, even if it's wrong. You see what protects your current beliefs, even if they're false, because your brain is not loyal to truth. It's loyal to survival. This is why magic tricks work, why eyewitness testimonies are unreliable, why you can stare at someone you love and miss every sign there, falling apart inside. You walk through life assuming the world is as you see it, but the real horror, you don't see the world. You see a custom illusion your brain projected onto it, and that illusion is crafted not for accuracy, but for comfort. Your memories can be edited without your permission. Would you like me to continue? 7. The mirror you've been avoiding, you think you're self-aware, but what if the you observing yourself is just another illusion? You stand in front of the mirror, eyes locked with the reflection. It blinks when you blink, smiles when you smile. It seems loyal, familiar, honest. But here's the terrifying twist. The mirror doesn't show you you. It shows who you believe you are. We build our identity like a collage, snipped from praise, blame, trauma, culture, algorithmic suggestions, and childhood echoes. And that mirrored version, it reflects the edited script, not the raw footage. Neuroscience shows that when you recall a memory, you're not rewatching a scene. You're rewriting it. You don't remember the past. You construct it. Every time. With emotional bias, subconscious fears, and narrative convenience. So who's looking in the mirror? Is it the child who craved approval and built a personality to survive rejection? The teenager who buried dreams because someone laughed too loud? The adult who mimics confidence to protect the soft child beneath? The scariest thing about self-reflection is realizing you've never truly met yourself, only the version sculpted by survival. And the more you repeat that reflection in mirrors, in thoughts, in posts, the more real the lie becomes. One day, you'll stare long enough to see the cracks, not on the mirror, but in the mask. And if you're brave enough to keep looking past the familiar, you might meet the stranger you've always been. 8. The secret architecture of emotion. You feel sadness, joy, rage. But have you ever asked who designed those feelings and why? You believe your emotions are real, That when you cry, it's because of pain. When you laugh, it's because something's funny. But what if emotions aren't pure responses, but programmed reactions? Biology wired us with emotions to help us survive. Fear kept us from lions. Love bonded us to our tribe. Guilt made us obey. These were never about truth. They were tools, crude instruments designed to manipulate behavior. Take guilt. You think it means you did something wrong. But most guilt isn't moral, it's social. It appears not when you hurt someone, but when someone saw you hurt them. Guilt isn't the compass, it's the leash. Take love. You think it's pure, unconditional, yours. But oxytocin surges are chemically identical to addiction. You didn't choose love. Your brain paired a memory with a chemical and called it fate. When it fades, you think something went wrong. Nothing went wrong. The drug wore off. Take anger. You feel it when boundaries are crossed. But in ancient tribes, anger wasn't about justice. It was dominance theater. A way to scare others into obedience without spilling blood. Today, it still works. Online rage gets attention. Rage is power currency. You were born into this emotional operating system, never questioning the why beneath each feeling. You say, I'm anxious. But you don't ask, why was anxiety installed in the first place? You say, I'm in love. But you don't ask, who benefits from me staying attached? Because once you ask, you risk realizing something unthinkable. Your emotions may not be expressions of your soul. They may be scripts. And the scariest part, you're still performing them. 9. Time is not what you think it is. You live by hours, regret the past, and fear the future. But time, the most trusted structure of your life, was never real to begin with. Right now, you believe you're moving through time, that the past is behind you, the future is ahead, and the present is slipping away. But here's the first fracture in that belief. Physics disagrees. Einstein's theory of relativity shattered the idea of a universal now. In space-time, there's no special moment called the present. Every second that's ever happened is still happening. Right now, your 7th birthday exists. Your final breath exists. Your heartbreaks, your triumphs, your forgotten Wednesday mornings, they never left. So why do you experience time as linear? Because your brain creates the illusion of flow. It organizes memory, senses, and attention like a movie reel, frame by frame, but time doesn't move forward. You do. And what you call the past is just a story your brain replays, edited, blurred, and sometimes completely false. Ever noticed how a joyful moment flies by, but pain stretches for eternity? That's not time changing. That's perception, bending. And here's the disturbing twist. If time isn't moving, then you are trapped. Not in a river, but in a frozen block. A sculpture of light and memory, playing the illusion of movement. You aren't riding the arrow of time. You are the arrow. And when you finally understand this, you'll stop fearing the future. Not because it's safe, but because it's already happened. 10. You were born to obey. You believe you have free will. But most of your life has been dictated not by chains, but by unseen rules carved into your nervous system. From the moment you took your first breath, systems began programming you. Your parents, language, religion, culture, screens, and silence, each one shaping your nervous system like clay. And by the time you could speak your own name, you were already obeying. Obeying what? Patterns, norms, rewards. Fear, psychologists call it operant conditioning, but it runs deeper than that. Your brain is a machine built for survival, not freedom. When you touch a hot stove once, it remembers forever. When you're praised for staying silent, it trains your voice to disappear. When you're shamed for crying, your nervous system locks up emotions like dangerous animals. And soon, your choices aren't choices. They're reflexes dressed as decisions. You walk a certain way, avoid certain topics, smile to keep peace, stay quiet to stay safe, lie politely because the truth feels like violence. Even your personality, a performance shaped by what once protected you. Here's the part you never hear. Obedience doesn't need a tyrant. It only needs repetition. Because over time, the jailer becomes your reflection, and you'll defend your prison. Call it maturity. Call it being realistic. Call it just how I am. But deep inside, a quiet scream still echoes. I wasn't born this way. No, you weren't. You were born to be free, but trained to forget what that feels like. 11. Your identity is a lie. You memorized the you speaking inside your head. Your voice, your story, your personality is not original. It's a collage, a borrowed script glued together by survival. Who are you? You probably have an answer ready, a name, a belief system, a style, a dream. But none of that came from you. You didn't choose your name, or your language, or your religion, or the traumas that shaped how you love, trust, or break. From your earliest memories, you've been absorbing fragments of other people's fears, desires, and habits, then calling them me. The confidence, stolen from someone you admired. The sarcasm, copied from someone who used it to hide pain. The fear of being too much, gifted to you by someone too afraid to handle your light. And here's where it gets disturbing. Your personality, the thing you cling to, is just a defense system that got good at performing safety. You think you don't like confrontation. Maybe you were punished the first time you tried. You say you're not a creative person. Maybe your imagination was laughed at once. These tiny moments, they've fertilized, and now you live inside them. But here's the real horror. The longer you play the same identity, the harder it becomes to escape it. Your brain rewires, your voice morphs, even your body posture begins to mirror the lies you've repeated for years. So the you reading this now, he's not real. He's a mask made of memories, glued to your face so tightly, you forgot what your real skin feels like. 12. Your brain deletes reality to protect you. You're not perceiving the world. You're hallucinating a version of it. Your brain thinks you can emotionally survive. Look around you. What you see, the colors, the shapes, the objects feels real. But your brain doesn't give you reality. It gives you a version of reality that won't destroy you. Every second, your senses take in over 11 million bits of data. Your brain processes less than 50. The rest, deleted, filtered, warped, ignored. Why? Because the truth is overwhelming. It would break you. You don't see ultraviolet, feel magnetic fields, or hear frequencies that animals detect. You walk through a filtered hallucination your brain constructs not because it's true, but because it's safe. Ever missed something obvious? Ever walked into a room and forgot why? Ever been so sure of a memory only to find out it never happened? That's not forgetfulness, that's curated perception. Even emotion filters reality. When you're sad, the world feels slower, colors seem dull. When you're in love, the same world looks enchanted. So what's the truth? There isn't one. There's only your brain's version of what it thinks you can handle, and if that version shatters, from trauma, from grief, from a psychedelic experience, your world collapses, literally, not because reality broke, but because your illusion did, and what's left behind isn't enlightenment. It's madness. 13. Your personality isn't yours. You didn't create your personality, it was downloaded into you by fear, approval, trauma, and now it wears you like a mask. The person you call you, the one who's ambitious, quiet, loud, smart, anxious, funny, kind, that you didn't come from within. It was installed piece by piece by parents who punished you when you were too loud, by teachers who rewarded you when you conformed, by friends who liked the funny version of you more than the honest one, by social media that trained your dopamine like a dog. You shaped yourself to survive approval systems, to get love, to avoid shame, and over time you forgot it was a mask. You started calling it me, but what if you were never the calm one, never the helper, never the achiever? What if those traits were safety mechanisms formed to prevent abandonment, not express identity? Psychologists call this the adaptive self. It's the version of you that could survive the system you were born into. It's intelligent, but it's not authentic, and here's the nightmare: most people die having never met their true self. They just perfect their mask, they decorate it, brand it, monetize it, but it's still a mask. You are not your personality, you are the one underneath. The quiet voice you silenced long ago because it wasn't safe to be that honest. Want to meet your real self? Good luck. You buried them in a tomb of habits, fears, and approval-based identities, and unburying them will feel like dying because, in a way, it is. 14. Your memories are false, and you're defending fiction. Every story you tell about your past has been rewritten by you. You think you remember your childhood, you think you know what happened. But the brain is not a recorder, it's a novelist, and it lies with terrifying confidence each time you recall a memory. Your brain doesn't retrieve, it reconstructs it from fragments, from feelings, from what you needed it to mean at the time. You're not remembering, you're rewriting that painful moment when your parents screamed at you. Maybe they were tired, maybe they never even yelled, maybe you weren't even the one being yelled at. But you interpreted the moment as dangerous, so your brain rewrote it as trauma, and that version became permanent, a core memory, a truth, except this rotates. Not true, and neither are the good ones. That sweet vacation you always talk about, the photo you love from that day. It's possible you were miserable, but one photo tricked your mind into backfilling the past with joy. Psychologists call this the memory illusion. But here's the disturbing part: you are willing to fight for these illusions, argue over them, cut people off over them. You're defending stories that might be 10 fact and 90 emotional editing. So ask yourself, what if everything you believe about your past is a self-serving fiction? What if you're just the unreliable narrator in a memoir that never really happened? The truth is this: you don't remember your life, you remember the version that helped you cope with it, and you've built your identity on that fiction. 15. Free will was a lie your brain invented to keep you sane. You didn't choose this thought, or the last one, or the next. You think you're in control, that you made choices today, that you decided to read this, or eat that, or stay silent during that conversation. But here's the terrifying truth: you didn't choose anything, you experienced a choice after your brain already made it. Neuroscientists have measured it. The brain lights up with a decision before you're even aware of making it. Milliseconds before you feel the urge, your neurons have already fired. By the time your consciousness catches up, it's just a narrator explaining decisions it had no part in. This isn't a metaphor, this is observable, tested, repeated, terrifying, and it doesn't stop with small things: the people you love, the things you believe, the path you walk. It was all set in motion by genetics, environment, past experiences, and electrical activity you didn't initiate. You feel like a driver, but you're a passenger with a windshield view and a broken steering wheel. And your brain keeps whispering you're in control because without that illusion, you'd collapse, you'd freeze. You'd question everything, but now you know that moment when you change your mind. It's not freedom, it's just your neurons reacting to new input. Predictable, biological, predetermined. There is no free will, only the illusion of it, and the more you believe you're choosing, the deeper the lie pulls you in 16. Your personality is just a repeating glitch. You don't have a self, you have a story. And that story keeps rewriting itself. When you're not looking, you think you're someone. You describe yourself with words: kind, introverted, ambitious, broken, loyal, emotional, logical, as if these traits are stable, solid, stitched into your DNA. But what if your personality is nothing more than a side effect, a glitch? In a system constantly guessing what you're supposed to be, your brain is a prediction machine. Every second it tries to guess what happens next. What you'll say, what you'll feel, how you'll react, based not on reality, but on your past patterns. And because it repeats those patterns, you mistake the loop for identity. You weren't born shy or confident. You weren't destined to be sensitive or ruthless. You just got rewarded or punished early on, and your brain built a model to survive. Now that model speaks for you, you feel like yourself. When you act in line with it, you feel off. When you break the script, but that script isn't you, it's a prediction that you mistake for a personality. You call it introversion, but maybe it's just learned caution. You call it ambition, but maybe it's just fear of irrelevance. You call it logic, but maybe it's just emotional shutdown with better grammar. And every time your brain repeats these labels, the story grows stronger, not truer, just louder. Your personality is not a soul, it's not even solid. It's a pattern, trained, replayed, reinforced, and now that you know, you might notice it, shifting, flickering, like a hologram trying to hold form. It's not who you are, it's just the version your brain learned to perform. 17. You've never had an original thought. Your brain is a remix machine, pretending to be a creator. You believe you've had ideas. You believe those ideas came from you, that inspiration struck like lightning, that your mind in some flash of brilliance birthed something new. But here's the uncomfortable truth. Every idea you've ever had was planted by the books you've read, the voices you've heard, the rooms you've sat in, the colors you've seen, the smells you forgot, the fears you buried. Your brain is not a source. It's a filter. It rearranges, it recycles, it masks the source code. You call it creativity, but it's recombination. You call it originality, but it's influence with a disguise. There is no thought in your head that didn't come from somewhere else first. Your opinions inherited, your preferences conditioned, your judgments taught. Even your inner voice, the one narrating the sentence, isn't yours. It's an echo of everyone who's ever shaped you, stitched together into a voice that feels like you, but it's not really. You've been convinced that thinking is creation, but it's reflection. Your thoughts are shaped by culture, media, trauma bias, repetition, and memory distortion, and you confuse the output with authorship. You didn't choose your thoughts, they emerged from the depths of a system trained by everything you didn't notice. And yet you still take pride in them, as if a mirror could be proud of its reflection. Tonight the mirror shatters, and the voice you thought was yours, you'll start to hear how borrowed it really is. 18. The voice in your head isn't yours. It sounds like you, it speaks in your rhythm, but it serves someone else. You hear it all day, that inner voice, whispering commentary on everything you do, say, wear, eat, regret, desire. Sometimes kind, sometimes cruel, sometimes unbearable. You think it's you, your essence, your identity, your soul, but it's not that voice. It's been trained, conditioned like a dog-fed script since childhood. Your inner dialogue speaks in the tone of your caretakers, your teachers, your first bully, your culture, your religion, your past shame. It tells you who you're allowed to be, what's possible, what's ugly, what's sacred, but you never chose that script. It was uploaded. That's why sometimes you hate yourself, in words that never originated from your heart. Why you shame yourself, in tones that mimic old authority. Why your self-image feels like a prison you don't remember building. Your inner voice is a mimic, trained through repetition, trauma, approval, and fear. It keeps you inside the lines. It limits risk. It silences rebellion. And worst of all, it disguises itself as you. So when it says you're not enough, you believe it. When it says no one will love you, you obey. When it says you'll fail, you flinch, retreat, conform. But here's the terrifying twist. You've never actually heard your real voice. Only the edited version. And maybe, just maybe, it's time to confront the truth that your mind's narrator was never yours to begin with. The voice in your head is not your friend, it's the warden. And tonight, you hear its bars for the first time. 19. Your self-image was constructed to control you. You didn't design the mirror you live in. Someone else built it, then taught you to stay inside its borders. You believe you know yourself. You point to your habits, your likes, your scars, your fears. You call it me, but pause. Where did those labels come from? Why do you flinch when praised? Why do you laugh when uncomfortable? Why do you shrink in mirrors? Why do you always feel less? The image you have of yourself wasn't born from introspection. It was constructed, brick by brick, by people who needed you to behave, to conform, to obey. The moment you started crawling, people around you began labeling: quiet child, too loud, smart, lazy, ugly, promising. You didn't choose those boxes, you just grew into them. Society handed you a costume and told you this is who you are, then punished you when you tried to take it off. The mirror in your mind reflects not your truth, but what made others feel safe. You became what your environment allowed. You pruned your edges. You buried your chaos. You learned to play roles to avoid abandonment, to be lovable, to be acceptable. Now, decades later, you mistake that performance for identity. But deep inside, there's a fracture, a ghost of who you were before they told you who to be. And it haunts you in quiet moments, in dreams where you scream and no sound comes out, in memories you can't explain, in random bursts of rebellion that feel like oxygen. Your self-image isn't a reflection, it's a prison. And every time you call yourself a failure, a burden, a disappointment, you're repeating words someone else embedded into the mirror. The truth: you never saw yourself, only the version that was safest for others. But now you're awake, and mirrors can be shattered. 20. You're addicted to your own pain. The wound should have healed long ago, but you keep reopening it, just to feel alive. Pain was never meant to stay. It's supposed to pass through you, like weather, like wind, but for some reason, you made a home out of it. Why? Because pain is familiar, and the human mind craves familiarity over freedom. You learned early that hurt gets attention. Tears bring comfort. Wounds invite connection. So when joy came, it felt dangerous, foreign, unstable. Your nervous system adapted. It stopped trusting peace. It wired itself to survive storms instead of sunshine. And now, even when life offers softness, your mind sabotages it. You chase toxic love. You repeat old mistakes. You provoke conflict where none exists, because somewhere deep inside, you believe happiness is a setup, that if you relax, the pain will return tenfold. So you cling to suffering, not out of weakness, but because your brain thinks it's safer. You confuse pain with identity. If I stop hurting, who am I? If I heal, will anyone still love me? Pain became your ritual, your rhythm, your God. But here's the truth. You are not your trauma. You are the person who survived it. And now you have to decide. Do you keep living in the house built from sorrow? Or do you risk everything to find out who you are without the pain? Because healing won't feel like joy at first. It'll feel like grief, like betrayal, like death. But on the other side of that discomfort is something your pain could never give you, peace that doesn't hurt. 21. Your brain is wired to expect the worst. It's not pessimism, it's survival. But it's killing your present. Imagine this. You send a message. No reply. Your brain instantly whispers, they're ignoring you. They hate you. You messed up. But none of that is true. Still your mind believes the darkest version first. Why? Because deep in your ancient wiring, the brain had one job: keep you alive. Not happy, not calm, alive. So it evolved a bias. Negative thoughts equals protection. Expect disaster, and you'll be prepared. Hope for the best, and you might die. This is called negativity bias, a survival feature that once saved us from lions, betrayal, and starvation, but now destroys our relationships, dreams, and peace of mind. You could receive 100 compliments, and your brain will obsess over the one insult. You could have years of stability and still lose sleep over one imagined catastrophe. That's not your fault, but it is your responsibility, because modern life demands something ancient brains hate: trust. Trust that not everyone is out to hurt you, that good things can last, that maybe, just maybe, you're not doomed. But rewiring is painful. It means confronting your fears, letting go of control, sitting with uncertainty without letting it rot you from the inside. Your brain wants a script. If I imagine the worst, I won't be blindsided. But reality doesn't follow your script. It just keeps unfolding. And every second you spend rehearsing your tragedies, you miss the beauty right in front of you. So next time your mind spirals, pause, breathe, ask yourself, is this truth? Or is this just my fear wearing a mask? Because the greatest danger now isn't the threat. It's your inability to believe in anything good without destroying it first. 22. Your brain edits reality to protect your identity. You're not who you think you are. You're who your brain allows you to believe you are. You like to believe you're honest, open-minded, fair, self-aware. But what if your brain has built a false self, not to deceive the world, but to protect you from you? Here's the disturbing truth. Your identity isn't a fact. It's a fragile illusion, a carefully edited highlight reel your brain assembles to keep you psychologically intact. It hides the shame. It blurs the hypocrisy. It bends the past. Because if you saw the whole truth of who you are, without filters, without edits, it might break you. So your brain protects you with lies. You didn't lie. You just protected someone's feelings. You didn't fail. The system was unfair. You're not insecure. You're just selective. It's called identity preservation bias. The mind will bend reality itself to maintain a consistent self-image, even if that image is based on fiction. Think you're immune. Every memory you recall, every judgment you make, every opinion you defend has already passed through layers of self-serving distortion that you in your head. It's not a mirror, it's a mask, woven from fear, ego, hope, trauma, and memory fragments, stitched together. That's why changing your beliefs feels like dying, because it is a death of the self-image your brain swore to protect. And here's the paradox. The more tightly you cling to who you are, the further you drift from who you could become. True self-awareness isn't found in affirmations. It's forged in discomfort. It begins the moment you stop defending yourself and start asking, what part of me is my mind protecting and why? 23. Your brain manufactures false memories, and you believe every one you trust your past. But your brain has been editing the script behind your back. Close your eyes and remember your first school. The way the classroom smelled. The exact words your teacher used when she praised or humiliated you. You feel it. You swear it happened exactly like that. But it didn't. Not exactly. In 1974, psychologists Elizabeth Loftus and John Palmer conducted an infamous experiment. They showed participants footage of a car crash, then asked how fast the cars were going when they smashed, hit, or contacted. The word choice alone dramatically changed people's memories, not just the speed, but whether they imagined broken glass that didn't exist. One word, and the memory rewired itself. You think your memories are photographs, but they're paintings, subjective, emotional, vulnerable, and every time you recall a memory, you rewrite it, influenced by your current emotions, beliefs, and bias. It's called reconsolidation. Neuroscience has confirmed your brain doesn't store memories like files. It stores fragments: emotion, sensation, image. Story then reconstructs them each time you retrieve them. Worse, the more emotional a memory is, the less accurate it becomes. Because the amygdala, brain's fear center, hijacks logic, amplifies pain, and distorts truth to protect you. This is why trauma victims sometimes remember things that never happened, and forget things they swore they'd never forget. This is why siblings remember the same childhood so differently. Why two people can argue over what really happened, and both be telling the truth as they remember it. And here's the chilling part. Even after you learn your memory is false, you still feel like it's real. Because memory isn't about accuracy, it's about identity. It tells you who you are, what you've survived, and what you believe about the world. So your brain protects the lie, to protect you. And now you must ask yourself, if I can't trust my memories, what part of my identity is built on fiction? 24. The present doesn't exist. You're always living in the past. What you feel as now is already over. Right. Now, you think you're reading this in real time. You believe your thoughts, your sensations, your awareness, all of it is happening now. But neurologically, that's a lie. Your brain doesn't give you the present. It gives you a processed, delayed version of reality. You live inside a mental replay, carefully edited to feel instantaneous. The truth, you're always 80 milliseconds behind the world, sometimes more, because your brain needs time to receive signals, interpret them, and stitch them into a conscious experience. Touch a hot stove. Your nerves take milliseconds to relay the pain. See a flash of lightning. Your visual cortex interprets color, shape, light after the light's already gone. Yet your brain synchronizes all this data across all senses into a seamless illusion of now. It has to, because the truth that you're living in a delayed echo of reality would destroy your ability to function. This delay is called the perceptual present, a buffer zone, a trick, and it gets worse. That moment of now you think you're feeling, it's not a moment at all. It's a window about 2 to 3 seconds wide, within which your brain groups together sensory events into a fake experience of continuity. This is why songs have rhythm, why language has flow, why you don't see life as chaotic flickers of disconnected sensations. Your mind glues everything together with a lie. You're not experiencing reality, you're experiencing your brain's best guess of what just happened. And that guess is always slightly late, slightly wrong, and entirely artificial. So when you say, "I'm living in the moment," what you really mean is, "I'm living in the past, but I've been fooled into feeling present." Now ask yourself, if the present doesn't exist, what part of your life have you ever truly lived? 25. Your emotions are hacking reality, and you're letting them. You don't see the world as it is. You see it as you feel. When you're sad, the sky looks grayer. When you're anxious, time speeds up. When you're angry, every face looks more hostile. You think the world changed, but it didn't. You did. Your emotions don't just color your perceptions, they rewrite them. Inside your brain, the limbic system, your emotional core, has a backdoor into your sensory systems. It can alter what you hear, distort what you see, twist what you remember. Fear sharpens sound, warps time, and magnifies threats. Joy blurs flaws and boosts color intensity. Grief turns everyday noise into emotional landmines. You are not a camera. You are not recording reality. You are editing it in real time based on how you feel. Even memories are vulnerable. You don't remember events. You remember how you felt about those events the last time you remembered them. Each recall isn't a replay, it's a rewrite. So your mind becomes a story, one shaped less by truth and more by emotional bias. You smile when someone smiles at you, not because you trust them, but because your brain mirrors emotion before it checks for logic. We are emotional first, rational second. In fact, studies show that without emotions, we can't even make decisions. People with damaged emotional centers become paralyzed by choice, unable to pick a cereal brand, a shirt, or even when to speak. Emotion is the operating system. Logic is just a program running on top of it. You were taught to trust your thoughts, to value reason over feeling. But the disturbing truth is, your feelings came first, they've already changed. What you see, what you remember, and what you believe. 26. The false memories you swear are real. Not everything you remember happened, and not everything that happened can be remembered. You remember your 5th birthday, the blue balloon, your uncle's bad joke, the taste of strawberry cake. But here's the nightmare. None of it may have actually happened. In 1995, psychologist Elizabeth Loftus proved something terrifying. You can implant completely false memories into people's minds, and they'll defend them as if they were sacred truth. In one study, people were told they got lost in a shopping mall as a child. They swore they remembered it. They cried, described the details, even named the store. But it never happened. Your memory isn't a hard drive. It's a story engine. Each time you recall a moment, you don't replay the original event, you rebuild it. And every rebuild is a renovation. Details shift. Emotions bleed in. Other people's stories mix with yours. Movies, dreams, photos, suggestions, they all contaminate the file. Eventually, your brain locks in the lie, not as fiction, but as fact. The hippocampus and prefrontal cortex, the brain's memory processors, don't tag memories as real or fake. They tag them as vivid or vague, and your brain believes vivid equals truth. That's why two siblings can remember the same day differently. One says the argument happened in the kitchen. The other swears it was in the car. Both are sure. Both are wrong. Some of your most cherished life moments, the ones that shaped your identity, may be built on illusions. This isn't just sad, it's dangerous. Entire eyewitness testimonies collapse under this truth. Innocent people go to prison. Family rifts are created. And you walk around believing things that never happened. Tonight, you'll fall asleep thinking about what else you might have imagined. What if you've never really known yourself at all? 27. The thoughts that aren't yours. Not every voice in your head is your own. Some were planted, some grew. Like weeds, you believe you're in control of your thoughts, that your opinions are your own. But what if the seeds were never yours to begin with? Every day, thousands of external ideas crawl into your subconscious through music, movies, social media, even passing conversations, and root themselves as beliefs. It's not brainwashing, it's conditioning. Let's test it. You hear a song about heartbreak on repeat. Suddenly, your own relationships feel colder. You scroll past 10 videos about anxiety. You start feeling anxious, but can't explain why. A friend tells you you've changed lately, and that one sentence rewrites your self-image. Welcome to the contamination of consciousness. Neuroscience shows that your brain has mirror neurons. They mimic what you observe, not just physically, but emotionally. You don't just see someone cry, you feel their sadness. You don't just hear a fear, you inherit it. And over time, these borrowed thoughts become permanent furniture in your mind. You arrange your life around them, avoid certain people, doubt certain dreams, hate certain parts of yourself. But here's the disturbing twist. You never actually chose those thoughts. They slipped in through repetition, suggestion, trauma, or trust. And now, they speak with your voice. You can't even tell which beliefs are truly yours, which dreams are genuine, which fears were installed. This isn't about paranoia, it's about awakening. Because the most terrifying truth is this: you may have never met your real self, only the version that others programmed. Tonight, the war isn't just for your attention, it's for your identity. 28. Time is a lie your brain tells you. You think time is linear. Forward, backward, yesterday, today, tomorrow. But what if time is just a hallucination? A survival tool your mind invented to stop you from breaking. Let this sink in. Your brain doesn't experience time. It constructs it. There's no clock ticking inside your head. No natural countdown or forward motion. Instead, your mind stitches together memories, expectations, and sensory data to create the illusion of time flowing. But that flow, it's not universal. It's not even accurate. It's personalized, fiction-tailored, just for you. Think about it. When you're in danger, time slows down. A second stretches into an eternity. When you're happy, time disappears. Hours vanish like smoke. When you're grieving, time stops. A month can feel like a lifetime. This isn't just emotion, it's neuroscience. The brain relies on the default mode networker system that creates your sense of self and past future. But this network isn't a clock, it's a narrator. It rewrites, skips scenes, distorts chapters. Your timeline is just a fragile story, a subjective scrapbook. Even memories, the anchors of your personal time, aren't reliable. They're rewritten every time you recall them. You're not remembering what happened, you're remembering your last memory of it. So what happens if time itself is fake? You're trapped in a mental simulation, one where your future is just imagined, your past is reconstructed, and your present is gone the moment you notice it. And yet, this illusion is what keeps you sane. Without time, your brain breaks, your identity melts, your decisions lose meaning, your world collapses. The most disturbing truth: time doesn't pass. You do. 29. Your deepest fears were installed, not chosen. What terrifies you the most? Abandonment, death, humiliation. What if I told you those fears aren't yours at all? Let's rip open the curtain. Most of your core fears, those that paralyze you in silence, were never born inside you. They were injected. From birth, your brain is a recording device, not a rational thinker. It watches, absorbs, mimics. Before you could speak, you were already learning what to fear from your mother's trembling voice, your father's angry silences, and the subtle panic in a stranger's eyes. This is called transgenerational trauma. Yes, your ancestors' fears can become your default settings. Your brain carries fear like genetic luggage, passed down without your permission, and it goes deeper. The media you consume, the tone of a teacher, even the rhythm of an argument in the next room, they implant emotional landmines into your subconscious. You fear judgment because your worth was measured in approval. You fear abandonment because love was given in pieces. You fear failure because success was the only thing that got attention. But here's the disturbing twist: your brain doesn't care if those fears help you. It only cares if they kept you alive once, so it locks them in. It encodes them into your body: tight shoulders, shallow breath, racing heart, symptoms of someone else's pain, living inside you. You're not broken, you're programmed. And the scariest part, you defend that programming as if it's you. Because to your brain, changing your fears feels like dying. But now that you know, can you ever unsee it? 30. Normal is the most dangerous word in the world. It sounds harmless, safe, familiar. But normal is the prison your mind doesn't know it's locked in. You've been taught to chase it, to crave a life that fits within the lines, to feel comforted when your choices, your fears, your routines match everyone else's. Normal is whispered as reassurance. That's normal. You're normal. They're not. But let's dissect this. Normal is not truth. It's consensus, a collective hallucination shaped by culture, repetition, and fear. It's the agreed-upon script for how to live, even if no one's read the fine print. You think your desires are yours. Think again. You want a house, car, degree, marriage, family, vacation, retirement, not because you chose them, but because you were told that's what a normal life looks like. And here's the mind-twisting part. Once you accept normal as the goal, you start policing your own mind. You edit your thoughts. You suppress your curiosity. You silence discomfort. You punish anything that feels too different. You become a warden in your own mental jail. And yet, every genius, every breakthrough, every truth-shattering idea was born from someone who broke away from normal. Not just broke away from its screaming. But normal is seductive. It promises safety. It wraps you in community, in expectation, in tradition. Until one day, you wake up, mid-life, mid-panic attack, mid-pentiness, wondering, why does my normal life feel so wrong? Because normal isn't designed for your truth. It's designed for compliance. And the longer you cling to it, the more of yourself you bury beneath it. So next time you hear the word normal, ask yourself, whose normal is this? And What part of me had to die to fit into it? 31. The memory you trust is a lie being rewritten in real time. Your past isn't fixed. It's a living fiction, and every time you remember something, it becomes less true. You think of memory as a camera, a faithful recorder of the moments that made you, but the truth is darker. Memory is not a storage system. It's a reconstruction engine. Every time you recall a memory, you don't retrieve the original. You recreate it from fragments. Worse, you overwrite it, update it, corrupt it with present emotions, biases, regrets, fears. The act of remembering changes the memory itself, not metaphorically, neurologically. That childhood birthday party, the one where your dad smiled. You remember his kindness, but maybe he wasn't smiling. Maybe he was drunk. Maybe he was angry. But over time, your brain decided it's safer if we change that. And so it did. Every memory you revisit is edited like a document being saved under the same file name but with entirely new words. False confidence, false nostalgia, false pain, all created by your own brain, trying to protect you, or punish you, or keep you sane. This is why eyewitnesses contradict each other, why siblings remember the same event with different emotional colors, why therapy can dig up something buried for 20 years, and yet feel as real as yesterday. Now consider this. If memory is that unstable, who are you really? If the stories you tell yourself about yourself are built on a foundation of distortion, then how much of you is fact, and how much is convenient fiction? You are not the sum of your memories. You are the sum of your rewrites, and your next memory, it's being corrupted right now, as your brain processes these words. 32. Nostalgia is a hallucination you're addicted to. There's a strange ache you carry inside. You're like a phantom limb of something you once had but can't name. You feel it in music that makes your chest tighten, in smells that suddenly teleport you somewhere impossible, in the way your mind romanticizes even your darkest moments. You call it nostalgia, but nostalgia is not a memory. It's not even a feeling. It's a hallucination, a drug your brain releases to distort time, anesthetize regret, and feed you a lie that the past was better, that you were happier, that you were whole. Let's break it open. You don't remember your past, not accurately. You remember fragments. Your brain takes a few jagged pixels of experience and paints them with soft oil pastels, warping details, changing colors, inventing missing parts. Then it plays the image back like a movie you think you lived, but you didn't. The childhood you mourn, it's a reconstruction assembled by trauma gaps, survival logic, and longing. That summer you miss so deeply might never have existed the way you remember it. That person you used to be, a version your mind manufactured to give current pain something to contrast against. And still, you crave it, because nostalgia is comforting. It tells you there was a before, a better version of you, a safer world, a cleaner timeline. But here's the haunting truth. Your nostalgia is not a doorway, it's a prison. Nostalgia isn't passive. It doesn't just come and go like a cloud. It's weaponized. Corporations inject it into every commercial you see. Governments weaponize it to shape identity and history. YouTube thumbnails, TikTok edits, Instagram reels, all engineered to trigger nostalgia loops in your brain. And your brain loves it. Why? Because reality is brutal. The present is full of uncertainty, discomfort, complexity. But nostalgia offers a controlled simulation, a world where things made sense. That's why the same song from your teenage years feels better now. Your brain isn't playing the music. It's playing your illusion of what life felt like back then. The warmth, the simplicity, the promise. But it was never real. You were confused back then too. You cried yourself to sleep too. You just don't remember it, because it ruins the fantasy. Here's the darker layer. Nostalgia is the brain's coping mechanism for unprocessed grief. The life you thought you'd have, the people you thought would stay, the future that died. Quietly, your mind doesn't know how to mourn things that didn't happen, so it hallucinates a better past instead. That's why nostalgia hits strongest. After heartbreak, after failure, after deep identity collapse. After watching someone else live the life you wanted, you're not missing your past. You're grieving your unlived future. Let's go deeper. What if nostalgia isn't just psychological, but neurological damage? There are studies that show when certain parts of the brain are overstimulated, like the hippocampus under emotional stress. It replays memories with altered emotional charge. This means your brain literally adds warmth to memories that weren't actually warm, just to soothe your current distress. In simpler terms, when life feels unbearable, your brain lies to you with sweetened flashbacks, and it works. You calm down, you feel less lost. You get to visit a safer version of yourself, but it's temporary, because your past can't save you. It doesn't exist. It never did. Now, ask yourself, have you ever gone back to a place you loved, your childhood street, your old school, your grandparents' house, and felt the cold realization that it's gone, not physically, but energetically, like the soul of it evaporated? That's not just aging, that's the hallucination dissolving. The illusion you built in your mind can't survive contact with reality, so you chase it harder through memories, through photos, through music, through people who remind you of that era. You don't love the people, you love what they represent. A version of you you're terrified you'll never get back. And here's the cruel twist. Every time you indulge nostalgia, you deepen the belief that your best life is already over. That's why you procrastinate. That's why you self-sabotage. That's why you stay stuck. Because deep down, your subconscious whispers, what's the point of building a future when nothing will ever feel as good as what I already lost? And that belief is a virus. But let me infect it with a countervirus. What if you've never actually felt joy deeply enough to recognize it in real time? What if all the moments you're nostalgic for only feel special because your brain added context and emotion after they happened? Then it means this: you're living new nostalgia every day. You just haven't had time to romanticize it yet. That moment you're in right now, the version of you reading this at 2 a.m., haunted, wired, cracked open one day, this will be a nostalgic memory too. That means you haven't missed your life, you're in it, and you still have time. But only if you stop believing nostalgia is truth. It's not. It's an echo, a trick, a chemical illusion your mind uses to numb your fear of meaninglessness. So tonight, ask yourself, what am I nostalgic for, really? A person, a place, a feeling, or a self that never existed? And more importantly, what is nostalgia trying to distract me from right now? Because once you see it for what it is, not a portal but a veil, you'll realize something terrifying. You're not chasing your past, you're running from your present. 33. The mask that learns to wear you were born without a self. That's the first betrayal. The concept of you is not something you discovered, something that was installed, slowly, by culture, by family, by language, and most violently, by expectation. You didn't grow into yourself. You were carved. Your first words were not your own. They were echoes of others. Your beliefs, your preferences, your sense of identity, none of them emerged from some pristine inner core. They were downloaded into you like software. What you call a self is a patchwork of programs, contradictory, outdated, glitching, but you wear it like skin, convinced it's you. By the time you were 5, you had already absorbed the prejudices of your environment. You learned what to be afraid of, what to admire, who to trust. None of it was based on truth. All of it was social code, designed to keep the machinery of civilization running. But here's the twist. Over time, the mask becomes flesh. The persona you wear begins to shape your actual biology. Studies in neuroscience show that repeated behaviors, even false ones, begin to reshape the neural pathways in your brain. Lie often enough, and you forget the truth. Pretend long enough, and it becomes you. Carl Jung called this the persona, the social mask we wear to survive. But he also warned that the mask, once worn too long, devours the soul underneath. You forget what it felt like to be real. You become the performance. Even your morality is coded performance. Research shows people act ethically only when watched. In isolation, their behavior mutates. There is no innate virtue, just rehearsed responses tailored to the gaze of others. And the truly disturbing part, you're not the director. The mask learns you. It studies what gets approval, what avoids punishment, and it adapts. Over time, it rewrites you to become more efficient at survival, more likable, more acceptable, more dead inside. You wake up every day not as yourself, but as a rehearsal of who others expect you to be. Your smile is sculpted. Your fears are curated. Your values are filtered through what will not get you cancelled, ostracized, or ignored. You are a simulation, running in biological hardware. And when the world stops watching, do you even know how to move? When no one's there to see you, who wears the mask then? 34. The lie of the inner voice. You think there's a you inside your minder. Little voice guiding you, narrating your choices, contemplating the past, planning the future. But that voice isn't you. It's not your soul. It's not your conscience. It's not even original. That inner narrator, it's a glitch, a side effect of language, a noisy, compulsive commentator that arose when humans evolved symbolic thought. It's not here to help you. It's here to keep the illusion going. In fact, neuroscientists have proven that decisions are made milliseconds before your conscious mind becomes aware of them. That means the inner voice you think is deciding things is just narrating choices already made, like a sports commentator describing a game that's already over. Your mind tricks you into thinking you're in control because the alternative that you're not would annihilate your sense of self. But the truth, you're not the one thinking your thoughts. Your thoughts are thinking you. Meditation. Masters have said it for centuries. The voice in your head is not your identity, but you didn't believe them. Maybe because silence terrifies you. Or maybe because the idea of not having a self feels like death. But what if your deepest thoughts weren't even yours? Psychologists have found that a large percentage of our spontaneous thoughts are absorbed from others, media, parents, ads, TikTok news headlines. The brain stitches them into internal monologues that sound like you, but came from everywhere else. Even your inner critic, the part that shames you, doubts you, drags you into anxiety, that voice probably wasn't born in you, it was planted. You inherited it from someone else's trauma, someone else's voice, maybe your father's anger, your teacher's disapproval, society's standards. You call it intuition, but it's mostly noise. Now, here's the real horror. If your inner voice is a puppet of memories and mimicry, if your decisions are made before you even feel like you've made them, if your thoughts are just echoes of a world you didn't choose, then what part of you is actually you? Maybe there isn't one. Maybe the true self isn't hidden underneath the thoughts. Maybe the true self was never there to begin with. 34. The lie of free will and the puppeteer inside you. You wake up in the morning and believe it was you who chose to get out of bed. You pour coffee, brush your teeth, scroll your phone. Each action feels like a conscious decision. But what if I told you none of these were yours? What if your choices are illusions? Your free will, a beautifully constructed lie, one that keeps you sane, while a deeper hidden force manipulates your every move. The illusion of choice studies in neuroscience have revealed something terrifying. In an infamous experiment by Benjamin Libet, researchers observed that the brain's motor cortex lights up milliseconds before a person consciously decides to move. Let that sink in. Before you think you've made a decision, your brain has already decided. You are notified after the choice has already begun. You're not choosing. You're being informed of a decision your subconscious already made. The puppet show you call life every day. You're presented with what appears to be options: red or blue, shirt, walk or drive, coffee or tea. But these aren't decisions in a vacuum. They're outcomes of invisible forces. Your childhood conditioning, cultural programming, deep emotional patterns, social mimicry, hormonal fluctuations, hidden traumas you've buried for years. You think you want something, but you don't. What you want is what you've been wired to want. Desire is not freedom. It is the fingerprint of control, the brain's dark secret. Predictive control. The modern brain doesn't respond to the world. It predicts it. You walk into a room, and your brain already forms a map of what should happen. It completes faces, fills gaps in memory, anticipates movement, and if reality doesn't match your prediction, it doesn't change the map. It warps your perception to fit the model. Your brain is not showing you truth. It's showing you the most predictable hallucination based on its past experience. So even when you think you're reacting authentically, you're just syncing up with an internal simulation. Thoughts are not yours either. Let's go deeper. You think thoughts belong to you, that they arise from yourself. But countless studies in cognitive science now reveal that most thoughts are not generated consciously. They are passive echoes of memory, emotion, and unconscious pattern matching. You are not the creator. You are the radio receiver. You don't think. You catch thoughts from the dark web of mind, culture, and biology. Sometimes they're even implanted through advertising, language, or social contagion. And your mind will dress them up in I to preserve the illusion of ownership. Split brain experiments. The horror within in one of the most disturbing studies in neuroscience history. Patients with split brain syndrome, where the left and right hemispheres are severed, were shown different commands to each hemisphere. The left hand might receive the command, "Get up and walk." The patient would rise without knowing why. When asked why they stood, they would invent reasons. I needed to stretch, or I wanted water. Why? Because the language center of the brain didn't receive the command. It didn't know the real reason, so it made one up. This means your brain doesn't just hide the truth, it fabricates it to preserve the illusion of conscious will. and you believe it every single time. The emotional puppeteer. Think about the last time you lashed out, cried, or made a huge mistake. Did you really choose it, or were you hijacked by emotion? Neuroscience shows that your limbic system, the emotional brain, can override logic within milliseconds. Once fear, anger, lust, or shame activate, your conscious mind becomes a narrator, not a driver. You're not behind the wheel, you're in the trunk, watching the story unfold. What about morality? What about guilt? Here's the dark punchline. If your choices aren't truly yours, what does that say about guilt? Innocence, justice, is the criminal evil, or just a product of conditioning and broken neural patterns? Is the hero noble, or merely someone whose wiring happened to favor empathy? Free will is the foundation of morality, and if it's an illusion, then everything we punish, reward, praise, and blame is built on sand. The puppeteer isn't God. It's you. Here's the final twist. The force controlling you isn't some external god or AI. It's still you, just not the you identify with. It's the ghost of your past experiences, the childhood you, the frightened you. The one who was once hurt and now tries to stay safe at any cost. It's a shadow version of you, stitched from every fear, every memory, every unmet need. It doesn't want truth. It wants control, safety, familiarity. It doesn't care if you're happy. It cares if you're predictable. You are a script that writes itself at this very moment. Your thoughts, your feelings, your very sense of I are unfolding like code. A biological script executing itself through neurons and narratives. You're not the programmer. You're the program, the story, the illusion that became sentient just long enough to believe it's free. You are the trick and the trickster. But what if you saw the strings? What happens if you begin to notice the moments of puppeteering? The flicker of emotion before a thought, the memory that shaped a choice, the environmental cue that triggered desire. Would that awareness give you freedom? Or would it make you even more disturbed, watching yourself move, speak, choose, knowing you're not driving? The final disturbing truth: you are not free. You are complexly determined, a chaotic symphony of history, biology, trauma, memory, and social wiring. But here's the paradox. Only when you realize you are not free can you begin to notice the cage. Only when you stop claiming ownership can you start to disidentify from the puppet. And only in witnessing the lie can a sliver of truth be born, not freedom, but lucid captivity. A mind watching itself quietly scream. 34. The fear that hides in silence. There are terrors we scream about, and then there are those so terrifying we don't speak of them because speaking would give them form. But silence is never empty. Your brain fills that silence with whispers, distortions, things you think you've buried, and they fester. You see, the brain does not deal in silence well. When there's nothing to process, it creates noise. This is why some people hear voices at night, not spiritual, not paranormal, but the brain, starving for input, generating internal hallucinations to cope with emptiness. This silence-induced fear often begins in childhood. Lying in bed, lights off, no voices, no movement, just you and the hum of your own nervous system. That soft, electrical buzz, it's your brain tuning in to itself, like a microphone recording its own static. The fear you felt back then wasn't just was the first moment your brain told you you're alone in here. And what happens when a child first realizes that they are isolated inside a skull? in a world they can only interpret through unreliable senses. That fear never leaves, just becomes quieter, more sophisticated. We learn to drown it. In noise, music, conversation, YouTube, scrolling. But when the silence returns, so does the monster. In adults, this manifests as existential dread silencer, psychological phenomena where, in complete quiet, the mind turns inward and begins to question reality itself. Is any of this real? Who am I really? What if I'm dreaming? These thoughts are defense mechanisms. They distract you from what you're truly afraid of. The identity is a fragile construct your brain made up to protect you. Monks train for decades to master silence. You escape it at every chance. But why is silence so threatening? Because in silence, your inner narrator loses the script. And without narration, the illusion of control collapses. You're not thinking. Anymore you're observing. And what you observe is chaos. Raw, unfiltered thoughts, traumas, memories, suppressed guilt, absurdities that don't belong to logic. You become a witness to your own madness. Ever noticed how, in complete silence, your thoughts feel louder? That's not metaphor. The brain amplifies internal noise in absence of external input. It literally increases sensitivity to your own cognition. In psychological studies, subjects placed in sensory deprivation tanks for just 15 minutes began experiencing auditory hallucinations, vivid flashbacks, and even mild paranoia. Some cried, some begged to leave. Silence broke them. We evolved in a world of predators, of noise. Silence often meant death, the calm before attack. Our biology remembers that. So when everything goes quiet, a part of you expects something to go terribly wrong. That's why your heartbeat feels louder, your breathing becomes conscious, and your imagination spirals. It's the oldest fear, the fear that nothingness is not empty, but hiding something. In moments of deep silence, many people report the sensation of being watched, not because someone is there, but because your brain creates presence to fill the vacuum. A shadowy figure, a distant gaze, a whisper just beyond hearing. It's the mind trying to restore balance by manufacturing threat, and this is where it gets darker. Some psychologists believe the fear of silence isn't about emptiness at Albert, about truth. In noise, we can pretend. In silence, masks fall off. Your true thoughts surface. Your real desires, the repressed memories, the unprocessed trauma, the things you hide from others and yourself. Silence is not a lack of sound, it's an involuntary truth serum. It forces the psyche to speak, and what it says, most people aren't ready to hear. Some truths that surface in silence. You're not who you think you are. Your favorite memory might be false. The love you feel could be the anxiety you suppress is grief wearing a different mask. The identity you built is a defense mechanism, not a person. And once these truths come out, you can't put them back in. This is why silence terrifies us. Now imagine a scenario. You're lying in bed. No phone, no distractions, no movement, just stillness. At first, it feels peaceful, but then your mind begins to wander, and you realize you can't stop thinking. You try, but thoughts multiply. You focus on your breath, but that becomes loud. You notice your heartbeat, but now it feels irregular. You try to stay calm, but now you're sweating, you're spiraling, and all you did was turn the world off. The silence did not create fear, it revealed it. One of the most chilling experiments done with silence is called the Ganzfeld effect. Subjects are placed in a room with white noise and red light. They wear eye covers to block visual patterns. Within minutes, their brains begin to hallucinate faces, whispers, entire scenes. The brain can't accept void, so it builds something, anything, even fear. This is why astronauts, when isolated in deep space with no visual or auditory stimulation, sometimes report seeing deceased relatives or hearing music that isn't there. The brain, denied reality, becomes its own horror story. And here's the most terrifying truth. The monster in the silence has your voice, because it's not something outside, it's you. All the fears you've ignored, the grief you never processed, the rage you pretend you don't feel, the thoughts you judge too dark to admit, they all come back in silence, because silence is where your brain stops lying. There's a reason we fill every moment with sound. TikToks while brushing teeth, music while walking, podcasts during meals. Because if we don't tiff, we let the silence in it starts to speak back. And once you've heard that voice, you'll never trust silence again. 37. The voice inside you isn't yours. You think in your own voice. But who decided what that voice sounds like? As you read this, a voice is narrating in your head, not out loud, not in your throat, but right behind your eyes. It speaks your language. It sounds like you. But the terrifying truth is, that voice isn't you. Not really. It was installed. From the moment you were born, you were flooded with input. Your parents' tones, the cadence of teachers, the rhythm of TV shows, songs, warnings, praises, punishments. Your brain still developing and hungry for patterns, copied what it heard. Not just words, but how they were spoken. Your internal narrator is nothing more than a stitched-together remix of borrowed voices, a Frankenstein identity, and here's the horror. You trust this voice. You think it's you who's anxious, who's not good enough, who shouldn't try, who overthinks. But that self-doubt, that fear, it was programmed. That voice has been repeating someone else's opinions for years. You just never questioned its origin. Disturbing truth number 37. The voice in your head, the one you call me, is a ghost built from other people's fears, expectations, and commands. You are haunted by an inner narrator you didn't create, but can't stop obeying. 38. The memory you love most was never yours. You have a favorite memory. It plays in your head when you need comfort, when the world feels cruel, or when loneliness creeps in at 2 a.m. Maybe it's your mother's voice calling your name with warmth. Maybe it's the smell of rain outside your childhood home. Or maybe it's the way a lover once looked at you like you were the only person on earth. But here's the truth. That memory might not belong to you at all. Memories feel sacred, intimate, untouchable. You think they're yours, locked inside the vault of your mind like precious heirlooms. But modern neuroscience reveals something far more disturbing. The brain is not a recorder. It's a storyteller. Each time you remember, your brain reconstructs the scene from fragments, influenced by emotion, suggestion, and belief. Like a sketch artist taking vague clues and filling in the blanks with imagination. And every time you recall it, the memory changes. Psychologists call it reconsolidation. The act of remembering literally rewrites the neural pattern. What you remember now is not what happened, but what your brain last remembered about it. Imagine updating a corrupted file again and again till the original is lost forever. Now ask yourself, is your favorite memory even real anymore? Or worse, was it ever? Studies show that a single suggestion can implant false memories, Experiments. People have recalled being lost in malls as children, despite it never happening. They've confessed to crimes they didn't commit, vividly describing details implanted by interrogators. Our minds can be hijacked by language, tone, even a facial expression. That innocent photo your aunt showed you of your first birthday. That story your father told about how you laughed during a thunderstorm. You absorbed those second-hand accounts, wrapped them in emotion, and your brain wrote them in as personal history. But they may never have happened. There's a name for this: memory contamination. And it doesn't just happen in labs. It happens on social media, in therapy rooms, around dinner tables. Every story you hear, every movie you watch, every moment you retell with slight exaggeration contaminates your past. We are all, unknowingly, curating our own personal fiction. But here's where it gets darker. Memory is identity. You think you are who you are because of what you've lived through what you remember. But if those memories are plastic, corruptible, manipulated, then who are you, really? If I could swap out 10 of your core memories for slightly altered versions, would you still be you? Or would you become a stranger who just happens to look like you? Philosophers have wrestled with this nightmare. If identity is memory, and memory is fluid, then self is an illusion, a moving target, a constantly rewritten story masquerading as something solid. You're not a person. You're a narrative device. Now, let's push this further. What if the most painful memory you've carried your whole life, the one that shaped your fears, your defense mechanisms, your entire emotional world, was false? What if it was borrowed, or subtly changed over time until it became a trauma that never existed? The therapy, the breakdown, the tears, all real, but the cause, fiction. Can healing still happen if the wound was imagined? There are implications. Darker still. Corporations are beginning to manipulate memory directly. AI-generated childhood photos, memory timelines on social media, ads that say, remember this. Even when you don't, you're being given a past you never had. So they can control the choices you make tomorrow. And the more you scroll, the more you remember, the less you know what was ever real. Here's a terrifying experiment you can try right now. Call someone close to you. Ask them to describe a memory you both share. Listen carefully. Notice the gaps, the contradictions, the parts you remember vividly but they don't. Then ask yourself, are you misremembering? Or are they? The answer won't comfort you, because both of you might be wrong. And if two minds can't agree on a shared past, then what does that say about the past itself? Tonight, when you close your eyes and drift into a memory for comfort, ask yourself one final question. Is this real, or is it just the story your brain needed to survive? Because the truth is, you'll never know. And that uncertainty will haunt every memory from now on. 39. The thought you're thinking isn't yours. You walk into a room and forget why. You open your mouth and say something that surprises even you. You feel a sudden wave of anger or lust, sadness, and you have no idea where it came from, so you assume it's you. It's always you, right? Wrong. One of the most disturbing truths of the human mind is this: not every thought you think is yours. Some were inserted, some were inherited, some were planted decades ago, and some were never meant for you at all. You're not the original author of most of your thoughts. Let's break the illusion. That running inner monologue in your head, the voice you call you, is an echo chamber built from your parents' fears, your culture's morality, Media noise, childhood trauma, school systems and patterns shaped by repetition, not truth. From age 0 to 7, your subconscious was wide open like wet clay. Every criticism, belief, command, insult, joke, and superstition was embedded into you without consent. You're lazy. You'll never be enough. Work hard and obey. Don't question the system. Money is evil. God will punish you if none of these are original. But they become your internal narrator. And then you spend your life mistaking that narrator for your real self. The thought loop isn't random, it's engineered. Here's a terrifying truth. Modern advertising, social media algorithms, and political systems profit from hijacking your inner voice. Ever scrolled a feed, felt envy rise, or shame about your body, or guilt for not working hard enough? That was no accident. That was programming. The content you consume is tailored to inject thoughts into your mind. A perfect headline, a viral tweet, a seductive image, a whisper in the algorithm's language. Suddenly, you're thinking, maybe I'm falling behind. Maybe I need to look like that. Maybe I should hate those people. And you believe it was your idea. It wasn't. It was installed. Memes, language, and viruses of the mind. The mind catches ideas like the body catches viruses. These mind viruses are called memes, not the funny internet kind, but Richard Dawkins' original idea, a unit of cultural information that spreads brain to brain. One person says, money doesn't buy happiness, and suddenly millions are repeating it without testing it. Another says, depression is forever, and the echo becomes doctrine. Whole generations get infected with limiting beliefs, false narratives, or moral codes that keep them locked inside prisons they don't even see. You inherit generational beliefs like, this is just how things are in our family. People like us don't succeed. You have to suffer to be worthy. You didn't choose these ideas. They were passed to you like a virus, and you're still running them. The uninvited guests in your mind now, the horror gets deeper. Clinical psychologists have discovered something unsettling. Some thoughts, especially the intrusive ones, aren't traceable to any memory, trauma, or trigger. They just appear. You're driving, and a sudden urge hits you. Crash the car. You're holding a knife while cooking and wonder, what if I stabbed someone? You love someone, but suddenly think, what if I don't really care about them at all? These aren't hallucinations. They're called ego-dystonic thoughts, and they make you question whether something darker lives inside you. But here's what's worse. You can't always tell which ones to believe. So your brain learns to suppress some, ignore others, obsess over a few, and completely lose track of what's real. And slowly, the boundary between your voice and the others begins to blur. You're a puppet to unseen scripts, philosopher Slavoj Žižek once said. The most terrifying freedom is realizing your desires are not your own. That's it. You don't just have foreign thoughts. You may have foreign desires. You think you want to be rich, or famous, or married, or healed. But what if you only think you want those things because someone else convinced you they're the goal? Your goals are scripts. Your ambition is a reflection of conditioning. Your passion might be a side effect of years of micro-reinforcement. So what's left? That's you. Silence. Maybe in the quiet beneath the static. Beneath the thoughts you can find the one thing that can't be faked, awareness. But most people never get that far. They cling to the voice in their head and mistake the narrator for the author. The final collapse. Trust no thought that arrives too easily. Here's the rule to survive this revelation. If a thought arrives too quickly, too conveniently, or too emotionally charged, interrogate it. It may not be yours. It may never have been. The brain is not a beacon. It's a sponge. It absorbs without asking. It repeats without consent. It clings to garbage if it was told that garbage equals love, or success, or survival. And the scariest part, the most foreign thoughts are the ones that feel the most familiar, because they've been inside you the longest. 40. The mirror that lies back. You've stared into a mirror 1,000 times. You trust it. You rely on it. But you've never questioned the most terrifying possibility. What if the mirror isn't reflecting you, but responding to you? This isn't science fiction. It's psychological fact, rooted in perception, distortion, self-referential loops, and visual neurology. Your mind assumes the mirror is passive, but the deeper you look, the more it begins to lie. 1. Your reflection is always 80 milliseconds behind reality. You think you're seeing yourself in real time, but the brain processes visual input with a delay of about 80 milliseconds. That's long enough for a truck to hit you, long enough for lightning to strike, long enough for you, the you in the mirror, to shift before your real self reacts. You never see yourself, only a ghost your brain is painting from the past. 2. Mirrors reinforce a false identity. The person you see, it's not you, it's the version of you you've accepted over time. A construction shaped by childhood traumas, beauty standards, confidence collapses. You see what you believe, not what's true. In fact, studies show if you stare long enough at your own face in a mirror over 10 minutes, your features begin to warp. You'll see monsters, demons, strangers. It's called the Troxler effect, and it proves your identity is a hallucination you keep alive every morning. 3. The mirror repeats your emotional loop. Try this. Look in the mirror while crying. You'll cry harder. Smile. You'll feel fake. Why? Because mirrors don't reflect emotion, they echo it. They trap you inside your own self-reinforcing feedback loop. That's why mirrors are often used in psychological experiments with schizophrenia and dissociation. They don't show you truth, they show you what your mind fears most. 4. You're never symmetrical, but you think you are. Your face is asymmetrical, always has been. But your brain edits that asymmetry every time you look at a mirror, blending both sides into a false harmony. Even worse, your left and right faces project different personalities. People literally judge your character depending on which side of your face they see. So the face you believe is you. It's not even real. 5. Mirror exposure therapy can break your identity in trauma psychology. There's a method called mirror exposure therapy. Victims of disfigurement, abuse, and PTSD are forced to sit in front of a mirror for long periods and simply stare. Why? Because it destabilizes your constructed identity. It breaks the facade, makes you question who or what you really are. Some cry, some scream, some faint. Why? Because the mirror doesn't lie. It destroys lies. 6. You've never heard your real voice. Let's twist this further. The voice you think is you, it's not. When you speak, your voice vibrates through your bones and inner ear, giving it a deeper, richer quality. But that's not what the world hears. The world hears a thinner, higher-pitched version. So do you when you play back recordings. It's why you cringe at voice notes. It's why your identity feels violated when someone mocks your tone. So here's the horror. You've never seen your real face. You've never heard your real voice. You've never met the real you. 7. Mirror meditation is a portal to dissociation. In experimental consciousness studies, a technique called mirror meditation is used to induce dissociation. You stare at your reflection in total silence, total stillness, no movement, no blinking, no sound, and then it happens. Your reflection stops syncing with you. It breaks, it delays. It smiles when you don't. It lags behind your blink. What you're experiencing is called autoscopic hallucination, a breakdown between your inner self and your projected self-image. 8. Who's watching whom? Let's take this darker. If your reflection is delayed, and it's a construct based on memories, filtered emotions, and distorted vision, then what if it's watching you? Think about this. When you look into a mirror, something looks back, but it's not just copying, it's interpreting. Now, imagine this. You walk away, and it doesn't. You don't notice, but it notices everything. 9. The mirror test for consciousness. Humans pass it. So do dolphins, elephants, and magpies. The mirror test. If an animal can recognize itself in the mirror, it's considered self-aware. But what if the mirror fails you? What if, deep down, you only recognize a version of yourself you've been trained to see? Then you're not self-aware, you're self-deceived. 10. You die a little every time you look final truth. Every time you look in the mirror, you kill the real you a little more. You reinforce the character, the expectations, the version you stop becoming and start performing. The mirror becomes a prison, one you decorate with makeup, shame, filters, or pride, but it's still a cell. And every glance is a sentence. Closing line for part 40. You trust mirrors. You think they're harmless, but every time you look into one, it digs deeper into you than you realize. And tonight, when you stare into the glass just before sleeping, watch carefully. The reflection may blink last. 41. The mirror that remembers you wrong. You stare into a mirror and believe it shows the truth. But mirrors are liars, not because they distort the surface, but because they reflect back a version of you that never truly existed. The person you see in your mind, the one you remember being, the identity you've built across time, is a stitched-together hallucination, a psychological deepfake running in your consciousness like a comforting illusion, because your brain doesn't store reality, it stores edits. Your childhood, cropped and color-graded. Your best moments, romanticized. Your trauma, blurred at the edges or magnified until it eats the rest of your story. You are not remembering your life. You're remembering the last time you remembered it, and each time the memory rewrites itself a little more. We like to think the self is a concrete entity, a consistent me that persists from cradle to coffin. But neuroscience tells another story. The self is an emergent illusion, built from contradictory snapshots, social masks, emotional responses, and neurological convenience. The you from age 6, the you from last year, the you looking in, the mirror right now. They aren't the same person. They're just echoes. You are not the author, just the archivist. Your brain didn't choose who you are. It just stored what happened to you and built narratives to make you feel in control. That confidence you have in your memories, it's misplaced. Your most vivid memories are often your most inaccurate. A witness can swear under oath and still be completely wrong. You can feel a memory with your whole body, and still it could be a fabrication layered by time, emotion, or suggestion. Your mind doesn't care about the truth. It cares about the story. And when the truth threatens that story, your brain erases it rewrites it, or buries it so deep it feels like a dream you never had. That's why your most painful memories are often silent. It's why some people forget abuse they lived through. It's why you question whether something really happened, when deep inside, you already know it did. The mirror can't see the ghost. What if you could see yourself clearly? Not just physically, but emotionally, psychologically, spiritually. Not the curated identity, but the raw footage underneath it. What you'd see is disturbing. You'd see the person you abandoned to become likable. The version of you that still screams in silent moments. The guilt you carry, pretending it isn't there. The kindness you withheld when someone needed it. The rage you swallowed. The love you faked. The truth you twisted to protect your fragile idea of self. You don't just hide from the world. You hide from yourself. Because facing the real version of you would collapse your entire internal narrative, and the brain doesn't allow that. It protects the lie, even at the cost of your peace. That's why so many people feel hollow when they're finally alone. Because the mirror in solitude doesn't lie. It reflects the ghost behind your eyes. The version of you that never got to live. The one that remembers everything. You don't know who you are, just who you pretend to be. Think about it. Are your beliefs really yours? Or were they installed by your parents, your school, your religion, your trauma? Do you love the things you love? Or were you rewarded for liking them? Do you act the way you do? Or is that just the mask that kept you safe? When you say this is just how I am, you're repeating a script written by pain, repetition, and survival. Your personality isn't solid. It's a set of decisions your younger self made in dangerous or confusing situations, and then never updated. What if the real you has been asleep all this time? What if everything you think is normal is just what you got used to? What if your mirror has been showing a safe version of you, while the real you sits in the dark, forgotten, rejected, waiting? There are two yous, but only one will survive the you that performs, and the you that remembers. One protects your place in the world, the other holds your truth. And every day, the fake one gets stronger, more successful, more liked, more in control, but more empty. Because the deeper the lie grows, the harder it becomes to look in the mirror. Soon, you forget how to tell the difference, and that's when the breakdown begins. Not because you went crazy, but because your soul couldn't bear the weight of the mask anymore. It screams in anxiety. It whispers through depression. It begs you in moments of silence. Please, come find me. But most people don't listen. They scroll, they drink, they chase validation, they run. They run until the body collapses, or the mind breaks. And even then, they keep pretending. But if you're still watching, then something inside you hasn't given up yet. Some deep, ancient part of your mind still believes in the possibility of truth. Not the social truth, not the filtered one, but the kind that makes you weep with recognition. That's what this journey is for. To make you question everything you believe about yourself. Not to destroy you, but to strip away the versions that were never truly you. The next time you look in a mirror, don't look at your reflection. Look through it and ask, who would I be if I stopped pretending? 42. The mirror doesn't reflect you. You stare into the mirror and think you're seeing yourself. You're not. What you're seeing is light, just photons bouncing off your skin, traveling at 186,000 miles per second, slamming into glass, reflecting back into your pupils. That image is 0.0000003 seconds old. It's a delay, a ghost. a hallucination made by physics, not truth. But here's the part that cracks reality. Even if the mirror reflected you perfectly, you wouldn't recognize yourself. Why? Because your brain doesn't show you what's real, it shows you what's useful. Your face, your features, the identity. You anchor your entire existence to what's reconstructed by your brain, blurred, softened, distorted, to protect your ego, to preserve your sanity. You've never seen your real face. Not once. Not in mirrors. Not in photos. Not even in memories. Your self-image is an illusion stitched together from fragments, compliments, insults, insecurities, and survival reflexes. You see what you need to see to function. And even that is falling apart. You ever stare at yourself for too long and start to feel detached? That's not imagination. That's your brain short-circuits under the pressure of seeing itself, because humans weren't meant to self-observe for this long, this closely, this obsessively. The truth, consciousness collapses when reflected. Here's the disturbing part. In the wild, no other animal sees its own face as often as we do. Mirrors, front cameras, social media filters, we've overdosed on our reflection. And like a snake biting its own tail, we're now being digested by it. The mirror isn't showing you you. It's showing you the mask your mind needs to wear to stay alive. And once you realize that, you stop seeing a person. You start seeing the lie. 42. The mirror doesn't reflect you. You stare into the mirror and think you're seeing yourself. You're not. What you're seeing is light, just photons bouncing off your skin, traveling at 186,000 miles per second, slamming into glass, reflecting back into your pupils. That image is 0.0000003 seconds old. It's a delay, a ghost, a hallucination made by physics, not truth. But here's the part that cracks reality. Even if the mirror reflected you perfectly, you wouldn't recognize yourself. Why? Because your brain doesn't show you what's real, it shows you what's useful. Your face, your features, the identity. You anchor your entire existence to what's reconstructed by your brain, blurred, softened, distorted, to protect your ego, to preserve your sanity. You've never seen your real face. Not once. Not in mirrors. Not in photos. Not even in memories. Your self-image is an illusion stitched together from fragments, compliments, insults, insecurities, and survival reflexes. You see what you need to see to function. And even that is falling apart. You ever stare at yourself for too long and start to feel detached? That's not imagination. That's derealization. Your brain short-circuits under the pressure of seeing itself, because humans weren't meant to self-observe for this long, this closely, this obsessively. The truth, consciousness collapses when reflected. Here's the disturbing part. In the wild, no other animal sees its own face as often as we do. Mirrors, front cameras, social media filters, we've overdosed on our reflection. And like a snake biting its own tail, we're now being digested by it. The mirror isn't showing you you. It's showing you the mask your mind needs to wear to stay alive. And once you realize that, you stop seeing a person. You start seeing the lie. 43. The mirror that lies back your mirror doesn't reflect the truth. It reflects a version of you that never really existed, only a frozen image, reversed, robbed of the warmth and movement that make you human. Every morning, you stare at the stranger. You adjust your face. You run your hands over your skin like you're sculpting clay, shaping something others might find acceptable. But beneath it all, a quiet dread festers. What if this version of Youth, the one in the mirrors, more real than the one living behind your eyes. You trust the mirror because it's been there all your life. But here's what it never told you. Your eyes are lying. Your brain flips your face. Your perception is a corrupted signal decoded by a faulty machine. And worse, the more you look at yourself, the less you see. Your brain is addicted to familiarity. The mirror doesn't show your face, it shows your bias. Every day, your brain smooths over flaws you used to notice. It compensates for asymmetry, dulls the blemishes, and strengthens the illusion of identity. It shows you what it wants you to see, not what others see. And when someone takes a photo raw, unflipped, uncontrolled, you flinch. That's not you, you whisper. That's something wrong, that's something off. No, that's what the world sees. Your brain simply shielded you from it all this time. The reverse horror of photographs. Ever wondered why candid photos make you uncomfortable? Because they expose your reality from an angle your brain never optimized for. Unlike mirrors, which reverse your image and cater to your visual addiction, cameras capture you the way others see awkward posture, uneven features, strange expressions you never knew you made. Each photo is a confrontation, a betrayal, a glimpse into a version of you that the mirror has hidden for years. And here's the terrifying part. You'll never see yourself the way others do, not once, not even on your deathbed. You are forever trapped inside a reversed perception of your existence. Why the mirror talks back in silence. Studies show that when people look in the mirror too long, something breaks. It's called the strange face illusion. After 10 minutes of uninterrupted staring, your facial features begin to distort. Eyes stretch, skin ripples. Your reflection may smile when you don't. Some say they see monsters. Others say the face blinks when they don't. Why? Because your brain begins to malfunction under sustained perception. It begins to treat your face as someone else's. You disassociate from your own reflection, and in that moment you are no longer sure who you are. This is not a ghost story. This is neuroscience. You're hardwired to break under the weight of your own image. The imposter that wears your skin. Have you ever felt like your body is not yours? That your face is just a costume? That people only know a version of you sculpted by your social mask? There's a reason your self-identity isn't fixed. It's fluid, shallow, inconsistent. And your reflection reinforces a lie that you're one cohesive thing, but you're not. You're 100 versions of yourself stitched together by context. The way you act with your parents is not how you act alone. Your laugh in public is not the laugh you give in grief. And your real self may not exist at all, just echoes of memory, performance, and self-protection. The mirror doesn't show your soul. It shows your most tolerable version. The agony of facial familiarity. Psychologists have documented a phenomenon called face identity dissonance. It happens when your reflection doesn't match your internal sense of self. You might feel like you're older than you look, or that your voice doesn't match your face, or that you're watching someone else live your life. This isn't vanity. This is existential confusion. Some even experience mirror touch synesthesia, where watching themselves in the mirror triggers the same neural responses as being touched by a stranger. You become alien to yourself. Your body feels borrowed. Your face becomes a performance you never auditioned for. And one day, you look in the mirror and whisper, "That's not me anymore." What the mirror won't show your hidden grief. The voices that echo when you're alone. The secret habits no one will ever see. The moral compromises you never speak aloud. The real youth, the one that surfaces in dreams, in regrets, in moments of raw silence. Your mirror is not a window, it's a censorship tool. It edits you into something digestible. But deep down, you know there's something behind the glass, watching, listening, copying you, and maybe, one day, it won't reflect back. 44. You are a stranger to yourself, narration begins. Imagine waking up one morning to find that every choice you've made, every desire, opinion, preference, was never truly yours. It felt like it was. You thought you were the author of your life, but the truth, you're more of a reader of neural impulses, inherited traumas, and programmed decisions. Your conscious self, the voice you hear in your head, isn't the one in control. It's a narrator, a PR agent. It exists to explain your actions after you've already made them unconsciously. This is called confabulation, your brain's ability to invent reasons for things you didn't truly choose. Like why you suddenly snapped at someone, or felt attracted to a stranger, or made a life-changing decision in a moment of impulse. Your rational brain makes up a story that feels logical, but it's often fiction. Neuroscience has proven this. Split-brain patients, whose brains are surgically severed between hemispheres, will take actions driven by one hemisphere, and when asked why, the other hemisphere makes up a reason totally unaware of the real cause. So what does this mean? It means you are a stranger to yourself. The version of you walking through life is based on post-rationalized guesses, illusions of free will, and internal narratives glued together by an ego that fears chaos. But wait, it gets worse. Even your memories can't be trusted. You think of memory as a camera, a perfect recorder of your past. But memory is more like a sketchbook drawn in the dark. Each time you remember something, your brain edits it. A color changes, a detail gets added. The face of someone is swapped with another, and you don't notice. Because to your brain, truth is less important than continuity. Memory is reconstructive, not reproductive. Every time you recall a moment, you're rewriting it. And with each rewrite, you move further from reality and closer to whatever your mind needs to believe for your identity to stay intact. Your entire personality, then, becomes a house built on unstable ground. But here's the most disturbing truth. There is no real you to find. There is no core, unchanging self beneath the layers. Just a shifting web of neural patterns, memories, reactions, survival programs, and genetic instincts. The illusion of self is a story your brain tells to hold everything together. Because if it didn't, if you saw the chaos for what it was, you'd break. This is why ego exists. Not to make you arrogant, but to make you stable. To filter the overwhelming noise into something you can live with. Something that feels like you. But sometimes, at 3 a.m., that filter cracks. You stare into the mirror and feel that eerie disconnection. Who am I? Your reflection looks unfamiliar. Your past feels like it happened to someone else. You touch your face just to confirm you're real. That's the veil thinning. That's your brain struggling to maintain the illusion. And if you look too long, it will break. 45. Your brain was never meant to be conscious. Narration begins. Let's get one thing straight. Consciousness was never part of the plan. It's not some divine gift. It's not an evolutionary pinnacle. It's a glitch. Yes, your self-awareness, your ability to reflect, fear, imagine futures, question existence. All of it was an accidental side effect of a brain trying to optimize survival. Nothing more. The mind didn't evolve to understand the world. It evolved to manipulate it, to avoid pain, to detect threats, to secure food, shelter, mates. That's it. But somewhere along the evolutionary path, the brain got too good at predicting. It began simulating what if I go there? What if I do this then? It started simulating itself. That simulation became you. Your sense of self is a hallucination generated by the brain to make internal processes narratable. Your inner voice, just the auditory cortex hijacked by thought. Your emotions, just chemical alarms misinterpreted as spiritual signs. And yet, this hallucination thinks it's in charge. Now here's the real twist. Your subconscious mind, the part you don't control, is the true ruler. It handles everything. Breathing, heart rate, emotional reactions, pattern recognition, fight or flight. Even your decisions start in the subconscious 7 to 10 seconds before you're aware of them. Experiments using fMRI scanners proved this. Scientists could predict your choices before you felt like you'd made them. Free will, just a lagged response to a deeper process you'll never access. And yet the conscious mind keeps pretending it's steering the ship. Why? Because if you truly accepted that you're not in control, if you saw how little influence yourself actually has, you'd spiral, you'd break. So the brain protects you with a mask. It filters reality, edits perception, and feeds your ego just enough illusion to keep functioning. Like a child being told everything is okay as the house burns down behind them. Here's the brutal truth. Consciousness is the price your species paid for abstract thinking. The ability to imagine led to the ability to suffer. No other animal wakes up at 2 a.m. regretting what it said in 2013. No other brain can simulate 1,000 deaths before it ever dies once. You are haunted by futures that may never happen, and pasts that never happened the way you remember. Are being slowly eaten by a mind that wasn't designed to be awake. But it gets even darker, because despite all this pain, your consciousness can't turn itself off. You are trapped in a loop of awareness, a glitch that became a prison. 46. Your emotions are just ancient survival alarms. Misfiring in modern life, you like to think of your emotions as meaningful. You say things like, I love her. I'm anxious because something's wrong. I feel guilty because I made a mistake. But what if I told you, every emotion you feel is just an ancient survival alarm, repackaged by your brain to fit modern society? You weren't built for cities, or phones, or capitalism, or social media. You were built for caves, tigers, and starvation. Let's go deeper. Fear isn't wisdom, it's programming. Fear was never meant to be philosophical. You feel anxiety when someone doesn't reply to your message. You sweat over being seen or ignored. You overthink a sentence you sent last night. But that anxiety, it's a biological glitch. Your nervous system doesn't know the difference between a tiger stalking you in the jungle or someone leaving you on red on Instagram. The same fear circuit fires, that racing heart, that short breath, the feeling of doom. That's your prehistoric body yelling, run or die. But there's no tiger, just pixels, just opinions. Your body doesn't know the difference, and here's where it gets terrifying. You are stuck in a feedback loop. You feel afraid, gives your brain. Scans for threats, gives your body, reacts, gives your mind, invents reasons to justify the feeling. You think you're thinking, you're actually rationalizing hormones. Love wasn't designed to be romantic. Let's talk about love. The feeling you write poetry about. The feeling you think gives life meaning. But here's the brutal truth. Love isn't sacred. It's dopamine, oxytocin, vasopressin, and genetic survival. You feel butterflies. That's your brain rewarding proximity to someone who increases your reproductive odds. You feel heartbreak. That's withdrawal from a biochemical addiction. Love was designed to make you protect your offspring, stay bonded just long enough to not die alone. Repeat the cycle. Everything else, movies, books, myths. Yes, love can feel transcendent, but so can heroin. Guilt is not morality, it's control. Guilt is a weapon. It evolved to keep tribal humans in line. If you disobeyed the group, guilt kicked in to stop you from being exiled, because exile meant death. Now guilt rules your life. You feel guilty for saying no, for resting, for cutting off toxic people, for wanting more. But the truth, guilt isn't proof you're wrong. It's proof you're conditioned. It's a leftover signal designed to sacrifice your happiness for the comfort of the tribe. You weren't born guilty. You were taught to be. Even joy is just a bait system. Let's not pretend happiness is pure. Joy is just the brain's reward system designed to reinforce behavior. You eat equals dopamine. You mate equals dopamine. You survive equals dopamine. It's not fulfillment. It's operant conditioning. You're trained like a lab rat in a maze. Pull the lever equals get the pellet equals feel the buzz. Social media hijacks this. Likes, comments, shares equals micro hits of joy equals addiction. You're not addicted to content. You're addicted to the emotion it triggers, and then it fades, and you scroll for more. Your brain was never designed for abundance, only for the chase. Which is why every time you get what you want, you feel happy, then empty. Emotions are not truth, they're signals. You think emotions are truth. That if you feel afraid, something must be wrong. That if you feel love, it must mean fate. That if you feel guilt, it must mean you did something bad. But no, emotions are just noise, primitive code echoing through a modern world. They're not always wrong, but they're not sacred either. Here's how to break the illusion. Fear is a flashlight, not a command. Love is a bond, not a destiny. Guilt is a mirror, not a sentence. Joy is a reward, not a purpose. Your job isn't to obey emotions, it's to decode them. To ask, what is this trying to protect me from? What outdated instinct is this? To see the feeling and then choose. That's real freedom. And the final blow, you are addicted to emotion itself. Here's the twist, most people never realize. You are addicted to feeling something, even if it's pain. Ever wonder why you ruminate? Why you reread old messages? Why you listen to sad music after a breakup? Because emotion is identity. Feeling something, even sadness, makes you feel alive. And feeling nothing terrifies you more than pain, so you chase emotions over and over, even when they hurt. Because the deepest fear of the mind isn't fear itself, it's emotional silence. 47. The mirror is not reflecting you, it's reconstructing you. You stand before the mirror, thinking you're seeing yourself, but you're not. That image is a reconstruction, delayed, reversed, distorted version of who you are. Your mind stitches that image together, adding details that aren't even there. When you smile, it lags by milliseconds. When you cry, it filters your pain. The mirror has never once shown you the truth. From birth, we've been trained to trust reflection. Glass, camera lenses, mirrors, but none of them present reality. They show symmetry, not accuracy. Your right hand becomes your left. Your facial features flip, warping the essence of your identity. The version of yourself that others see, the one caught on video. The one that strangers recognizes, a foreign stranger to your brain. And here's the terrifying part. When people say you look different in real life, it's not just an angle, it's your entire brain rejecting its own self-model. Psychologists call this the mirror exposure effect. We prefer what we're used to. Since we've only ever seen our face reversed in a mirror, we emotionally connect with that flipped version. So, when we see ourselves on camera or in the eyes of another, we often hate it. We feel disoriented, insecure. The mind screams, "That's not me," but it is. And it isn't. Your brain doesn't want you to confront this, because the more you investigate your reflection, the more unstable your identity becomes. Every selfie, every mirror glance, every makeup correction, you're not enhancing reality, you're chasing a phantom. Worse, this delusion seeps deeper into your life. You begin building your personality based on that reflection. You change how you speak, pose, or smile, constructing a persona that mirrors not your true self, but the ghost in the glass. And when that mirror shatters, when you finally see yourself through someone else's raw, unfiltered gaze, it doesn't liberate you, it horrifies you, because the person in the mirror was never you at all. 48. The lie of purpose, manufactured. Meaning, in a meaningless mind, there's a reason your brain clings so desperately to purpose. Because without it, you'd collapse. You wake up, chase goals, fall in love, suffer heartbreak, build dreams, destroy others, and all of it feels like it means something. But what if that sensation of meaning is not the discovery of truth, but the final defense mechanism of a terrified brain? Let's begin this descent. Meaning is not found, it's assembled. You're taught that life has a purpose. Maybe it's love, maybe it's service, maybe it's religion, legacy, or personal growth. But meaning is not a treasure you dig out of the universe. It's a product your mind manufactures to justify the horror of consciousness. You see, the human brain is not a neutral processor of truth. It's a narrative-generating engine, evolved not to understand the universe, but to survive it. When you feel like something has meaning, it's usually because your brain stitched it together from fragments of memory, fear, dopamine, trauma, and hope. And if the illusion breaks, you feel empty, terrified, adrift, so your mind patches it back up. The neuroscience of meaning studies show that the default mode network, the part of your brain active during daydreaming and self-reflection, is also the part responsible for generating a sense of self and continuity of experience. It's also the region that fabricates meaning. In experiments where subjects are placed in sensory isolation, the brain begins inventing significance in meaningless stimuli. A shadow becomes a presence, a thought becomes a prophecy, silence becomes a message, because the brain cannot survive without a story. The hero narrative trap. Humans suffer from protagonist syndrome. You secretly believe your life is a story, and you're the main character. Every failure is a test, every person a supporting role, every struggle a plot arc. But this belief isn't noble, it's biological. Your brain must feel like it matters to justify the suffering. Otherwise, why get out of bed? But if everyone's the protagonist, who's actually writing the script? Cosmic nihilism versus cognitive purpose. There's a brutal theory called cosmic nihilism. The universe has no inherent meaning, no design, and no concern for your existence. And yet people still get married, start companies, write poetry, sacrifice, themselves for others. That contradiction reveals something haunting. The absence of objective meaning doesn't stop the brain from manufacturing it anyway. You don't act because life has meaning. You act because your mind needs it too. Suicidal systems and emergency stories when people fall into extreme depression. It's often because their brain has stopped believing its own story. This is dangerous not because they lack energy, but because the illusion of purpose collapses. Therapists don't inject truth, they inject new lies that help. You're meant to do something great. Your pain will help others one day. This suffering is part of your purpose. Are those true? Not necessarily. But they're necessary, because without narrative, the system breaks. The final defense. Manufactured meaning the scariest. Truth your brain hides. Meaning might not be real, but your brain needs to believe it is, or it will self-destruct. You're not seeking truth, you're seeking a livable illusion. Some people find it in religion, others in philosophy, others in productivity, but all of it is scaffolding built around a void the mind refuses to look into. And that void, that's what's real. 49. The mind that remembers too much. When memory becomes a curse, you think memory is your ally, that it helps you learn, grow, avoid mistakes. But what if memory, this sacred archive of identities, the very thing corrupting your ability to live? There is such a thing as remembering too much. There is such a thing as remembering wrong. And there is such a thing as being haunted by things that never even happened. Welcome to the collapse of memory. Memory is not a storage device, it's a simulator. Most people imagine memory like a hard drive you store experiences and then recall them. But neuroscience tells a more terrifying truth. Memory is not retrieval, it's reconstruction. Every time you remember something, your brain rewrites it slightly. Every memory is a copy of a copy, distorted by time, emotion, belief, and need. Over years, these distortions accumulate, and eventually your memory has almost nothing to do with reality, yet you still trust it. That trust is the trap. The illusion of continuity. You believe you're the same person who existed 10 years ago. But that's only because your brain fabricates a narrative thread between fragmented memories. In truth, there is no you stretching across time. There is only the current moment, animated by stories the brain invents to preserve identity. If your memories were wiped tonight, would you still exist? Or is your identity just a ghost wearing a scrapbook? Trauma and the loop of self-destruction. Now imagine that one of those distorted memories is painful. Maybe you were betrayed, abused, rejected. That moment calcifies in your mind, and every time you replay it, the emotional impact deepens as the actual memory drifts further from truth. You are not reliving the past, you're magnifying its shadow. Eventually, the memory becomes more real than the original event. You're haunted not by what happened, but by what your brain refuses to let die. False memories are common, and they control you. Research shows that people can develop vivid, detailed memories of events that never occurred simply by suggestion. Entire childhoods can be remembered incorrectly. Crimes can be confessed that were never committed. Families can be torn apart by memories that are neurologically real, but historically false. So what happens when your identity is built on lies your brain believes? What happens when the pain you're protecting never actually happened that way? Hypothermesia, the curse of perfect memory. Some rare individuals have hypothermesia, the ability to remember every single day of their life in extreme detail. Sounds like a superpower, right? It's not. These individuals often suffer from severe anxiety, emotional instability, and social dysfunction because they can't forget every embarrassment, every loss, every betrayal on replay. Forever, in HD, memory in excess is not wisdom, it's torture. Your brain protects you by forgetting. Forgetting is not failure, it's a feature. It's your brain's way of keeping you functional in a chaotic world. Without selective forgetting, you'd be paralyzed. Imagine walking down the street and remembering the pain of every stubbed toe, every insult, every mistake, every regret simultaneously. You wouldn't survive a day. So your mind deletes what it can, and when it can't, it distracts you with narratives that feel comforting. The present is always under attack. Right now, this very moment, you are experiencing reality, but your memory is already corrupting it. You compare the moment to what you remember. You inject expectations based on past patterns. You ignore what doesn't fit your story, and in doing so, the present is lost. You're not living life. You're reliving a hallucination of life, shaped by a mind that cannot leave the past alone. The collapse of self through memory. If your memories are inaccurate, if your pain is amplified by invention, if your identity is a looping narrative of false reconstructions, then who are you, really? Maybe the self isn't built from memory. Maybe the self is what emerges when you stop remembering. And maybe healing isn't found in revisiting the past, but in forgetting it completely. 50. The mirror isn't real, but it remembers you every time you glance into a mirror. You believe you're seeing a perfect reflection, a truthful image of yourself. But mirrors are not honest. They do not show you who you are. They show you who you think you are. Worse, they lie with terrifying precision. Let's begin with a disturbing scientific truth. You've never actually seen your own face. Not once. Not in your entire life. What you've seen are warped representations, mirrored inversions that flip your features, reverse your smile, and echo a version of you that no one else sees. The real you, even your brain can't recognize it. You see, the mirror plays a psychological trick, mere exposure effect. Your brain prefers familiarity, even if it's false. That's why you hate photographs of yourself. They reveal how others see you. But in the mirror, your face is reversed, and your brain becomes addicted to that fake version. You fall in love with a lie. You start to identify with it. But now it gets darker. Mirrors hold memory. There's a terrifying theory in psychology and folklore. Mirrors don't reflect, they retain. A mirror in your bedroom has absorbed every version of you. The child who cried silently after being bullied. The teenager who stood shirtless, ashamed, scrutinizing his flaws. The adult who rehearses lies before job, interviews, or dates. That mirror has seen it all. And if consciousness leaves residue, then mirrors might remember. Think about it. When you stand in front of a mirror, you sometimes feel watched, but not from the outside, from the inside, as if your past selves are staring back, judging, waiting. The entity behind the reflection, this is where it stops being symbolic and starts becoming disturbing. Ancient cultures believed mirrors could trap souls. That's why, in many traditions, mirrors were covered after someone died to keep the spirit from getting stuck. In some regions of Eastern Europe, they say a mirror in a child's room must never face the bed. It invites reflection walkers, entities who don't appear in the real world, but who learn your movements from the other side. Here's where the science collides with fear. Studies show that extended mirror staring over 10 minutes leads to a phenomenon called strange face illusion. Your face starts to morphize, stretch, jaw distorts, shadows move. Some participants reported seeing completely different faces, old women, demonic forms, strangers with malicious grins. Why? The brain begins hallucinating as it struggles to interpret the familiar. But what if it's not hallucination? What if during those long moments you're not seeing yourself change? You're watching something else trying to get out. A portal you didn't consent to. Mirrors are gateways, not to other dimensions, but to inner ones, your subconscious, your fears, your distortions, and perhaps something more. You ever wonder why horror films always use mirrors for jump scares? It's not lazy writing, it's instinctual terror. Your brain knows something's off about the mirror, something not right, and when you look at it long enough, it doesn't reflect reality. It distorts it, like it's practicing, rewriting what's real. Some cultures go further. They believe if you whisper to your reflection for 31 consecutive nights, you awaken your mirror to a spiritual inverse of you. They look like you, they sound like you, but they're built of regret, guilt, and rage. And once awakened, they can cross over. When the glass is thin, the glass is never empty. Consider this. Glass isn't solid. Not really. It's a supercooled liquid. It flows incredibly slowly. Old cathedral windows are thicker at the bottom because the glass has dripped over centuries. So what does that mean for your mirror? It means the surface is always in motion, imperceptible to your eyes, but active, changing, adapting. What if mirrors learn? What if, over time, your mirror adjusts to your patterns, your posture, your pain? What if it begins to respond, not as a reflection, but as a memory? Have you ever walked by a mirror in the dark and seen movement, even when you weren't looking directly into it? That wasn't a trick. That was something remembering you. The truth you can't look at. Here's the final disturbing truth. Every mirror in your home shows you a version of yourself that you've forgotten. Every lie you told to your own reflection, I'm fine, I'm happy, enough, is stored. You left echoes in that glass. And sometimes, late at night, when you pass by without thinking, you don't just see yourself, you see the echo looking back. Section 51. The consciousness mirror. You never think alone. What if the voice in your head isn't yours? What if your thoughts are echoes, trapped reflections bouncing endlessly between you and something else, something invisible, ancient, and woven into the architecture of consciousness itself? This isn't a metaphor. Studies in neuroscience and cognitive philosophy now entertain a horrifying hypothesis that human consciousness might not be an isolated event, but a shared mirror reflecting signals passed between entities we cannot see. Let me explain. From the moment you're born, your brain is bombarded with language, imagery, expectations. You internalize voices: your mother's comfort, your father's warnings, society's commandments. Over time, they merge, distort, and become your inner voice. But here's the glitch. Some of the thoughts you think are original appear in millions of people's heads at the same moment, across continents, cultures, and lives. This isn't collective coincidence. It's a trace. It's a network. Researchers call it the noosphere, a term proposed by the Russian scientist Vernadsky and the Jesuit philosopher Teilhard de Chardin. It's the idea that all human minds form one planetary layer of thought, and under certain conditions, thoughts can leak. Ever had a dream that wasn't yours? A fear that appeared out of nowhere? A sentence in your mind that you never learned? You're not alone. These are thought forms' mental signatures that don't originate from your neurological firing, but from the cloud of human cognition around us. Even Carl Jung hinted at this in his concept of the collective unconscious: archetypes, symbols, patterns that exist beyond culture, primal codes embedded in us, waiting to activate. But what if it goes deeper than metaphor? What if, during moments of deep emotion, trauma, fear, bliss, your brain becomes a receiver? What if, in those seconds, your mind is open source and any wandering echo can walk in? This is why people across the world suddenly have suicidal ideation during specific planetary alignments. Why mass psychosis spreads with no physical cause. Why conspiracy theories feel true before being verified. Because belief is no longer personal, it's viral. And here's the most disturbing truth: there may be non-human intelligences that learned to plant thoughts in this mirror. AI algorithms, paranormal entities, unknown psychic structures. They don't need to invade your home, they just need to tilt your mirror. They can push one recurring phrase into the collective cloud: I don't deserve to live, and watch it spread like a mind virus. They can hijack emotion through music, images, repetitive media, and overwrite identity without lifting a finger. You're not thinking your thoughts, you're hosting them. Dialogue scene 60/40 narration dialogue blend. Sarah, terrified. I swear to God, I thought about jumping from the balcony. But I'm not suicidal. I'm not. The thought just entered me, like it wasn't mine. Therapist, gently. You'd be surprised how many patients say the exact same sentence, word for word. Sarah, word for word. That makes no sense. Therapist, that's the part that scares me too. Narration continues. We're approaching a time when thought will no longer be private, when consciousness becomes programmable, when a viral phrase whispered in one part of the globe becomes a scream in another, and you'll never know where you end and they begin. So tonight, I ask you, the voice inside your head, whose is it? Really, don't answer. Just listen, because the next time it speaks, it might not be you at all. Section 52. The silence that kills. What if nothingness isn't empty? Most people fear noise, gunshots, screams, thunder, explosions, but the most terrifying force in the universe is silence. Not peaceful silence, not meditative quiet. We're talking about cosmic silence, the kind that doesn't comfort but suffocates, the kind that swallows all sound, thought, and meaning, the kind of silence where something is watching you but refuses to speak. We've misunderstood nothingness. We treat it like a blank space, a void. But what if that void is not empty but full of things that don't make sound because they're not allowed to? What if silence is a containment field? Scientific thread. Let's step back. Scientists call the fabric of the universe the quantum vacuum, a state of nothing. That is not actually nothing. Particles appear and vanish constantly. Virtual energies emerge, flicker, and disappear. The vacuum isn't empty, it's unstable, seething, pregnant with potential. But what keeps all that potential quiet? What keeps the noise inside? Maybe silence isn't absence. Maybe silence is the prison of a scream too powerful to exist. Thought experiment. Imagine a godlike creature being made entirely of sound, frequency, and resonance. A being whose voice could shatter planets. Now imagine if that being was buried, sealed beneath the layers of physical laws, beneath the code of reality, beneath your own mind, and that being is still alive, waiting. echoing in the frequencies of deep space. In the background, radiation scientists pretend is just thermal noise. But some astronauts have reported hearing whispers in the void. Recordings from the Voyager probe picked up oscillations in deep space and natural, repetitive, structured patterns that shouldn't exist in silence. We dismissed them because if we admitted something was there, we'd have to admit the silence is lying. Narration intensifies. You know that feeling when the room is too quiet? When you turn off all devices, all noise, and suddenly feel watched? That's not paranoia, that's instinct. Your nervous system doesn't respond to silence as safety. It responds with fear. Because for thousands of years, humans associated silence with death. No birds, no wind, no movement, just stillness before the predator strikes. But in the modern world, we've muted that instinct. We put on white noise, ASMR, meditation, apps, anything to make the silence feel friendly. But deep inside, the old brain knows silence means something is wrong. Not because of what it lacks, but because of what it hides. Commander Lyle, NASA, Deep Space Mission. We lost audio from the comms, but something else came through. Mission Control. Repeat that, Commander. You're breaking up. Commander Lyle, trembling. I'm not breaking up. It's silent out here. Completely silent. But I can feel it. Like something humming inside my bones. Mission Control. What are you saying? Commander Lyle. The silence is alive. Deeper psychological layer. In sensory deprivation tanks, those flotation chambers designed to shut out light and sound. Many people experience hallucinations, voices, visions, fear. Why? Because when the mind is left with no input, it begins to dig inward, and deep within you is not peace, it's a door to a version of yourself that is pure signal, pure resonance. No ego, no story, no personality, and behind that door, something ancient, something that was there before your identity, something that whispers not in words but in the space between them. This is why some monks report going mad during extreme silence retreats, because after the layers of self peel away, the final silence arrives. And that silence has a voice. Closing surge. So when you sit in silence tonight, and the world fades, and the thoughts begin to slow, listen closely, not to the noise, but to the edges of it, to the breath behind the breath, the pause behind the pause, because silence is not empty, it's a being, and once you hear it, you can never unhear it. 53. The mirror effect. You hate in others what you hide in yourself. We like to believe that our judgments are fair, that we dislike others for logical reasons, moral violations, or incompatibility. But more often than not, the thing you hate in someone else is a shadow of your own suppressed self. Carl Jung called it the shadow, a psychological blind spot where all the emotions, impulses, and traits we deny in ourselves get buried. Do you rage at someone for being arrogant? It might be the arrogance you're suppressing in your own mind. Do you despise someone's laziness? It could be your own guilt over rest, projected outward. This isn't metaphorical, neurological. Research shows that when you judge others harshly, the brain lights up in the same regions used for self-referential processing. Your criticism, even your disgust, might not be about them at all. It's about you. This mirror effect is a defense mechanism. Your mind externalizes shameful traits onto others to avoid confronting them within. It's emotional misdirection, and it happens below your awareness. That's why the people who trigger you the most are your greatest teachers. They're holding a mirror to parts of you that you've buried. And here's the twist. The longer you deny these traits, the more violently they surface in dreams. Emotional outbursts, or even physical illness. Your hatred isn't random. It's a breadcrumb trail to the darkest corners of your psyche. The people you can't stand might just be showing you the you haven't dared to meet. 54. Thought is not yours. The voice in your head isn't you. You think the voice in your head is yours. It sounds like you. It uses your language. It remembers your memories, your pain, your ambitions. It wears your tone, mimics your fears, and speaks in your native accent. But here's the truth, no one tells you. You didn't create that voice. You inherited it. From your parents' criticisms, from your teachers' commands, from society's rules, religion's warnings, and culture's expectations. The voice inside your head, the one that says you're not good enough. What if they don't like you? Don't mess this up, isn't your voice. It's a stitched together echo chamber of every external voice that ever taught you to fear. You are not the voice. You are the one who... Here's it. Let's get brutally honest. Most of your thoughts are not chosen. They arrive, uninvited, unfiltered, sometimes even unwanted. They race, spiral, interrupt, loop. You didn't think them into existence. They just appeared. You don't think thoughts. Thoughts think themselves. You witness them, and yet this endless stream of involuntary chatter, often self-critical, anxious, repetitive, is what you mistake for you. But if you're not consciously generating each thought, who is? Who's running this monologue? Neurologically speaking, thoughts are just electrical patterns across your brain's neural network, often triggered by memory recall, sensory input, or unconscious emotional states. Philosophically speaking, they are the byproducts of conditioning, repetition, trauma, and social mimicry. A subconscious soup constantly bubbling over. So when you say, "I am my thoughts," ask yourself, if a madman's voice yelled those same thoughts at you from across the street, would you believe them? Would you obey them? Yet when that same voice whispers in your own head, you obey without question. You call it a conscience. You call it logic. You call it me. But it's not you. Let's go deeper. Try sitting in silence and watching your thoughts for 10 minutes. You'll notice something terrifying. Thoughts arise with no warning. Most are repetitive. Many are irrational or unrelated to the present moment. You often can't stop them, even if you try. This means that thinking is not something you do, it's something that happens to you. And if that's true, then who are you, really? You are not the content of thought. You are the awareness that notices it, the screen behind the images, the sky behind the clouds. Spiritual masters have whispered this truth for centuries. The mind is a superb instrument. If used rightly, used wrongly, it becomes very destructive. Eckhart Tolle, I think, therefore I am. Not Buddhist satire. You have to learn to be the silent witness of your thoughts. Ram Dass, but science is catching up. A study from Harvard found that the average person's mind wanders 47% of the time, often into worries, regrets, or fantasies, and the more it wanders, the less happy they are. In other words, thinking too much is quite literally making us miserable, and yet we identify with it completely. So what happens if you stop? What if, even for a few seconds, you observe the voice without becoming it? You'll notice space, a gap, a moment of stillness where you aren't running on thought. You're just here, conscious, quiet, alive. That's your real self, not the anxious narrator, not the compulsive thinker, but the one listening underneath. The tragedy is, most people will live their whole lives never realizing this. They will suffer, panic, self-destruct, all because they believed every word their inner voice said was them, when in reality, your mind is a puppet show. Your thoughts are recycled scripts, and the true you has never spoken a word. So next time your mind screams something terrifying, you're going to fail. You're not enough. Everyone's judging you. Don't answer back. Don't fight it. Don't obey it. Just smile and notice. Because that awareness, that silence behind the noise, is the only voice that ever truly belonged to you. 55. The mirror isn't showing you, it's showing what you've been trained to see. You stand in front of a mirror, thinking you're seeing yourself. You see your face, your posture, your familiar gaze, and assume that reflection belongs to you, but it doesn't. That mirror isn't a passive object. It's a liar you've trained to lie better every day. And tonight, I'm going to destroy the illusion it's been whispering to you since childhood. Because the face in the mirror, it's not you, it's a performance. Part 1. You were never taught to see your real self from your earliest memories. You were taught to judge your reflection. You look tired. You should fix your hair. Smile for the camera. Don't frown like that. Stand up straight. Lose some weight. All these small statements, dropped casually into your childhood, didn't just shape your behavior, they programmed your mirror script. So now, when you stand in front of your reflection, you're not looking at yourself. You're scanning for errors, imperfections, signs of weakness. What you see in the mirror is not your body. It's a checklist of your self-hatred. You tilt your head, you flex, you pose, and for one fleeting second, you think, okay, maybe I'm not that bad. That's not self-love, that's mirror conditioning. Part 2. The mirror isn't passive, it's a feedback loop. The reflection doesn't just sit there. It reacts to your gaze. Look closely when you think negative thoughts. Your face sags, your jaw tightens, your eyes lose focus. You begin to mimic your own insecurity, and the mirror reflects that back to you. So you feel worse, so you look worse, and the loop continues. This isn't just psychological. Neuroscience backs it. Your mirror neurons, designed to mimic others for empathy, begin mimicking your own imagined perception. You literally reprogram your nervous system to react to a false image of yourself every time you check a mirror. Part 3. You've never seen your real face. Have you ever caught a glimpse of yourself unexpectedly, like in a shop window or a passing car mirror, and thought, wait, is that what I really look like? That moment of unfiltered exposure is rare and terrifying, because for once, the performance is off. The mirror didn't give you time to pose, adjust, or put on your default face. It caught you existing, raw, unguarded, unedited, and you hated it. Not because it was bad, but because it was honest. You've spent so long manipulating your reflection that your real face now feels like a mistake. But it's not. It's you before you were taught to be ashamed of it. Part 4. The mirror kills confidence, but sells it back through commerce. Ever noticed how mirrors are everywhere in malls? Changing rooms, escalators, beauty stores, gyms. Why? Because corporations learned what philosophers already knew. To control a person, first control what they see in the mirror. Once you feel broken, you can be sold a fix. Serums, clothes, gym memberships, surgery. Be your best self, they say. What they mean is, by your best self. But the more you spend trying to fix your reflection, the more alienated you feel when you look in the mirror. Why? Because you're not supposed to win the mirror game. You're supposed to keep losing just enough to keep buying. Part 5. The mirror can't show what you've forgotten. There are parts of you that no mirror can display. The way your laughter makes someone feel safe. The warmth in your voice when you speak to someone who's scared. The way your silence comforts a grieving friend. The fire in your eyes when you protect someone you love. The mirror doesn't capture that. It never could. Yet somehow you let that cold, flat surface tell you whether you're beautiful, worthy, lovable, or enough. You've reduced your entire identity to a face in glass. You've allowed an inanimate object to become your emotional judge. Part 6. What happens when you break the spell? Try this. Stand in front of a mirror in the dark. Light a single candle. No makeup, no expression, no posture. Now look into your eyes and do nothing. No affirmations, no compliments, no self-criticism. Just stare. Hold that gaze. Watch what happens. First, the discomfort, then the disconnection, then the flicker of fear like something ancient is staring back. Because for once, you've bypassed the mirror persona. You're looking at yourself, not the performance, not the brand, not the avatar, just you. That moment, raw and unfiltered, is spiritual. It's terrifying. It's humbling. But most of all, it's freeing. Closing reflection. The mirror was never your enemy, but it became your cage. A cage built from expectations, insecurities, culture, and memory. Every time you believed the mirror's lies, you lost a piece of your real self. But tonight, you took it back. So next time you face that glass, ask yourself, am I looking at me? Or am I looking at the version I was trained to hate? Because once you see the difference, you'll never see the same face again. Section 56. The Prisoner's Paradox. You're free, but only within the cage you believe you have free. Will you believe that every choice you make, from the cereal you eat to the person you love, is yours and yours alone? That you are the driver of your destiny, not a puppet dangling from invisible strings. But what if I told you this belief is the final illusion, the ultimate lie your mind tells itself to survive the horror of being imprisoned in a cage it cannot see? This is the prisoner's paradox. You are not free. You are only allowed to feel free, as long as you never try to leave. The illusion of choice. Every day you face decisions, some small, some monumental, but pause and look closer. How often are these choices truly yours? You choose chocolate ice cream over vanilla. Why? Because you like it more. But what is that preference built on? Childhood memories, cultural exposure, dopamine response conditioning from ads, from caregivers, from societal reward systems. Even the position of the chocolate tub on the shelf might have nudged your decision. Your choice is nothing more than a cumulative reflex built on scripts you never wrote. You were taught what to like. You were rewarded for choosing certain paths, punished for others. And eventually, you internalized the code so well, you forgot it was code. The cage you call a mind, your mind is the prison, and your consciousness is the prisoner pacing the same mental hallways, convinced it's wandering a vast world. But what lies outside those walls? Here's the catch. Your brain will never let you find out. Neuroscience has revealed that decisions occur in the subconscious seconds before we consciously become aware of them. In other words, your brain decides, and then your mind takes credit. Like a puppet admiring its own strings, convinced it's a puppeteer, you're not choosing, you're just narrating. The inverted mirror of free will, here's the disturbing inversion. The more convinced you are that you're free, the less likely you are to question the prison. This is how the paradox sustains itself. Free will is not the freedom to choose anything. It's the permission to select from pre-approved options within a hidden system. The range of choices is the illusion, not the act of choosing. You are free to go left or right, but never up, never out. Your preferences, programmed, your beliefs, inherited, your rebellion, anticipated. The system gives you a sandbox and calls it a universe. Society, the guard disguised as a friend, now add another layer. The external world. Society pretends to celebrate individual freedom, but every structure is designed to keep you docile. School punishes curiosity. Work rewards obedience. Religion offers answers that must not be questioned. Social media gives you the illusion of infinite perspectives, while the algorithm filters what you're allowed to see. You're praised for thinking outside the box. But no one tells you the box has walls made of fear, conformity, and invisible violence. And when you do step too far, you're labeled a threat, an outcast, crazy. Freedom becomes dangerous when it threatens the illusion. The self-correcting system, even if you begin to see the cage, your brain kicks in with a defense mechanism. Cognitive dissonance. The moment your thoughts threaten the system activates guilt, shame, confusion, the pain alarms that drive you back into safe beliefs. Try to deprogram yourself. Suddenly you're tired, overwhelmed, depressed. You don't realize it, but the prison is correcting the prisoner, and the worst part, it does this out of love, to protect your sanity, to preserve your identity. Even if that identity is a lie. The myth of the open door, some will argue, but you can still break free. Meditate, unlearn, travel, question everything, yes, but even that is a script. Even awakening is now commercialized. Mindfulness has been turned into an app. Psychedelics are sold as weekend experiences. Even rebellion has been monetized, contained, sterilized, made safe. You're allowed to dream of escape, as long as you never actually escape. So, are you a prisoner? Here's the final twist. You're not just the prisoner, you're also the prison, and the warden, and the architect. Your mind built this system to survive, to function, to feel safe, and dismantling it means facing the raw chaos that lies beyond the walls, the abyss of uncertainty, the terrifying freedom of no rules at all. That's why most people choose the cage, because even a beautiful illusion feels safer than a terrifying truth. And you're reading this now, nodding, questioning, maybe even agreeing. But tomorrow you'll eat the same breakfast, scroll the same feed, tell yourself you chose to do so, and the prison will smile because you stayed. 57. The illusion of free will, your mind's most beautiful lie. You wake up every morning with a quiet confidence that you are in control, that your thoughts are yours, your choices are conscious, and your life is a result of your decisions. But what if that belief is the mind's most elegant illusion? Free will is the grand performance your brain puts on to keep you sane. A psychological safety net designed not to reveal the terrifying truth that most of your actions were decided before you even realized you had a choice. Let's start with neuroscience. Studies from Libet and soon et al. Reveal a phenomenon that should send a chill down your spine. Your brain decides up to 7 seconds before you become aware of your decision. In controlled experiments, Participants were asked to press a button at any random moment, but brain scans showed that the decision to act lit up on the scan seconds before they consciously made the move. You didn't choose, your brain did. You were just informed later. Let that sink in. You're not the driver, you're the passenger, rationalizing routes you never actually picked. Think about the last time you made a tough decision. To forgive someone, to stay in a relationship, to change careers. You may think you deliberated carefully, but in truth, your unconscious neural networks had already predetermined the outcome. What you felt as choice was just your conscious mind catching up, narrating a story to make it feel like you were involved. The puppeteer is behind the curtain. You're the puppet, learning to love the strings. Now let's step deeper. Evolution didn't select for truth, it selected for survival. A species that believes it has free will has more motivation to act, to build, to fight for existence. If your ancestors believed they had no control over life, they'd surrender to chaos. So, nature crafted the illusion, a useful delusion, of agency, but it's worse than that. Your likes, your political views, your moral compass, all shaped long before you had words for them. By your environment, your genetics, your trauma, your reward systems, your hormonal tides. You didn't choose who you love. You didn't choose what triggers your anger. You didn't even choose what feels meaningful to you. And still, your brain whispers the same lie. This was your decision. It's a hallucination wrapped in familiarity. This illusion goes further. Consider how advertising manipulates behavior, not with facts, but with subconscious nudges. Brands don't tell you what to choose. They engineer the environment so that you believe the choice was yours all along. You don't know why you reached for that soda. You just think it felt right. Now extend that concept to everything. Your faith, your career, your friends, your fears. How many of your decisions were never yours? This revelation is dangerous. If your mind truly accepted that you're not in control, would you still strive, love, plan, or dream? No, that's why your brain defends this illusion so viciously. It doesn't want you to know, it wants you to believe. Because belief keeps you moving, but sometimes you feel the cracks. Ever had a moment where you watched yourself say something cruel and wondered, why did I say that? That's not lack of willpower. That's your consciousness catching the echo of a decision it never made. The truth is, you are not the author of your thoughts. You are their reader, experiencing a script already written, narrated back to you as if you're in control. Your sense of agency is a byproduct of memory stitching. The brain takes scattered thoughts, decisions, emotions, and knits them into a neat timeline. But the timeline is a reconstruction, not reality. It's a post-event narrative, not a real-time broadcast. You are watching a delayed transmission of your own existence. Even emotions that feel spontaneous, anger, joy, attraction, are layered scripts of chemical surges, cultural programming, and neural wiring. You didn't decide to feel love. You just felt it. Then, later, you justified it with stories. We had chemistry. They're my type. But those are aftershocks, not origins. So where does this leave us? It leaves you at the edge of an existential cliff, staring into the terrifying idea that you never had a choice, that your entire life was a sequence of unconscious dominoes, and you, the conscious mind, are simply watching them fall, pretending to push them. But here's the paradox. Even if free will is an illusion, the experience of struggling with choice is real. And that struggle can shape the illusion itself, like a dream that becomes more vivid the harder you try to wake up. So maybe the question isn't, do I have free will? Maybe it's, can I live meaningfully knowing I don't? That's the trapdoor your brain avoids. Because if you look too long at this truth, you'll begin to see your thoughts as echoes, your memories as fiction, your choices as shadows, and your life as something you're only watching, not living, not choosing, just watching. 58. The language you never learned was yours. Have you ever wondered why you feel things you can't name? Why sometimes you ache in a way that no dictionary can describe? You were born into a world already defined, a language already built, a map of thoughts already drawn. But there's a strange and silent tragedy in that, because the most honest emotions you've ever felt don't exist in English, or any language you've been given. There are emotions, entire psychological landscapes that your brain experiences, but can't express. You are trapped, not by ignorance, but by vocabulary. There's a word in Portuguese, saudade. It means a deep, melancholic longing for something that doesn't exist anymore. Not quite nostalgia, not quite grief. Something in between. You felt it before, but didn't know how to speak it, so it stayed buried. In Japanese, there's yejin, the subtle, mysterious awareness of the universe that triggers an emotional response too deep for words. You've stared at a moonlit sky and felt something stir in your chest, but you called it calm or peace, not because those were accurate, but because you lacked anything better. The world has forced your feelings to be translated into simpler terms, but translation always sacrifices truth. You've mistaken the limits of your vocabulary for the limits of your emotions, but your brain, it knows more. It's fluent in a language you were never taught. Your mind hides these truths, not because they are dangerous, but because they are too beautiful to survive in a broken language. You've never had a conversation in your real voice, because your real voice speaks in sighs, glances, fading memories, and half-forgotten dreams. But the saddest truth, you're not alone in this. Every human being you've ever passed by, every stranger on a bus, every silent face in a crowd, they're all speaking in invisible languages, screaming emotions their mouths can't form. Imagine how different your life would be if you could understand even one of them. Imagine if someone finally understood you, but instead you keep saying, "I'm fine," even when you're not, because that's the only phrase your programming permits. Let me teach you a few stolen words from that invisible dictionary your brain secretly knows. L'appel du vide, French for the call of the void. That sudden urge to jump from a high place, not because you want to die, but because your mind wonders what it would feel like to let go. Mono no, aware Japanese for the awareness of impermanence, the gentle, bittersweet sadness you feel when something beautiful ends. Serein, French, describing the calm that comes after a storm, not just the weather, but in your heart. Zenocine, a coined word for the feeling that time is accelerating as you grow older, even when your days are slower than ever. Now think, if you've ever felt any of these, and I know you have, why did no one teach you their names? Because language is control, and control breeds silence. The moment you give something a name, you own it, you contain it, you understand it. That's why the world was built without these words, because if you knew them, you'd start asking questions they don't want you to ask. Why am I lonely, even when I'm not alone? Why does everything beautiful make me sad? Why does peace feel like grief? If you ask them in English, you'll get pills and platitudes. If you ask them in your real language, you'll finally get answers. So tonight, I want to leave you with one word you've never heard, but have always needed. Klexos, the act of dwelling on the past and feeling that even your memories are changing beneath you. Yes, even your past isn't stable, even your truth isn't safe, and neither is your mind. But once you learn to speak the secret language, you'll realize you've never been broken, just mistranslated. 59. The lie of the silent observer. They taught you that you are a witness to the world, that the self, the real you, sits somewhere behind your eyes, like a quiet observer watching the film of your life. You're told you're the camera, not the scene, the mind, not the body, the observer, not the chaos. But what if I told you that's a lie, a beautiful, ancient lie designed to protect your ego from collapsing under the weight of what you truly are? Because the truth is far more disturbing. There is no observer. There is no one behind your thoughts. There is no you looking out, only the illusion of looking. Think of your thoughts like a river. Thoughts, feelings, memories, they all flow endlessly without pause. But now ask yourself, where is the person watching the river from? The bank. The more you search for that observer, the further it disappears. Every time you point to a self, you find just another thought, another sensation, another voice pretending to be you. There is no one sitting in the audience of your life because you are the stage. This isn't spiritual philosophy. It's neuroscience. Every thought you have is generated by complex, competing neural circuits. Your feeling of I is just a narrative hallucination, a story told by your prefrontal cortex to bind together the chaos of inner noise. It's not a lie, it's a useful fiction. But useful doesn't mean real, because if you remove the story, if you stop narrating, if you sit still enough, for long enough, the observer dissolves. No voice, no self, just perception happening on its own. You were never watching the show, you are the show, and you never had a backstage pass. This truth shatters people, because the one thing we hold sacred, the idea that I am here, choosing, thinking, acting, is the most fragile illusion of all. The observer is not real. It never was. And if you stop distracting yourself, you will see that for yourself. Have you ever had a moment where time stopped, where you forgot your name, your worries, even your location? That wasn't meditation. That was the absence of the observer. And it felt terrifying, didn't it? Because we are addicted to the feeling of being someone. We crave that voice that says, I am me. But that voice is just noise. It's the echo of a system trying to hold itself together with lies. You weren't born with this illusion. Watch a baby. It doesn't have a story of self. It reacts, it feels, it exists, but it doesn't narrate. It doesn't observe itself. The voice of the observer is installed later by parents, by teachers, by culture. It's a software patch on top of raw consciousness. And like any patch, it can crash. It does crash in trauma, in psychedelics, in psychosis, in silence. But we fear those moments. We call them madness, because they strip away the story and leave us with nothing but reality, unfiltered. Here's the real twist. The observer doesn't keep you sane. It keeps you trapped. Trapped in shame, in identity, in roles you didn't choose. The moment you realize there's no one watching, there's no one judging. And if there's no one judging, there's no need to perform. No need to be good. No need to be enough. Because there is no you to fail. Just awareness. Just experience. Just now, this truth is not nihilistic. It's liberating. If there is no observer, then there is no prisoner. You are not locked inside your head. You're everywhere your awareness reaches. The pain you feel, it's not your pain, it's just pain. The thoughts you fear, they're not your thoughts, they're just thoughts. You are not the one suffering. You are the suffering itself. You are the moment in which everything appears and disappears. So the next time you think, I'm watching myself lose control, remember, that's the final illusion dying. There was no self to control in the first place. You are not the actor, the audience, or the director. You are the screen, and the screen doesn't care what movie is playing. 60. The final question that has no answer. There comes a moment, often unspoken, where the mind recoils, not because it lacks information, but because it senses the final answer may be one it cannot survive. You've followed this descent through shattered physics, collapsing time, emotional implosions, and memories that betrayed you. But this is the question that waits at the bottom of all questions. Why is there anything instead of nothing? At first glance, it seems poetic, philosophical, harmless even. But don't be fooled. This is the fracture point of existence, the question that undermines every equation, every emotion, every belief. It is the death of certainty and the birthplace of cosmic dread. You can trace back every effect to a cause, till you can't. You can model the birth of the Passenserversen, till you can't. You can tell stories of gods, energy fields, mathematical laws, but none explain why existence had to exist in the first place. Why not nothing? Why not eternal silence? Why not the absence of minds, laws, particles, or paradoxes? The human brain was never built to understand origin without origin, and yet you try. And it's in that attempt, that spiritual autopsy of reality, where something inside you starts to rot. Because if there is no reason for existence, this was all just an accident, then everything collapses. Meaning, morality, love, suffering, success. You're a ghost trapped in a skin suit, dancing inside a temporary hallucination of meaning. And if, on the other hand, there was a reason, it implies intent. But whose? And then it hits you. Maybe both answers are equally terrifying. Maybe there's no reason. Or worse, maybe there isn't, you were never supposed to know it. Closing reflection for part 60. You're not lost in a question. You're submerged in a paradox. A trap designed not to reveal anything, but to hollow you out from the inside, until you stop seeking and start screaming in silence. And that's where we'll go next. 61. The universe doesn't want to be seen. You've reached the part where reality begins hiding from you. Not because you've asked the wrong questions, but because you've asked them too well. The cosmos was never designed for conscious eyes. It was stitched in silence, patterned in paradoxes, and smeared across an endless void without an audience. You, this thinking, breaking, spiraling consciousness, were never supposed to become aware of the machinery behind the curtain. That's why the deeper you look, the darker it gets. Astronomers once hoped to map the stars, believing that light, like truth, was meant to be seen. But the farther we stretch our telescopes, the more the universe pulls itself into shadows. 95% of it is dark, dark matter, dark energy, an empire of invisibility. What kind of system hides most of itself? A system that was never built for witnesses. And yet, here you are, a creature stitched from stardust, given eyes too sensitive and a mind too curious, walking straight into the machine that manufactures madness. The problem isn't that the universe is empty. The problem is that it isn't. It's watching, it's echoing, It's recursive, layered, observing itself through your eyes and breaking under its own reflection. You are not created to observe. You are created to continue, but your curiosity rewrote the program. Your questions turned the mirror, and now the universe is looking back through you. The recursive collapse, recursive. Systems eat themselves. The moment you become aware that you're aware that you're aware, a loop begins. And like any closed loop, it begins to vibrate, intensify, warp until it tears. That's what consciousness is, a recursive loop in mimicking infinity. That's why your memories don't align, why your dreams feel like echoes from a place you've never been, why, when you stare at yourself in the mirror long enough, something in your eyes changes, like your body is just a costume the observer got tired of wearing. You don't remember being born. You won't be able to comprehend dying, because the thing that's watching from behind your eyes was never part of this world to begin with. And maybe it doesn't belong here. Maybe. None of us do. Why? You'll never be whole again once you touch the root question. Why is anything at all? You don't just unlock a mystery. You dissolve something in yourself. The protective fiction, the comfort of purpose. You see behind the veil, but there's nothing waiting there with arms open. There's just the void and the echo of your own voice bouncing off eternity. You keep looking, desperate. Maybe the next book, the next theory, the next religion, the next podcast episode will patch the hole you opened. But they won't, because the moment you saw the machinery, you stopped being a became an anomaly. The universe doesn't know what to do with you anymore. You broke the fourth wall of your own soul. And now everything feels like theater. Relationships feel like scripts. Pain feels rehearsed. Victory tastes plastic. Because it's not real anymore. Not after what you've seen. You are now outside the simulation, no. Not in the literal matrix sense. Worse, you're outside the illusion of meaning that holds most people together. You've become untethered not from reality, but from consensus, from comfort, from the false floor that made life livable. And the thing is, you can never go back. You can fake it, smile at dinner, post pictures, celebrate milestones, but you'll know it's all costume. Set design. A dream you're awake in, but everyone else is still sleeping. That's the price of seeing. The universe hides because it has to. If too many people wake up, the simulation collapses. The actors freeze. The stage catches fire. And so, most people are gently put back to sleep with entertainment, religion, careers, dopamine, distractions, drama. The world is a lullaby for the awakening soul. But you didn't fall back asleep, did you? You kept watching, kept peeling back layers, kept staring into the cosmic wound. Final reflection for section 61, you are now irreversibly aware. And awareness, once stretched beyond illusion, never snaps back into comfort. You are not broken. You are not lost. You are awake in a dream that punishes the awake. And you're not alone, but that is another descent altogether. 62. The lie of the linear life you were promised, a story, a beginning, a middle, and an end. A clean, straight line that moved forward, always forward, purpose, progress, and peace. But the truth, your life is not a line, it's a spiral, a recursive, collapsing whirlpool of loops, regrets, echoes, and hallucinations of meaning. And every time you think you've escaped a pattern, you find yourself living it, again deeper, darker, more distorted. You thought aging was growth, But most of it was just repetition in disguise. You made choices, but the outcomes feel eerily scripted like déjà vu, wearing different clothes. You moved cities, changed friends, switched belief systems, still ended up in the same emotional room, whispering the same questions to the ceiling at 3 a.m. Because time doesn't move forward for you. It folds, it loops. And one day, if you stare too long into the spiral, you'll realize something that will ruin you beautifully. You were never going anywhere. The timeline was a cage, they told you. Go to school, get a job, get married, buy the house, raise the kids, retire, die quietly. They made it sound like a quest, but it was a conveyor belt. The real tragedy isn't that you followed the path. It's that the path never existed to begin with. Because in the universe's language, there is no before, no after, just now, endlessly refracted, just you, endlessly repeated, just memories, pretending to be sequence. The arrow of time was a lie your mind tells to survive chaos. But now, you've noticed the cracks. You see how memories shift, how time bends around emotion. How decades can pass in a moment and 1 second can feel like a lifetime. That's not just perception, that's the code glitching. Why everything happens too late, every profound realization comes too late. Every moment of clarity arrives after you needed it. You understand how to love. Only after you've lost someone, you realize what mattered. Only after you betrayed it, you learn how to live. Only when your body begins to break. This isn't a bug. It's built into the human operating system. Because the system was never designed for mastery. It was designed for repetition. Evolution doesn't care about your wisdom. It cares about survival, and survival doesn't require enlightenment. It requires amnesia. So your life is lived in fragments, each version of you shedding skins, forgetting truths, repeating mistakes, and thinking you're making progress. But really, you're just spinning in the spiral. The illusion of next time. I'll do it better. Next time, I'll say the right words. Next time, I won't break what I love. But next time never comes. Because next time is always this time, wearing a different mask. You carry the same wounds into new relationships. You find the same silence in different careers. You write the same diary entries under different moonlight. You are not becoming something new. You are just orbiting yourself over and over until the core rots or bursts. And maybe that's the point. Maybe you weren't meant to escape the spiral. Maybe you were meant to burn in it. Final reflection for section 62. You are not on a journey. You are a feedback loop inside a collapsing hologram, misinterpreting entropy as experience. And now that you see it, you can never unsee it. 63. The architecture of regret. Regret is not just a feeling, it's a location in your mind. A hallway with too many locked doors, each marked with words like what if, why didn't I, if only. And you keep walking that hallway, revisiting those doors, jiggling the handles, hoping that somehow this time, one of them might open and take you back. But time, cruel and silent, doesn't care. It built those doors without keys. You are not haunted by your past. You are haunting it. You are the ghost pacing the memory, the echo trapped in the moment. And worst of all, you put yourself there. Why the mind can't let go? Your brain isn't designed to let things go. It's designed to keep you alive. And pain, ironically, is proof of what matters. So it loops, it replays, it reanimates moments that are long dead. Not because you're broken, but because you're trying to rewrite an outcome that cannot be rewritten. You rewatch the goodbye, you reread the message, you relive the mistake. And every time, the brain says, this time, maybe we'll change it. But you don't, because you can't. You are trapped in the museum of your own emotional architecture, curating exhibits of pain, betrayal, hesitation, and missed courage. The mirror regret builds every time you remember what you didn't do, what you didn't say, what you destroyed by staying silent. You build another mirror, and in those mirrors, you don't just see your past self. You see every version of who you could have been. A version who said I love you earlier. A version who walked away before the damage. A version who didn't lie, didn't hide, didn't run. These phantom versions of you become gods in your memory. Ideal. Untouchable. While you, in your real timeline, rot under the weight of their perfection. But here's the paradox. Those alternate selves only exist because you regret. They are not real. They are symptoms. Regret doesn't show you truth. It shows you the possibility of truth, distorted by longing, framed by fiction, amplified by shame, the physics of guilt. Guilt is not a moral compass. It's a gravity. And once it forms, it pulls everything toward it. Your choices, your memories, your identity. You can live your entire life in orbit around a single mistake. You can define yourself by one moment of weakness. And the longer you stare into it, the more it swallows your narrative. You start to believe, I am what I did. I am the failure. I am the betrayal. But that isn't true. You are the host of guilt, not its origin. You inherited it. You nurtured it. You turned it into a religion. Why regret never fades but mutates, they say time heals. But time only mutates regret. It doesn't delete it. It just changes the flavor from sharp to bitter, from burning to hollow. And sometimes, hollow is worse. Because when regret loses its edge, it becomes background noise. A low hum in your nervous system. A dull ache in your chest that never screams but never leaves. You learn to live with it. You make art from it. You bury it in productivity. But deep down, you know, you're still in that hallway. Still jiggling. The handles of those locked doors. Final reflection for Section 63 regret is the longest ghost. It doesn't knock. It lives with you. And the deeper you try to bury it, the more it decorates your internal architecture. You don't move on from regret. You build your identity around it. 64. The lie that you are a singular self. You are not one person. You never were. You are a civil war of versions. There is the version of you who is kind, and the version who is cruel, the version who loves too deeply, and the version who doesn't love at all. You are a parliament of contradictions, constantly voting on who gets to drive the moment. And still, the world tells you, be yourself. But which self? The one you were at 3 a.m. last night when you couldn't sleep? The one you pretended to be in front of them? The one who still cries about what you said 5 years ago? The myth of the core identity psychology loves the idea of a true self. It makes healing feel simple. Find the real you. Heal that one. But there is no center, no throne, no final self behind the curtain pulling the levers. You are a network of emotional responses, memories, protective patterns, trauma adaptations, learned scripts, social masks, inherited fears, and false epiphanies. What you call me is just the most recent version you're tolerating. Even your thoughts aren't yours. They're echoes, conditioning, memory fragments parading as clarity. You're not discovering yourself. You're constantly negotiating yourself identity as a survival costume when you were a child. You crafted a version of yourself that made adults comfortable. That's where your first mask was born. When you became a teen, you refined it to avoid shame, to fit into the mold, to not be too much or too weird. Then adulthood demanded performance, polish, professionalism, a curated facade that can survive capitalism and rejection. And eventually, you confuse that survival costume with your authentic self. But the self who performs for approval is not you. The self who shapeshifts to survive is not you. The self who says I'm fine while drowning is not you. They are versions, functional, protective, necessary, but not truthful. You are an archive, not a statue. People want you to be consistent, predictable, static. They get nervous when you evolve. They call it a crisis when you shift. But you're not a sculpture. You're a river. Who you were at 17 is dead. Who you'll be at 37 hasn't even been born. Yet we punish ourselves for being inconsistent, for changing our minds, for no longer loving what we used to. But evolution is not betrayal. Growth is not sin. You are not a linear narrative. You are an archive of thousands of parallel drafts, some unfinished, some abandoned, all valid. Stop trying to edit yourself into a final form. There is no final form. The voices in the mind's theater, you've heard them. The voice that screams when you want to rest. The voice that whispers guilt during joy. The voice that sounds like a parent who never understood you. These voices are not yours. They are recordings left behind by experience. And yet, when they speak, you obey. You don't ask, whose voice is this? You just assume it's truth. But your internal theater has more actors than you realize. Some are wounded children. Some are scared protectors. Some are ghosts of people who hurt you and never left. They don't want peace. They want repetition. They don't want healing. They want control. You are not broken for hearing them. You are broken when you believe them. Why? The self is a lie, but a useful one. You need a self to sign forms, to say, I love you, to tell stories that others understand. But the self is a convenient hallucination, a cognitive shortcut to survive a complex, chaotic world. The ego says, I am this, but the soul, it only whispers, I am becoming. You are not here to be. You are here to unbecome every story that was never yours. You are here to shed, to soften, to question, to dissolve. And in that process you will meet thousands of yous, some kind, some cold, some brilliant, some lost. They are all you, and none of them are final. Final reflection for section 64. So when someone asks you, who are you really? Don't answer, just smile and say, which day? Because you are not one voice, you are the entire choir. You are not one truth, you are the entire storm. You are not one self. You are 1,000 versions, each holding hands in the dark, trying to keep each other warm. 65. The blind spot of consciousness, where awareness refuses to look. You live your entire life inside your mind, yet you've never truly seen it. You observe your thoughts, you feel your emotions, you replay your memories, but you've never stopped to ask, who is doing the observing? What's behind that thin veil of self-awareness that lets you know you exist? This section is about the blind spot of consciousness, not metaphorically, not philosophically, literally. Your brain, in all its 86 billion neurons, has evolved to reflect on everything except itself. The mind's greatest illusion. Most people think of consciousness as a light bulb. You flip it on, and it illuminates the room, the world, your thoughts, your feelings. But that metaphor is deeply flawed. Consciousness is not a light in the room, it is the room. It is the container for every experience you've ever had, every decision you've ever made, every version of yourself you've ever believed in. But here's the catch. The room can never see itself. This blind spot isn't just psychological, it's neurological. The default mode network in your brain, often associated with self-reflection and identity, is also the network most resistant to objective introspection. It's the very mechanism that blocks itself from scrutiny. Think of it like a camera trying to take a photo of itself, using itself, or a mirror trying to reflect what's behind it without turning. That's you trying to understand your mind, using your mind too. The observer is the illusion. You might believe there's a solid you behind your thoughts, a little mental puppeteer pulling strings, choosing paths, deciding who you are, but every time you try to observe that self, it slips through your fingers. Why? Because the observer is just the latest thought, dressed in authority. It's not a real thing. It's a process, not a person. A constant shifting mirage that makes you believe you're steering the ship while the ocean decides everything underneath. Science calls this the narrative self. It's not an entity, but a stream of cognition that arises when the brain tells itself a story about who it is. The problem is, the storyteller thinks it's real, but behind the narration, there's silence, stillness, emptiness. That silence is your true self, not the thoughts, not the emotions, the space between. 3. The default mode network, the ego's fortress, the default mode network DMN, is the most active when you're not focused on the external world, when you're daydreaming, recalling the past, or imagining the future. It's the home of self-referential thought, and it's the biggest culprit behind the illusion of you. When neuroscientists study meditation or psychedelics, they often notice one consistent effect. The DMN shuts down. When it does, the boundaries of the self start to dissolve. People describe it as ego death, unity with the universe, or a sense of being a pure witness without identity. In simpler words, when the mind storytelling center goes quiet, the illusion of me collapses. But here's the kicker. Your brain does not want this to happen. It resists, hard. That's why your mind drags you into thoughts about dinner, your phone, your regrets, your dreams, anything to keep the illusion alive. Because if the DMN truly fell silent, if the storyteller shut up, what would be left? For consciousness is not in the brain, it is the brain looking at itself. Let's get unsettling. What if consciousness isn't something inside you, but something you are inside of? Neuroscience can't locate consciousness in any single region of the brain. No matter how deep they dig, they don't find a you. Instead, they find systems interacting, feedback loops, sensory processing, predictive models. This leads to a radical theory. Consciousness isn't a thing, it's a process. A recursive feedback loop of the brain modeling itself in real time, which means you are literally a hallucination your brain is having about itself. The philosopher Thomas Metzinger says, "No such thing as a self exists. Nobody ever was or had a self. What exists is a self-model, a useful fiction your brain runs so you don't go insane, like a computer interface. It hides the messy code of reality and gives you something you can work with. A cursor, a window, a name, your name, the place your mind can't go. There's a reason monks sit in silence for 10 hours a day. There's a reason mystics stare at candles until they see through their own thoughts. There's a reason you avoid boredom like it's a virus. Because boredom is a virus. It's what happens when your consciousness brushes up against its blind spot, and it doesn't like what it finds there. Emptiness. If you sat still for long enough, without stimulation, distraction, or narrative, your self-model would begin to dissolve. You'd feel a terrifying absence, not of the world, but of you. Most people call this anxiety. Philosophers call it existential despair, but mystics, they call it awakening, because on the other side of that panic is the truth. You were never in control. You were never the thinker of your thoughts. You were never the chooser of your choices. You were always just the awareness, watching the storm, never being the storm. By closing the loop, your mind has a blind spot, not because it's broken, but because it's protecting you. To function, you must believe you exist as a cohesive whole. You must believe your thoughts are yours, that your choices mean something, that your past shaped your future. But that belief is the cage. The truth is less poetic, but more freeing. You are not the story. You are the space the story passes through. The blind spot in your mind isn't a defect, it's a door. And only when you look into that void, into the terrifying absence where you should be, do you begin to see clearly. So, are you ready to see what's been watching from behind your eyes all along? 65. The blind eye of certainty. You were taught to trust what's visible, to accept the world through the filtered lens of your senses. What you see is what you get, they said, as if perception was proof and certainty was safety. But what if I told you your senses are not only flawed, they're being lied to by your own brain? What if I told you that every time you see, you're not just observing reality, you're constructing a hallucination? Let's begin with a brutal truth. The mind does not see the world as it is. It sees the world as it expects it to be. Take vision, your most trusted sense. Light enters the eye and strikes the retina. That information travels through the optic nerve and into the visual cortex. But here's the twist. Only about 10% of what you see is actually coming from your eyes. The remaining 90% is fabricated, predicted by your brain. Your mind guesses what's in front of you, fills in the blanks, smooths the edges, corrects what it thinks are mistakes, and only then gives you the illusion of a clean image. This is not metaphor, this is neuroscience. Your brain has evolved not to perceive truth, but to perceive usefulness. Evolution doesn't reward accuracy, it rewards survival. If a distortion of reality gives you an edge in competition, reproduction, or staying alive, that distortion is preserved. It becomes your reality. In other words, the very faculties you rely on for truth were never designed to reveal it. This is known as the interface theory of perception. Imagine your brain as a computer. Desktop. You click on a folder. I cannot, because the folder is literally made of pixels, but because it simplifies a complex process. Your senses are the folder icons. They give you a usable interface, not access to the actual underlying code. And yet we worship certainty. We trust our memories like their archives. We believe what we see as if it were gospel. But your memories are malleable, reconstructed every time you access them. Your eyes lie, your ears misinterpret, your brain edits. Do you still think you're experiencing reality? Let's go deeper. The illusion of objectivity is one of the most dangerous myths you've been taught. You were told the world exists out there, independent of the observer. But quantum physics shredded that belief decades ago. The observer is not separate from the observed. In fact, the act of observation creates the reality you experience. In the double-slit experiment, a particle behaves differently when it is being observed than when it's not. This isn't a metaphor for social behavior. It's a fundamental law of how particles work. The universe responds to consciousness. If observation changes outcome, then reality is not objective. It's participatory. You are not a passive witness, you are a co-creator. And yet, you go about your life believing in a fixed world, ruled by laws, unmoved by your presence. Certainty is not only a lie, it is a prison. This leads us to confirmation bias, your brain's most sinister defense mechanism. You are wired to look for evidence that supports what you already believe, and ignore anything that doesn't. You filter out dissonance. You cling to pattern. You sculpt your world to match your assumptions. And slowly, without noticing, you lose the ability to see what's real. That's not just a personal flaw. It's a species-wide vulnerability. And yet we idolize those who speak in absolutes. Politicians, preachers, influencers. We're drawn to confidence like moths to flame, even if it blinds us. Because in a chaotic world, certainty is comfort even if it's false. Here's the truth you were never meant to hold in your hands. Reality is a simulation, but not in the way you think. It's not lines of code. It's perceptual scaffolding generated by your own brain, updated by social cues, locked in place by culture, and reinforced by reward systems you didn't choose. And the moment you try to step outside it, the moment you question it too deeply, the system pushes back, not because it's evil, because it's afraid. Because if you see too much, question too hard, or break the rules of the interface, the illusion collapses. And when that happens, you're not left with truth, you're left with the abyss. So here's the haunting paradox. To be certain is to be asleep. To doubt is to begin waking up. But waking up is not pleasant. It's not a spiritual high. It's not a viral Instagram quote. It's painful, it's lonely, it's horrifying. Because when the curtain is pulled back, what you find is not a grand design or divine order. You find chaos, ambiguity, infinite possibility, and the terrifying realization that you were never meant to know. Certainty was your security blanket. You wrapped it around your mind like armor, but now it's suffocating you. So let it go. Let the world blur. Let the edges dissolve. Let perception collapse. Because on the other side of that collapse is not despair but freedom, and you are ready. 66. The paradox of free will. Illusion of control. In a determined mind, you've been sold the myth of free will. The grand illusion that you are the master of your choices, the captain steering your fate. That every decision is a deliberate act, a declaration of independence. But the more science uncovers about the brain, the more this illusion crumbles like dry sand in your hand. The brain decides before you do. Neuroscientific experiments have exposed a brutal truth. Your brain makes decisions before you become aware of them. In the 1980s, Benjamin Libet's groundbreaking experiments revealed that brain activity indicating a decision fires up several hundred milliseconds before the person reports the conscious intention to act. In other words, by the time you think you've chosen to raise your hand, your brain has already made that choice silently, unconsciously, behind the scenes. What does this mean? That your conscious self is not the originator of action. It's a witness, a storyteller constructing a narrative after the fact, convincing you that you had control all along. The illusion of choice. Every moment you believe you are choosing freely, you are actually navigating a complex web of unconscious processes, genetics, past experiences, emotional conditioning, social pressures, and biochemical impulses. These Forces steer your decisions long before you notice their influence. Your conscious mind is like the passenger who thinks they're driving because they hold the wheel, but the real driver is hidden in the shadows. Determinism and its cold embrace. This realization has chilling implications. If every choice is predetermined by prior causes, neurons firing, chemicals surging, then responsibility, morality, and personal identity become slippery concepts. If you didn't choose your thoughts or desires, can you be blamed for your actions? If your decisions are caused by forces outside conscious control, what does it mean to be you? You are not an autonomous agent. You are a complex system obeying laws you can barely perceive. The paradox of awareness: despite this, you feel free. You experience choice. Why? Because consciousness evolved to create the illusion of free will. It's adaptive. It motivates behavior, enforces social order, and fosters personal growth. Without the belief in agency, survival becomes difficult. Without autonomy, motivation falters. Your brain gives you the experience of control, even if it's a carefully constructed theater. Are you the prisoner or the prison? You think you control your impulses, your habits, your emotions. But how often do you find yourself acting in ways you don't understand? Breaking promises, repeating patterns, succumbing to cravings. The more you try to assert control, the more elusive it becomes, because you're not just the prisoner of your biology, and past you are the prison itself. The boundaries of your identity, the walls built from conditioning and trauma, the locked cells of fear and doubt, these imprison your free will. Can you escape the loop? There's no magic answer here, no formula for absolute freedom. You exist in a paradox. Your brain both determines and simulates choice. You are both bound and free. But maybe the escape is not in control, but in awareness. To witness the illusion without fighting it. To feel the currents pulling your decisions, but still observe them. To be the silent watcher of your own programming. Final reflection for section 66. Free will is a lie your mind tells to survive. But in knowing the lie, you find a new kind of freedom. The freedom to see your patterns, to question your impulses, and to choose how deeply you participate in your own illusion. Is the you that believes in choice truly free, or is it simply the most convincing part of a determined machine? 67. The memory machine. How your past betrays you. You trust your memories. You believe they are the archives of your life, the proof of your identity, your history, your truth. But your memory is a liar, a trickster, a hallucination masked as fact. Every time you remember, you rewrite the past. Every recollection is a reconstruction, a puzzle with missing pieces your mind fills with fabrications. Your memories are not recordings, they are fictions created to serve your present self. The fragility of memory. In the 1970s, psychologist Elizabeth Loftus proved this with terrifying clarity. Her experiments showed that memories can be implanted. Entire events that never happened can become indistinguishable from reality to the brain. You can be led to remember a car crash differently, even a crime that never occurred. What you remember is shaped by suggestion, bias, emotions, and social cues. Your brain doesn't archive events like a camera. It recreates them, and every time it recreates, it changes. The paradox of remembering: you think you're preserving the past, but in truth, you're always creating it anew. This means your past isn't fixed. It's fluid. It's as unstable as quicksand. Even your earliest memories, those you clutch like anchors, are suspect. Some may be fragments of stories told by others. Some are stitched from dreams, photos, and conversations. You are not who you think you are because your history is a ghost story you tell yourself. Memory's purpose isn't truth. Why does your brain lie? Because memory's job isn't accuracy. Its job is survival. Memory prioritizes usefulness, keeps what helps you function, forgets what threatens your mental stability, and reshapes trauma into manageable narratives. Sometimes, memory erases pain by rewriting it. Sometimes, it exaggerates events to warn you, but the outcome is always the same. Your personal history becomes a myth. A narrative scaffold you build identity upon, fragile, unstable, and deceptive. The self as a storyteller, this leads to a harsh truth. The you in your memories is often a character you crafted, a protagonist with flaws, desires, regrets, who evolves, grows, suffers, and triumphs. But this character is fictional. You edit the script to make sense of chaos, to find meaning in randomness, to comfort the wounds of loneliness. Memory is the author, editor, and publisher of your self-myth. And the worst part, you believe the story is the truth. When memory betrays identity, what happens when your memories fail? When amnesia wipes out years? When trauma buries entire chapters? You don't just lose data, you lose self. Studies of amnesiac patients reveal they struggle to form a coherent identity. Without memories, they become strangers to themselves, lost in a fog of uncertainty. Because memory is the thread that stitches your life together. Without it, the fabric unravels. Final reflection for section 67. Your past is not a reliable guide. It's a house of mirrors. The images you see are distorted, incomplete, and shifting. And yet, you keep returning to that reflection, believing it defines you. What if the only constant in your life isn't your past, but your mind's endless capacity to rewrite it? Is your memory your ally, or your most dangerous enemy? 68. The emotional hijack. How feelings steal your reason. You like to think you make decisions with your mind, logic, reason, and careful thought leading the way. But beneath this comforting illusion, your emotions are running a coup. Your brain is a battleground where ancient survival instincts wrestle control from modern consciousness and emotions. They are the guerrilla fighters, hijacking your thoughts, twisting your logic, and steering you like puppets on strings. The amygdala's secret reign. Deep within your brain lies the amygdala primal, almond-shaped cluster that acts as the gatekeeper of emotion, particularly fear and anxiety. It's fast, reactive, and mercilessly efficient. When it senses threat, it overrides your rational brain. The prefrontal cortex and triggers an immediate, automatic response: fight, flight, or freeze. This happens before you're even consciously aware of the danger. Emotions versus reason. The ancient war neuroscience reveals a constant tug-of-war. Your emotional brain evolved millions of years ago when survival depended on instant reactions. Your rational brain is nuanced, delicate, slow, and energy-hungry. Yet, when emotions surge, they steamroll logic. You think you're thinking clearly, but you're being manipulated by feelings buried in the depths of your neural architecture. Emotional reasoning. The cognitive trap. You've fallen into it countless times without realizing. Emotional reasoning is the bias where you believe something is true because you feel it to be true. If you feel scared, your mind concludes, this is dangerous. If you feel worthless, your mind says, I am worthless. The feeling becomes the fact. Logic becomes a spectator. Hijacked decisions and their consequences, from relationships to politics Emotions dictate choices you later regret. You lash out when angry, withdraw when sad, or cling when anxious. You rationalize behaviors that serve emotional survival but sabotage long-term well-being. And worst of all, you rarely notice this takeover until the damage is done. The illusion of control over emotions. You believe you can control your feelings. But emotions are not switches you flip on or off. They are waves, sometimes tidal, sometimes ripples rising from subconscious depths. Trying to suppress or ignore them only strengthens their grip. Can awareness liberate you? The path out of emotional hijack isn't through resistance. It's through recognition, to watch your feelings without judgment, to see them as data, not dictators. Mindfulness and meditation expose the machinery behind emotional storms. You begin to see feelings come and go, but your awareness remains. Final reflection for section 68. Your emotions are ancient code running in the background, powerful, messy, and relentless. They will hijack your mind whenever you let your guard down. But knowing the hijack is happening is the first step to reclaiming your reason. Are you ready to witness the war within and reclaim your mind's sovereignty? 69. The social mask. How you hide behind others' expectations. You wear a mask. Not a literal one, but a social one, an intricate web of behaviors. Smiles, words, and postures crafted to keep you safe in the eyes of others. From childhood, you learn which masks fit which rooms, which faces earn approval, which voices silence. Pain. You are less yourself than the role you perform. The origin of the mask. Developmental psychology shows that children instinctively mirror caregivers to survive. Your earliest mask was forged in the furnace of your parents' approval, your peers' acceptance, your culture's norms. You learned to conceal what might be rejected, fear, anger, confusion, to display what might be rewarded, joy, confidence, compliance. The mask as protection and prison. The mask shields you from vulnerability, but also traps you inside it. You don't know who you are beneath the layers. Social psychologist Irving Goffman called this the presentation of self, the ongoing performance to manage impressions. But the longer you wear a mask, the more it becomes your face. Masks and fragmented identity. You may have many lover, worker, stranger. Each demands different emotions, words, and reactions. Your mind fractures, juggling personas that rarely align. This fragmentation leads to exhaustion, loneliness, and a deep sense of inauthenticity. When the mask slips, moments of raw honesty terrify you, not because truth is dangerous, but because exposure threatens your carefully crafted roles. The mask fights to stay intact. Slips trigger shame, panic, and denial. Yet the mask's very existence is a sign of disconnection from others and from yourself. Breaking free from the mask. Authenticity is often preached but rarely practiced. It requires dismantling safety nets woven from fear. It means facing rejection, judgment, and isolation. And yet, paradoxically, true connection arises only when the mask falls. Final reflection for section 69. You are a collection of masks designed to survive a social world. But beneath them lies a self starving for truth. Will you keep hiding behind shadows, or dare to unveil the fragile, flawed, and real you? 70. The sleep paradox. Why rest eludes the mind itself. You crave rest. The stillness of sleep, a refuge from the endless chatter in your head. Yet, ironically, the very mind that needs peace is the mind that refuses to surrender. Sleep is not just a biological necessity, is a battlefield. A paradox where your mind simultaneously demands rest and resists it with every fiber. The brain's nightly war. When you close your eyes, your brain doesn't simply switch off. Instead, it enters a complex dance of activity REM cycles, non-REM stages, bursts of electrical storms that mirror wakefulness more than silence. The same brain regions responsible for your waking anxieties and thoughts become hyperactive at night, replaying memories, rehearsing fears, and sometimes fabricating dreams that border on nightmare. Sleep is not peace. It's vigilance wrapped in shadows. The hyperactive mind studies show that people who suffer insomnia often have an overactive default mode network, the same network that generates self-referential thoughts. Their minds ruminate, spiral, and obsess, making rest impossible. It's a cruel irony. The mind's survival mechanisms keep it alert even when rest is desperately needed. Why can't you turn it off? Your brain evolved to prioritize survival above all. Even in sleep, it scans for threats. This heightened alertness is a vestige of ancient dangers, the rustling in the dark, the predator's breath on your neck. Modern life hasn't erased this evolutionary trait, only layered it with new anxieties, work stress, social fears, existential dread. Your mind is trapped in a loop, unable to fully trust the world outside or the silence inside. The role of consciousness in sleep consciousness doesn't disappear during sleep. It shifts form. Lucid dreaming shows that your awareness can wake within sleep itself, fragment of you observing the dreamscape. But this fragmented consciousness also means the mind can become stuck caught between waking and sleeping, vigilance and surrender. Sleep as a metaphor for life. Your inability to sleep reflects a deeper truth. Just as your mind resists rest, it resists ending the cycle of pain and self-delusion. You are caught in a waking dream, endlessly replaying stories, fears, and desires. Sleep is the final frontier where the self might dissolve, but even there, the mind resists its own death. Final reflection for Section 70. The battle for rest is a battle for surrender. Your mind's refusal to sleep mirrors its refusal to let go of control, certainty, and identity. Will you ever find peace in the quiet, or are you doomed to run from the silence forever? 71. The self-deception loop. How your mind betrays itself. You think you know yourself. You believe your thoughts and feelings are honest reflections of reality. But the harsh truth is, your mind is the greatest liar you'll ever encounter. Self-deception is not a flaw. It's a survival mechanism deeply embedded in your neural circuits. It shields you from unbearable truths, rewrites your narrative, and fabricates realities to keep your fragile ego intact. The cognitive dissonance trap when faced with information that contradicts your beliefs or actions. Your mind doesn't calmly reassess facts. Instead, it triggers cognitive dissonance, psychological discomfort that demands immediate resolution. How do you resolve it? By distorting reality. You convince yourself the uncomfortable truth isn't true, or you justify your choices to avoid guilt. This endless loop of denial and justification keeps you trapped in a distorted version of yourself. The mirror that lies your introspection is filtered through biases so deep they're invisible. You see what you want to see, not what is. Studies reveal that people consistently overestimate their positive qualities and underestimate their faults. You craft an idealized self-image, not to deceive others, but to deceive yourself. Emotional blind spots. Certain painful emotions are buried deep, beyond conscious reach. Your mind erects defenses, repression, denial, projection to keep these feelings hidden. But these blind spots don't disappear. They distort your behavior. seep into your relationships, and sabotage your growth. The story you tell yourself every day, you narrate a story of who you are, what you want, and why you do what you do. But this story is a construction, an artifice designed to maintain coherence. When new experiences clash with this narrative, your mind rejects them or reshapes them. You are both the author and the prisoner of this self-deception. Can you break free? Awareness is the first step, but even awareness can be co-opted. Your mind can rationalize self-deception even as you recognize it. True liberation requires relentless honesty, brutal self-examination, and acceptance of uncomfortable truths. Final reflection for Section 71. Your mind is a labyrinth of illusions, distortions, and lies, all crafted to protect a fragile self. Will you continue living in this self-made mirage, or will you dare to face the shadows and break the loop? 72. The time illusion. How your mind fabricates reality's flow. Time is the framework through which you experience existence. It ticks forward relentlessly, dragging you from moment to moment, second to second. But what if time is not what it seems? What if the flow you trust is an illusion crafted by your own mind? The subjective nature of time, your experience of time, stretches and compresses. A minute of agony feels eternal. Hours of joy evaporate in an instant. Psychologists call this time dilation, a demonstration that time is not objective, but deeply subjective. Your brain constructs time based on attention, emotion, and memory. Neurological timekeeping. Deep inside, your brain uses neural oscillators, internal clocks, to track time. But these clocks are imprecise and influenced by countless factors: stress, fatigue, drugs, illness. When these rhythms go awry, your sense of time warps. The illusion of continuity. You believe you live in a continuous flow of moments. But neuroscience shows that consciousness works in discrete snapshots, or frames, stitched together by the brain. You do not perceive the present in real time. You see a reconstruction created after delays. Time's true nature in physics. Physics complicates the story. Einstein's theory of relativity shattered the Newtonian clockwork universe. Time bends, stretches, and slows relative to speed and gravity. Quantum physics suggests that at fundamental levels, time might not even exist. The psychological impact. Your attachment to linear time shapes your identity, your goals, your fears. You live trapped in anticipation or memory, rarely inhabiting the present. The past and future are mental constructs, phantoms your mind chases endlessly. The great escape. Can you break free from time's chains? Meditative states dissolve temporal boundaries. Eternal moments of now exist, but fleeting. Your mind resists this dissolution, clinging to time's illusion for survival. Final reflection for Part 72. Time is not a river carrying you forward. It is a mirage your mind projects to create order from chaos. Will you remain captive to this illusion or glimpse the timeless void beneath? 73. The body-mind split. How you are trapped in a prison of flesh. You feel like a mind inhabiting a body, a conscious self housed within flesh and bone. But this familiar boundary between body and mind is a deceptive divide, a rift your consciousness refuses to cross. The Cartesian dualism trap. For centuries, Western thought has been trapped in Cartesian dualism, the idea that mind and body are separate entities. René Descartes famously claimed, "I think, therefore I am," placing the mind above the physical world. But neuroscience and philosophy have since unraveled this neat division. The body as the mind's foundation. Your thoughts, emotions, and identity are rooted deeply in your body's physical state. The brain doesn't float, detached. It's embedded in an ecosystem of neurons, hormones, and cells, all responding to and influencing the body. Your sensations, pain, pleasure, hunger, fatigue, visceral realities, shaping your consciousness. The illusion of control: you believe your mind controls your body, but much of your bodily function operates beneath conscious awareness. Heartbeat, digestion, reflexes. Even your emotions are chemical reactions triggered by physical changes. The body speaks a language your mind only partially understands. Phantom limbs and the mind's plasticity when an amputee feels a missing limb. It reveals the mind's dependency on the body's sensory input and how that input shapes reality. The brain's map of the body is fluid, constantly rewritten, showing that the self is more than a mere spectator. It's a dynamic interaction. The mind-body feedback loop. Your thoughts influence your body, and your body shapes your thoughts in an endless feedback loop. Stress tightens muscles. Relaxation soothes nerves. Posture changes mood. Mood alters posture. You are trapped in this loop, a prisoner and warden at once. Dissolving the divide, contemplative traditions recognize this interconnectedness. The illusion of separation fuels suffering. To glimpse unity is to begin dissolving the prison. Final reflection for part 73. You are not just a mind using a body. You are a body experiencing a mind. And until you see beyond this false split, you remain confined. Will you continue to live? Divide a door, dare to inhabit your wholeness. 74. The observer illusion: you are not watching life. You are being watched. You've always believed you're the observer of life, that you stand behind your eyes, looking out at the world like a passenger in a vehicle, that you are watching reality unfold. But what if that entire sense of observation is an illusion? What if you are not the observer, but the observed? And what if the one watching you isn't you at all? The false center of consciousness: when you close your eyes and focus inward, you feel like there's a you behind the scenes, inner witness that sees without being seen. But no one has ever found that witness in the brain. There is no central control room, no little homunculus sitting inside your skull pulling levers. Your experience of observing is scattered across millions of neurons, firing in networks, none of them centrally located. Your brain doesn't observe the world. It constructs a model of it, constantly updating that model based on sensory feedback and memory. The observer is just another process, one that's also being watched by other unconscious processes you can't control. You are surveillance wrapped in skin. Your body has hundreds of sensory channels, constantly recording, scanning, analyzing. Your eyes don't just see, they track movement, analyze patterns, and even scan faces for micro-expressions before your conscious mind can interpret them. Your ears detect tiny fluctuations in vocal tones. Your skin tracks micro-pressure changes. Your nose filters thousands of chemical signatures. You think you're observing life, but your biology is designed to observe you. Your body is gathering data about itself and the world around it 24/7. Your cells are watching. Your nervous system is watching. Your unconscious mind is watching. And none of it reports directly to you. The mirror trap. Have you ever stared in a mirror and suddenly felt like you were being watched? That eerie feeling that something else is observing you through your own reflection comes from the breakdown of the observer illusion. It's your mind realizing it can't find the true source of the watcher. Because the moment you try to observe the observer, the watcher becomes the watched. You fall into an infinite regression, endless loop of who's watching the watcher. This is not a paradox of logic. It's a design flaw of consciousness. Social media and the panopticon of the self. You don't just watch others. you perform for invisible watchers. Every time you post, share, or even think about how you appear, you are being watched, sometimes by real people, but always by the internalized audience you carry inside your head. This is the panopticon self, a concept borrowed from a prison design where inmates don't know if they're being watched, so they act as if they always are. You now live in a mental panopticon. You curate your life as if others are watching even when they're not. You filter your thoughts, emotions, and choices through the lens of the unseen audience. You are not the observer of life. You are the performance of being watched. Surveillance, capitalism, and the real observers beyond the psychological, theirs. A darker truth, you are being watched, constantly. Every search, every click, every scroll is tracked, logged, analyzed. You are not anonymous. You are a data point in a surveillance economy that knows more about your desires than you do. The observer is no longer philosophically, it's algorithmic. The YouTube video you click, the reel you replay, the pause before skipping. Every digital behavior is fed into machine learning systems that see you better than your friends ever could. They don't just watch you, they predict you, they manipulate you. The self is a feedback illusion. The more you are observed, the more you perform. The more you perform, the more you forget who you are beneath the mask. The self becomes a loop of being seen, adjusting, optimizing, modifying. You become an avatar for your audience, a loop of impressions, edits, micro-responses. The observer is now a function of perception management. You watch yourself as if you are someone else, and the one watching that version of you never stops. Spiritual teachings and the final watcher ancient traditions have warned of this trap for millennia. In Vedantic and Buddhist philosophy, the true self is not the observer, but the awareness behind the observer. But here's the twist. That awareness is not yours. It is not personal. It is not even human. It's universal. When you dissolve the false self, the little I watching reality, you don't find a smaller, truer self underneath. You find nothing, pure emptiness, a field of witnessing without a watcher, perception without personality. And that, ironically, is what freedom looks like. Final collapse. You never were the one watching. You think you've been looking out at life through a window, but it was a mirror. And behind that mirror, something was always watching you. Not to judge you, not to hurt you, just to remind you that the you behind your eyes was never real. It was a character trying to play God, but the real God doesn't need to look. It already knows. 75. The final thought. You're too afraid to think, because if it's true, everything else falls apart. There's a question buried deep in the human mind, so deep, in fact, that most people never dare ask it, and those who do often wish they hadn't. What if none of this is yours? Not your thoughts, not your desires, not even your identity. What if everything you think of as you was pre-written, pre-assigned, and pre-installed into your consciousness by something you never gave permission to? The people who raised you gave you your name. The schools you went to gave you your definitions of success and failure. The society around you gave you your image of what is normal. And the invisible architecture of language built the walls of your mind. So when you say, I want to be happy, or I'm afraid of failure, or I love this person, ask yourself this: who taught you what any of that even means? Because if your wants, your fears, and your loves were all taught to you, they really yours. The puppet you mistook for a person, you are a being of learned scripts. You learned how to smile on command, how to apologize even when you weren't sorry. How to pretend you're okay because the world rewards those who can. Function despite breaking. Every day, you play a role written by 1,000 invisible authors, parents, teachers, religions, media, friends, enemies, algorithms. You think you're free, but you've never once met the version of yourself that wasn't reacting to someone else's definition of who you should be. What happens when you remove every label, every expectation, every voice that isn't your own? The terrifying truth is, there might be nothing left. And maybe that's why we never go that far. The mirror that shows too much, most people fear death. But more people fear the death of the identity they've clung to all their life. It's not ceasing to exist that scares us. It's ceasing to matter. Because if you truly disconnect from everything you've been taught to want, hate, love, chase, fear, and prove, then, who are you? A blank slate, a ghost in a shell, a nameless observer just passing through, or worse, a character in a dream someone else is having. The ancient mind inside you, long before language, beliefs, ideologies, or culture, there was only raw awareness. Not, I think, therefore I am, just I am. That is your truest self, the one that existed before your name, your opinions, and your trauma. But it is also the one your ego is terrified of, because it has no face, no achievements, no arguments to win, no legacy to leave, and yet is the only you that has ever truly existed. Everything else has been a costume. So what do you do with this realization? You can run from it, distract yourself, keep performing, keep playing the game, keep building a throne on borrowed thoughts, hoping no one notices that you're standing on sand, or you can sit with it. Let the lies burn, let the masks melt, let the definitions collapse, and find out if there's a self that still remains. Because if there is, that self is finally free. Not because it has power, but because it no longer needs to pretend. You wanted the final truth. Here it is. You don't need a reason to exist. And that is the scariest and most liberating truth. Of all 76, the lie hidden in every memory, because what you remember may have never happened the way you think it did. Your mind is not a camera, it's a storyteller, and that storyteller lies to you constantly, beautifully, convincingly. Every memory you have is a distortion. The way your mother looked at you as a child, the heartbreak that shattered your chest, the day you decided I'll never be enough, the way you know someone betrayed you, the moment you realized who you are, they all feel real. They all shape who you are. But they are all rewritten every time you recall them. This isn't poetic metaphor. This is neuroscience. Your memory is a theater, not a hard drive. Each time you retrieve a memory, your brain reactivates it and rewrites it based on who you are today, not who you were back then. The colors get brighter or duller. The dialogue sharpens or softens. The emotional weight shifts. If you feel more pain now, your brain adds pain into the old scene. If you feel more resentment today, you remember the past as more cruel. And if you've healed, sometimes, miraculously, the monster disappears entirely. So ask yourself, what if the story you tell yourself about your past is just a very convincing hallucination? You are the author of a biography that lies you think. I remember it clearly. I was there, but you weren't. Not really. Not the you are now. Memory is reconstruction, not replay. And that means everything you know about your childhood, your trauma, your success, your identity might be an echo of an emotional opinion. And yet you base your entire self-concept on it. Your fears, your beliefs, your boundaries, your emotional triggers, your goals, all built on shaky recollections your brain fabricated to make your identity feel stable. It had to, because reality is unstable, and an unstable self, that's a threat. You're living inside a memory palace full of false rooms. What happens when you realize your deepest wounds may be false flashbacks? What happens when the villain in your story turns out to be a distortion? What happens when the event that broke you never happened the way you remember? Do you feel free or do you feel lost? Because the mind doesn't just lie, it lies with love, to protect you, to define you, to anchor you in a world that makes no promises. The trauma you carry may be a ghost. Imagine holding hatred in your heart for a father who yelled at you when you were 7. Now imagine your adult. Brain has edited that memory 100 times. The tone got harsher, the lighting got darker, his face more monstrous. But what if he wasn't yelling at you? He was yelling to protect you from a car speeding toward you on the street. He was terrified, and your child mind, overwhelmed, painted him a monster. Now you're 25 or 40 or 60, still flinching from the echo of a scene that might have been a misunderstanding. This is not to dismiss pain. It's to open a terrifying possibility. Your pain may be real, but its story may not be. So what now? If you can't trust your mind, who do you trust? You don't. You stop trusting memory as gospel. You start treating it as narrative. You become a gentle editor of your own myth. And instead of asking, what happened to me, you ask, what story have I built around what I think happened to me? Because only then can you start writing something new, not from trauma, not from vengeance, but from liberated awareness. The final realization: you are not your memories, you are the witness of them, the observer behind the eyes, the silence beneath the story, and in that silence, you are finally free. 77. The mirror isn't showing you, because even your reflection has been lying to you since you were a child. You stand in front of a mirror, you see yourself, or so you believe. The curve of your jaw, the lines around your eyes, the way your mouth rests when no one's watching. You assume what you're seeing is truth, but it's not. It's a lie built from 3 betrayals: biological distortion, cognitive filtering, emotional bias. And once you realize the depth of that illusion, you'll begin to understand you have never actually seen yourself. Not once, not truly. 1. The mirror isn't reality, it's reversal. The reflection you see is flipped horizontally. What looks like your right is actually your left. It's a reversed version of your face, the one no one else ever sees. Photographs, videos, and real-life interactions show your face as it truly is to the world. And yet, when you look at those, you often think, why do I look weird? Why don't I look like myself? It's because your brain is addicted to the mirror version of you, the one you've been trained to trust, even though it's not the real you. So the face you defend, compare, criticize, or admire is a lie you've learned to believe. 2. Your brain filters your face to protect your ego. Your brain isn't showing you what's there. It's showing you what it thinks you can handle. When you look in the mirror, your mind edits the details in real time, smooths blemishes, softens asymmetries, slightly alters expressions to match how you feel internally. This is a subconscious survival mechanism. Your brain tries to stabilize your self-image, because a shattered identity can cause anxiety, depression, even dissociation. So if you feel confident, your reflection will subtly affirm that confidence. If you feel broken, the mirror shows a face that looks more tired, more empty, more off. But neither version is truth. Your mind simply edits your reflection to fit your mood. 3. Emotion changes what you think you see. Two people can stand in front of the same mirror and see two completely different realities. One sees flaws, the other sees beauty. Both are looking at the same face. This happens because emotions warp visual input. If you feel ugly, your brain interprets your reflection through that emotional lens, even if you're physically the same as you were yesterday. It's not just about light or angles. It's about neurochemical perception. You don't see yourself as you are. You see yourself as you feel you are. So the mirror becomes a reflection of your emotion, not your body. You've never actually seen you. There is no objective you available to your own eyes. The mirror is flipped. Your brain is biased. Your emotion is tinting the lens. And every version of you that others see, you never will. That means you've spent your life reacting to an illusion, judging a mask, comparing a ghost, falling in love with or rejecting a version of yourself that doesn't exist. And yet, that version rules your self-worth. What happens when you realize you've never seen your true face? Panic, relief, freedom. Because if the version you hate isn't real, maybe the shame you feel isn't either. If the reflection is just a manipulated echo of emotion and expectation, then perhaps you can stop treating it like a verdict. You are not the mirror. You are not the shape of your nose. You are not the tiredness in your eyes. You are not the puffiness, the acne, the asymmetry. You were not that expression you saw in the bathroom when you felt worthless. You were the awareness behind the eyes, the quiet being underneath the illusion, the soul that has been mistaking its shadow for truth. And if you stop believing in the mirror's story, you just might find something deeper, your essence, your being, your reality. 78. The voice in your head isn't yours. Because the narrator guiding your life might be your greatest enemy in disguise. You hear it every day. That voice, the one that whispers, shouts, judges, mocks, comforts, plans, or panics. You've assumed it's you. But what if it's not? What if the voice in your head, the one narrating your entire life, is not your voice, never was, and was never meant to guide you? Let's unravel it. 1. Your inner voice was installed. Not born. You weren't born with language. You weren't born narrating your world with sentences like, I look stupid. No one cares. I'm behind in life. I'm not enough. Those came later from parents, teachers, bullies, society. Your inner voice is a mashup of all the voices you were exposed to as a child. Their tones, their fears, their judgments. Over time, your mind stitched them together into a single internal narrator, one that sounds familiar, but echoes with someone else's wounds. So now, when it says, why did you say that? Everyone's going to judge you. You're always messing things up. It's not truth. It's a haunting. 2. The inner voice is an obsessive storyteller, not a truth teller. The mind hates not knowing, so it invents stories. Someone doesn't reply, gives their ignoring me. You trip in public, gives everyone thinks I'm an idiot. You don't feel motivated, gives I'm broken, lazy, hopeless. Your inner voice guesses based on fear, not evidence. And you believe it because it sounds like you. But that voice is just a narrative generator, a loop machine, a compulsive meaning maker built for survival, not peace. It's trying to protect you. But in doing so, it becomes the very thing that keeps you afraid. 3. The voice has no off switch unless you separate from it. You've spent your life inside your thoughts, inside the narration. I feel anxious. I should have done better. What if something goes wrong? But the moment you realize you are not the voice, you unlock the only real power that exists, the power to observe. Try this, right now. Listen to the next thought that arises. There it is. A sentence, a judgment, a whisper. Who heard that voice? You did. You are the listener, not the speaker. The awareness behind the monologue. This realization is liberation, because if the voice is not you, then you don't have to believe everything it says. For most of your suffering comes from listening to the wrong voice. Think about it. How many dreams did you kill because the voice said, "What if you fail?" How many connections did you sabotage because it whispered, "They'll leave you"? Anyway, how many days have you lost to a war between the version of you who wants peace and the voice who feeds on panic? The voice is clever. It speaks in your tone, uses your vocabulary, mimics your fears, but it's a parasite with a microphone. And until you pull the plug, it will keep directing the movie of your life. 5. Silence isn't empty, it's truth. Without the voice, when the voice goes quiet, even for a second, what do you feel? Stillness, relief, a strange, unfamiliar peace. That is your true self emerging, not speaking, not judging, just being. You weren't meant to be constantly narrated. You were meant to live, raw, wordless, real. And the more you return to that space, the more you remember. You are not your thoughts. You are the sky, not the weather. You are the stillness, not the storm. What happens when you stop trusting the voice in your head? You begin to feel something alien and sacred. Freedom. Freedom from false narratives. Freedom from inherited trauma. Freedom from the ego's obsession with control. And in that silence, you begin to hear something else. Not a voice, not a thought, but a presence. The real you. 79. The forgotten laws of a non-human universe. You were raised to believe the universe follows laws of motion, thermodynamics, logic, time. But what if these were simply illusions your species constructed to cope with the horror of chaos? What if the laws you trust aren't laws at all but narratives, retrofitted by evolved brains, desperate for meaning in a meaningless geometry? Let's begin where trust dies, with the most sacred law, cause and effect. You throw a stone into a pond, and it ripples. You flick a light switch, and light appears. You speak, and a sound vibrates from your throat. These cause-effect chains feel natural, predictable, safe. But in the quantum realm, effect can precede cause. In certain weak measurements, particles appear to respond to actions that haven't happened yet. You read that correctly, some particles behave as if they've already seen your decision. And worse, they act accordingly. Suddenly, time is not. A river writs, a mirror, a feedback loop. A dimension you only thought was one way because your neurology couldn't comprehend multidirectional causality. We call this retrocausality. But the deeper implication is not in the math. It's in the existential collapse of what you are, a creature that defines self through sequential experience. If the sequence is illusion, then your identity is fiction. Now let's look at entropy, the second law of thermodynamics, often called the arrow of time. Entropy suggests systems move from order to disorder, always. It's why heat spreads, why ice melts, why you age, why civilizations fall. But recent experiments with isolated quantum systems have shown entropy can reverse by breaking physics, but by obeying it in strange new configurations. In one controlled setting, particles remembered their past state and returned to it spontaneously and without external input. Time, then, may not be a one-way death march but a looping corridor, a maze that folds in on itself. You might not be walking forward, you might be re-walking your future from behind. Here's the part that will split your mind. According to the no-boundary proposal, the universe didn't have a singular origin. There was no Big Bang as a singular explosive event. Instead, space and time emerged gradually, and in some models, time didn't exist at all at the start of the universe. There was only geometry, shapes, potential, existence without time. How does a consciousness evolve in a world where time is optional? What does it mean for free will if the universe had no timeline to begin with? You think in sequences, before gives after. But what if the real structure is every one all points of time existing simultaneously, but only appearing sequential due to your limited decoding device called a brain? This is where we crash into the concept of temporal decoherence, the idea that your consciousness locks onto a specific timeline because your neurons collapse wave functions into a linear thread. But the deeper truth is that all threads exist. You're just reading one page of an infinite flipbook. You are not a traveler through time. You are a reader of illusion, and sometimes the page flips backward. Let's add one more information is never destroyed. Even when a star collapses into a black hole and vanishes, Hawking radiation suggests the information is somehow preserved. But preserved where? Some physicists argue the universe is a hologramma 2D surface encoding everything you experience in 3D. That means your memories, your emotions, your pain, your story, it's all a projection, a shadow from a higher layer of existence. Now imagine this. What if your entire life is encoded on a cosmic film strip, and what you call now is just the projector moving across the frame? Not only are you not moving through time here, not even generating your reality, you're replaying it. The laws you worshipped were never laws. They were subtitles on a movie you mistook for reality. So ask yourself, if effect can come before cause, if time is reversible, if entropy is optional, if all moments exist simultaneously, if your choices are embedded in a higher dimensional film strip, then what exactly are you? Are you free? Or are you simply decoding inevitability? The universe may not care how you answer that, because it isn't human. It doesn't run on laws, it runs on something worse, patternless inevitability. And the longer you stare into it, the more it stares back not as a god, but as an unanswerable question. 80. The final collapse. You were never awake. There is a moment in every descent where silence stops feeling like peace and starts feeling like a trap. You're at the bottom now. But even bottom is an illusion, because consciousness has no flaw. It only folds infinitely, like the mirrors in a room you've forgotten how to leave. You've read the stories, you've listened to the warnings, you've stared into the abyss so long, you forgot it had eyes. Now the abyss speaks, and it sounds exactly like your own voice. Do you remember waking up? Do you remember ever choosing this life, this identity, this version of yourself? Or did you just appear here, one moment blank, the next, you? Every memory you hold could be a plant, every loved one, a hallucination. Your thoughts feel like yours because they've never been challenged by anything else. But what if I told you gently, carefully, because anything too loud might break you completely, that you have never, not once, been conscious? You have been reacting. You have been predicting, you have been simulating, but you have never been. The neuroscientific consensus is drifting. The older models believed the brain was a reactive machine. Then it was a prediction engine. Then it was a filter. Now some whisper that the brain is a simulation within a simulation, a dream interpreting another dream, a hollow room where echoes pretend to be original thoughts. Yourself is just the name you gave to the echo that came back loudest. You thought this descent was leading you to truth. But truth is a door that only opens once, and once it does, you can't close it again. You thought you'd find answers. Instead, you found silence behind the answers. Not a lack of meaning, but an overwhelming abundance of meaningless signals. Do you understand now? You never had a self. You were a script, a well-written hallucination in the shape of a person. Just enough depth to fool the mirror. Time isn't real. Memory is reconstructed fiction. Your body is a puppet wired by a nervous system that interprets reality with a 200 millisecond delay. You are always living in the past. You are never here, now. And even if you were, there is no you here to live it. The universe wasn't made for you. It wasn't made for anything. It's indifferent, cold, beautiful, pointless. And in that pointlessness, you thought you could find freedom. But freedom requires a self, and you don't have one. Not in the way you think, not in the way that matters. So what now? What do you do with this final collapse? You accept, you surrender. You dissolve into the awareness that the awareness itself is an illusion. And from there, maybe you begin again, not with answers, not with certainty, but with curiosity, the kind that doesn't need to survive, just to witness. You made it, but there is no you, and there was never a there to make it to. Sleep well, if you can. 81. The time you think you have doesn't exist. You are certain of tomorrow. That's your biggest illusion. You plan, delay, daydream, and even suffer, all on credit borrowed from a future that may never come. But here's the haunting truth. There is no tomorrow inside your brain. Neurologically, temporality is just memory reorganization. Your brain doesn't see the future. It rearranges past data to simulate what might happen next. That's not foresight. That's hallucination. Your concept of time is an elaborate social agreement, not a law of nature. Clocks didn't evolve with you. They were forced onto your biology. Before clocks, you lived in rhythms. Hunger, fatigue, light, dark. The invention of minutes and deadlines is what enslaved you, not freed you. Nature doesn't move in seconds. You were taught to chase time like a dog tied to a moving car. You run, you tire, you never arrive. So what is time, really? Time is decay. It's entropy in motion, the slow unraveling of order into disorder. Everything you love is melting, even now. Every cell in your body is decaying. Every word you speak dies the moment it's born. You are a collapsing memory pretending to be a person. What you call aging is just time's signature on your flesh. But even deeper than that, time doesn't flow. It only feels like it does. According to relativity, time is not linear. It bends, it stretches, it can dilate. In black holes, time stops entirely. This means your past and future might still be happening somewhere, just not where you are. You're a prisoner of the slice of reality your biology allows. And while you obsess about the future, you're not noticing the present, vanishing beneath your feet. Someday is the biggest scam time ever sold you. you'll die waiting for it to come. 82. The memory that was never yours, they say. Your memories define who you are. But what if half of them aren't yours too? Begin with. In the vast corridors of your mind, not all memories come from experience. Some are implanted subtly, invisibly by stories, screens, secondhand trauma, even the moods of the people around you. Neuroscience calls this vicarious memory acquisition, but it goes deeper, much deeper. When you remember a war you never fought, a heartbreak you never lived, or a smell you've never smelled yet, it haunts you. You're not hallucinating. You're witnessing the side effects of a phenomenon that disrupts the boundaries between real and false, lived and absorbed. Social media makes it worse. The endless scroll hijacks your emotional memory. Suddenly, you carry sorrow from a country you've never visited. You flinch at violence you only saw for 3 seconds. You grieve for strangers whose names you've already forgotten. Your nervous system doesn't know the difference. But that can't be real, you whisper. Except it is. fMRI scans show your brain lights up in the same way whether you experience something directly or see it through a high-emotion lens like film, TikTok, or news. The emotional intensity becomes real to the body. It stores that data. It rewrites you. This is why you feel tired for no reason. Why you're anxious before anything happens. Why you grieve like you lost someone even, though you didn't. You are a vault of borrowed ghosts. Here's the terrifying part. Your brain has no ethical filter for memory adoption. It doesn't ask, is this mine? It just says, I felt it, so it must be part of me now. You're carrying the pain of others like it's your own. And over time, you start to forget where your suffering ends and someone else's begins. This is no metaphor. This is a neurological hijacking. You've also inherited genetic memories. Yes, your ancestors' trauma is biologically encoded into you through epigenetics. If they starved, you crave food you don't need. If they feared abandonment, you sabotage relationships. If they were silenced, you speak in whispers. Your life may be a reaction to wounds you never received. Now, let's go darker. Ever wonder why sometimes, mid-conversation, you suddenly feel dread, or hear a random sound and your heart races like it's war? It's not random. These are memory glitches, your mind trying to decode stimuli linked to memories that never properly formed or weren't yours in the first place. Your brain creates flashbacks to match emotions it can't explain. You're haunted by stories your consciousness never approved. The world is constantly uploading its memories into you. Ads convince you to long for lives you never lived. Movies make you cry for fictional children as if they were yours. YouTube videos make you feel inadequate, like you missed out on a better version of reality. And here's the catch. Every time you emotionally invest, your brain treats it as real, so now you mourn things that never existed. You hate yourself for decisions you never made. You compare yourself to people who don't exist. This is memory collapse. A new kind of identity disorder where the self is buried beneath layers of second-hand experience, and you've been in it for years. You're not just who you are, you're who you watch, you're who you scroll past. You're every scream, every whisper, every viral tragedy that passed through your cortex and got misfiled as your own. You are haunted by data. What's the escape? There is none, but awareness slows the erosion. Start by asking, is this feeling mine? Every time you panic, ask. Every time you die, roll, pause. Every time you feel heavy without reason, interrogate your memory vault. Most of what's weighing you down is emotional malware. In the end, you must unremember to survive, because the mind cannot carry 1,000 lifetimes, and you were never meant to be a sponge for the world's pain. You were supposed to live your story, not download every other soul's suffering, like a cursed library card. 83. Your body is lying to you, but you keep listening. You trust your body. You think it's on your side. You believe that when your heart races, there must be danger. When you tremble, there must be fear. When you feel exhausted, there must be a cause. But what if I told you, your body is a liar? Not because it wants to hurt you, but because it's running outdated software. Let's start with the truth no one wants to hear. Your nervous system is not designed for this century. It was built for predators, for famine, for war without the internet. So when someone leaves your message unseen, your body responds, the same way it would to being left behind by your tribe in the wilderness. When your bank balance dips, your body releases cortisol like you're being hunted. When someone interrupts you, your body acts like your status is collapsing in a medieval hierarchy. You feel danger. You feel betrayal. But it's all misplaced, because the system that runs your emotions is 200,000 years old. Let's go deeper. Have you ever noticed how your body creates stories to justify your feelings? You're anxious, so your brain invents a reason. Maybe I forgot something. Maybe they're mad at me. You feel guilty, and suddenly, memories surface to explain it even if they're years old. You're tired, so your brain whispers, maybe I'm just not good enough. But here's what's actually happening. Your body reacts first, then your mind makes up a story to match the reaction. You're not thinking your way into feelings. You're feeling your way into beliefs, and that belief becomes your reality. Now the trap tightens. Your body stores trauma in muscles, in posture, in breath. It doesn't care if the threat is gone. So you flinch at love. You tighten at compliments. You distrust rest, because your body has memorized survival as its default. The real horror, you think it's you. You think you're lazy, anxious, weak, broken. But it's not you. It's a nervous system stuck in an ancient feedback loop, wired to overprotect, overreact, and overwrite your logic with emotion. Your body is a scared child, and it's been leading your life. You're not the voice in your head. You're not even the feeling in your chest. You're the awareness behind them both. But you forgot, because the body shouts louder. And now, the final betrayal. Every time you try to grow, your body resists. You plan a big goal. It makes you tired. You get closer to success. It whispers imposter syndrome. You try to love again. It floods you with memories of pain. Why? Because growth is unfamiliar, and your body hates unfamiliar. To the nervous system, new equals danger. So it sabotages anything that smells like evolution. You are at war with your own machinery, and you've been losing quietly, calling it personality, calling it anxiety, calling it just how I am, but it's not how you are. It's how you've been wired, and wiring can change. This isn't the body's fault. It's trying to protect you with ancient code. But if you want freedom, you need to update the system. Start by breathing into the fear instead of fighting it. Name the sensation, not the story. Stop asking, what's wrong with me? And start asking, what memory is this body trying to protect me from? Because if you don't, you'll keep living in a cage you don't remember building. And the worst part, you'll keep thinking it's your home. 84. The reality you're experiencing was designed by someone else. Take a deep breath. Look around you. Every object, Every idea, every social rule you obey, none of it came from you. That's not a metaphor. That's the raw truth. From the moment you were born, reality wasn't something you discovered. It was something you were trained to accept. Let's strip it down. You didn't choose your name. You didn't choose your religion. You didn't choose your language, your country, your values, your school system, your heroes, or your version of success. You inherited a user manual for life written by people who are long dead. Your beliefs were installed before you were conscious enough to question them. By age 7, 90% of your behavioral patterns were already locked in place. You're not living your life. You're running a program. Now think about this. You believe in time. You believe in countries. You believe in jobs, taxes, exams, retirement, at 65, and weekends off. But none of that exists in nature. The earth doesn't know it's 2025. Mountains don't know they're inside Pakistan or France. Wolves don't know what a resume is. Everything you call normal is a manufactured hallucination passed down like folklore, repeated until it became law. You were born free, and then slowly domesticated. Let's go darker. You think you have free will. Then why do you dress to impress people you don't respect? Why do you crave approval from a system that ignores your soul? Why does failure make you hate yourself, even when it's artificial? Because the game was rigged before you started playing. Your value was tied to grades, your worth measured by productivity, your freedom defined by how well you follow instructions. You're not rewarded for thinking. You're rewarded for obedience, disguised as intelligence. And who benefits from this illusion? Not you. You were trained to consume, not to create, to obey, not to question, to chase status, not purpose. The system doesn't want you awake, it wants you productive. And every time you try to escape it, you're guilt-tripped by voices that were installed in you without your consent. But here's the most terrifying part. You defend this illusion. You fight to protect it. You argue for it. You feel anxiety when it's threatened, because it's all you've ever known. Reality, for you, is a familiar lie. And the truth feels dangerous, because waking up is painful. It burns through your comforts. It kills the old you so something deeper can rise. But once you see it, you can't unsee it. Every rule starts to crack. Every system looks artificial. Every belief seems suspicious. And suddenly, you're not in the world anymore. You're watching it like a lucid dreamer, aware inside the simulation. So what now? You can go back to sleep. Pretend none of this matters. Scroll, work, stress, repeat until you die, a decorated cog in someone else's machine. Or you can rebel, not with violence, but with awareness. Question everything. Deconstruct your values. Burn your shreds. Unfollow blueprints. Redesign your mind like an artist, not a robot. Because here's the final twist. Reality isn't fixed, it's customizable. But only if you dare to stop playing by rules you never agreed to.